Chapter 101. The Reception of the Creator. In the CBD of Haishur, the Rongting building stood tall, the tallest skyscraper in the city. From a distance, it resembled a towering pillar reaching into the clouds. At the top of the building, four massive luminous structures quietly stood, emitting a bluish glow that had a futuristic feel, flickering in and out of visibility amidst the mist. Half of Haishur could see it. This was the intimidating Gemini network, which made countless startups, internet companies, and economic evaluation agencies tremble in awe. Even Lu Di, looking up at the building from below, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What a grand sight. Upon entering the lobby and passing through layers of security, the guards stood at attention. This was because the demon boy had already set up Lu Di's identity as a Gemini employee in advance. As the elevator doors opened, even Lu Di, who usually avoided looking around, couldn't help but be taken aback. Inside the elevator stood a group of people, including two bodyguards and an assistant. In the center of this entourage was a stunning beauty, perfectly blending European charm with Chinese elegance. This mixed-race beauty wore an expensive designer trench coat, fitted black trousers, and exquisite black stiletto heels. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing a face that epitomized Chinese beauty, complemented by a pair of sparkling blue eyes. One glance was enough to leave anyone entranced. The most striking feature was her incredibly slender waist, which contrasted sharply with her ample bosom, straining against a white shirt that seemed ready to burst. Lu Di's gaze was drawn for a moment. Then he quickly averted his eyes, reminding himself to be respectful. He turned to press the elevator button, only to find that the floor had already been selected, the 87th floor. It seemed this group was also heading to Gemini. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Di noticed the mixed-race Bowtie's assistant pushing her way forward. This was a middle-aged woman, around 40 years old, wearing black-framed glasses and exuding an air of dissatisfaction and cynicism. She squeezed in front of Lu Di, almost cornering him against the wall, and looked at him with a disdainful expression that seemed to say, "You filthy men, stay away from my boss. A toad trying to eat swan meat." Meanwhile, the mixed-race beauty remained calm, casually observing Lu Di with a mix of interest and natural pride. Lu Di returned her gaze with a smile. After all, they were all guests here. As the elevator doors opened on the 87th floor, a bright and spacious area unfolded before them. At the far end, a 10-meter-long marble bar displayed the name Creator in elegantly carved letters, radiating a refined and grand aura. Further back, office workers in professional attire hustled about, busy with their tasks. As they exited the elevator, cameras on the ceiling adjusted their angles to scan the newcomers. A gentle electronic voice announced, "Miss Haidina from Fubo Capital, welcome. It's an honor to see you in person. Your beauty and grace have truly amazed us. We wish you everlasting beauty, like the flowers you love most. I have verified your appointment for 20 minutes later. Please wait, and someone will be with you shortly." Lu Di nodded to himself, impressed. His friend Ajia had set up a smart system that scanned guests upon entry, connecting to Gemini's database to pull up their information. Every visitor received a unique, tailored welcome message. Haidina, the mixed-race beauty, showed a hint of surprise at this welcome, smiling and nodding in satisfaction. From behind the bar, two receptionists dressed in professional black skirts, both scoring at least an 8 in looks, approached with smiles. They wore matching makeup and sported shiny silver service badges on their chests. "Miss Haidina, welcome to Creator Company. Please follow me, and we can take a moment to relax in the lounge." The receptionist spoke sweetly and exuded perfect hospitality. Meanwhile, the cameras continued scanning Haidina's entourage. "Hello, Assistant Kong, welcome. Hello, Mr. Sun." When the camera scanned Lu Di, however, the system's voice chimed in, "Sorry, I cannot identify you at this time. No appointment record found." Lu Di chuckled to himself. It was no surprise they couldn't find him. His Gemini account, Emperor 3, had been carefully manipulated to hide all his information to avoid unnecessary trouble. So, naturally, the Gemini database's smart system couldn't find any records about him. Upon hearing the system's response, everyone in the lobby turned to look at him. The assistant, named Kong, frowned. After all this, it turned out this guy was just a freeloader? A pretty boy with ulterior motives. Lu Di shrugged. not intending to explain himself. Instead, he smiled at the two receptionists, curious to see how they would handle the situation. To his surprise, within half a minute, two security personnel from Creator Company stepped forward, standing beside everyone with their hands clasped behind their backs, waiting for orders. Wow! This efficiency and coordination! Lu Di felt a smile creeping onto his face. He overheard one receptionist whisper to another, "Supervisor Yaru, this guest has no appointment information, and there's no identity information? Could he be another one of those obsessed fans?" The receptionist, named Yaru, frowned slightly and turned her gaze to Lu Di. "No need to panic, all guests are welcome. He'll handle this." Yaru approached Lu Di with a polite smile. "Sir, may I ask your name?" Lu Di, D as in younger brother, he introduced himself. Yaru nodded politely. "Sir, this is an office space, and visitors are required to have appointments. May I ask what brings you here?" Lu Di smiled and pointed to the mixed-race beauty. "I'm here for the same reason as her. I'm with an investment company." "An investment company?" Yaru replied respectfully, taking a tablet. "May I ask the name of your company?" Lu Di tilted his head. "Witness." Yaru typed on the tablet and quickly found the investment company named Witness, although its profile was rather sparse, with no notable success stories. Yaru understood the situation. Creator Company was a well-known name in the industry, a hotshot star company. Since she joined, she had received countless investment firms, and it seemed this Lu Di was also here for the same reason. However, compared to other investment companies, Witness was quite obscure. Yaru smiled gently. "Sir, I have verified your information. Although you do not have an appointment, since you've come from afar and hold our Creator Company in such high regard, we have no reason not to welcome you." She then bowed slightly and extended her hand in welcome. "Please, Mr. Lu, let us take you to the lounge for some hot tea and a moment to rest." "Thank you." Lu Di felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The reception process and service etiquette were truly pleasing, leaving no room for criticism. Cut. Overestimating oneself. He heard the assistant mutter under her breath. And that was the end of the scene. As I write this late at night, I hope everyone gets enough sleep and doesn't follow my example. May I showcase my capabilities to you? The lounge of the Creator Company boasts no less than 4 rooms, varying in size, each brimming with visitors. These guests are either from investment firms, media outlets, or business people seeking collaborations. Among them, Lu Di's room is undoubtedly the largest. However, it is not reserved for Lu Di, but rather for the esteemed Miss Haitina from Fubo Capital. Seated on the plush leather sofa, Lu Di finds himself in the company of Haitina, though they maintain a considerable distance from one another. Moments later, the receptionist gracefully enters, carrying a cup of coffee and a small bouquet of fresh flowers. She smiles at Haitina and says, "Miss Haitina, here is your mocha coffee, 1/3 milk and 2 sugars. This is your favorite dove flower, which I've placed in front of you, hoping to brighten your mood." Haitina, taken aback, inquires, "How did you know I liked this coffee and flower?" The receptionist gently smiles. "As a user of our Gemini app, we accessed your preferences from our database prior to your arrival and prepared these in advance for you." Haitina shakes her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "I must say, you at Creator truly have opened my eyes. Not only is your technological prowess unparalleled, but even your service standards and reception creativity leave me utterly speechless. This is 10 times better than the 7-star service at the Sailboat Hotel." The receptionist beams. "Thank you for the compliment. Miss Haitina, please take a moment to relax. Our division director will be with you shortly." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crosses Haitina's eyes. "I came to see General Manager Zhang Tianjia, but unfortunately, he is too busy. I hope you can assist me in arranging a meeting. It would be best if I could see General Manager Zhang." The receptionist nods slightly, not providing a definitive answer. "I'll do my best." She then turns to Lu Di. "Sir, I sincerely apologize, but we do not have any information about you in our database. May I offer you something to drink?" Lu Di smiles gently. "A glass of plain water will suffice. As for the person I wish to meet, he will come to find me shortly." The receptionist, puzzled, nods, "Understood." Subsequently, Lu Di gazes through the glass curtain wall of the reception area, taking in the panoramic view of the pristine office space, where busy and orderly employees exemplify meticulous management capabilities. It is undeniable that with such spirit and attitude in business, regardless of whether it is the Gemini app or not, success is inevitable. A Jia, I truly did not misjudge you. Lu Di feels a wave of contentment. With such a solid foundation established so quickly, it is time to embark on the next phase of his plan. He pulls out his phone and sends a message to Ajia. I have arrived. Let us go for a meal. Alas, you cannot approach it this way. Asai suddenly emerges from beside him. Haitina, gently stirring her coffee, glances at Lu Di and says, how can you hope to secure a project this way? How will they accept your investment? Lu Di, still smiling, turns back and asks, what do you mean by that? Haitina shakes her head slightly. The fact that Gemini's database does not contain your information suggests that you haven't even downloaded the app. You wish to invest in the creator company yet are unfamiliar with their product. Isn't that rather insincere? Investment banking does not function in this manner. Lu Di blinks in surprise. The mixed-race beauty's words ring true. To invest in a company and expect dividends without understanding their product is indeed foolish. If such an investment firm existed, they likely wouldn't use their own products. Under this light, it seems he is not cut out to be an investor after all. Promptly, Lu Di researches Haitina's background and her Fubo capital. Astonishing. A renowned investment firm in Huaxia, with nearly 200 billion in assets. They have incubated 9 companies listed on the A-share market, 7 on the Chinext, and 4 on Nasdaq. Their investment success rate stands at an impressive 40, with an average return on investment of 3,500. Moreover, this investor named Haitina is highly esteemed, known for her keen insight and exceptional tactics, dubbed the Queen of Investment in the industry. Lu Di nods inwardly. Such achievements are not attainable by ordinary individuals. Yet, this stunning mixed-race woman has her share of scandalous news. Frequently spotted by paparazzi, reveling at bars with European lasses, often staying out late, regularly visiting VCC nightclubs, notorious for being a lesbian club. Alas, such a beautiful creature. Yet she is a lesbian? Momentarily, Lu Di shakes his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts. So, Miss Haitina, what do you suggest I do? Haitina elegantly raises her coffee cup to her lips, taking a delicate sip. First and foremost, you must thoroughly understand your target, which is the entrepreneurial company you admire. Explore every detail about it in every conceivable manner. List all its strengths and weaknesses, future prospects, and areas for improvement. Adopt a perspective akin to that of a best friend. Lu Di nods, asking, and what do you think of the creator company? Haitina smiles gently. It has numerous merits and almost no flaws. Except, its decision-makers lack sufficient ambition and clear objectives. Having created such an excellent product and garnered so many users in a short span, I can understand the decision to not charge for now. But why not expand into other fields? Utilizing social networks to build a user base and then diversifying into areas like gaming, music, and film. The possibilities are endless. Like the Penguin Empire. Lu Di nods emphatically. Indeed. The decision-makers of this company seem oblivious to what they should be doing daily. Haitina chuckles lightly, regarding Lu Di with an elevated demeanor. Secondly, to successfully invest in this company, you must cultivate a close rapport with their founders and executives. Establishing deep bonds of friendship. After all, every enterprise is centered around people. Only by understanding them can you grasp the future of the business. At this moment, an older female assistant scoffs, Tina, why are you sharing so much with him? He doesn't seem to possess that level of comprehension. Haitina smiles faintly. I perceive that Mr. Lu has a commendable appearance. He indeed possesses the potential for business public relations. Lu Di internally chuckles. Commendable appearance? Truly reminiscent of a lesbian's perspective. Haitina continues, Mr. Lu, I notice your witness company lacks recognition. You might consider switching careers to join my company. I would be willing to mentor you personally to become an outstanding investor. Lu Di tilts his head back and laughs. To be honest, I have had similar thoughts. Haitina's azure eyes lock onto Lu Di. You have considered switching careers? Not quite, Lu Di chuckles. I believe you should consider joining my company instead. Oh my goodness, that's absurd. The older female assistant frowns, looking utterly exasperated. Hee. Haitina laughs like a silver bell. No worries. He is still unaware of my capabilities. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. She then turns to the older assistant. Is that French restaurant booked? Yes. Tina, it's all set. I leveraged many connections to secure the best table. A top French chef will prepare a special meal for you. The assistant nods. That's wonderful. Haitina puffs out her impressive chest. I will certainly find a way to invite General Manager Zhang Tianjia to join me for lunch. Just then, a man in a sharply tailored suit strides briskly toward the door. Haitina and the older assistant spring to their feet. Zhang Tianjia, the general manager. Splendid. He has come personally. He truly does not underestimate me. A smile of allure curves Haitina's lips. Jia, brimming with enthusiasm, pushes open the door, nodding at Haitina as he passes, though it is merely a nod. He then approaches Lu Di directly. You rascal, why didn't you inform me before coming? Jia places a hand on Lu Di's shoulder. What are we having to eat? Lu Di ponders for a moment. How about that spicy hot pot we often enjoy during our school days? Haha. Great. I've wanted to go for ages. The two banter jovially as they exit the lounge. The receptionist, who was in charge of their welcome, feels a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Who are these extraordinary individuals? Thankfully, I didn't offend them earlier. Oh, by the way, Supervisor Yaru, this is Lu Di, the chairman I often mention who prefers to remain behind the scenes. From now on, inform me immediately upon his arrival. Jia instructs the receptionist with a smile as he walks out with Lu Di. Yes. General Manager Zhang, the supervisor, momentarily starstruck upon meeting her idol, is left in a daze. 103, a top-tier restaurant. Haitina, momentarily taken aback for a good 10 seconds, suddenly snaps back to reality. She jogs to catch up with the two retreating figures. General Manager Zhang. This is... Haitina's azure eyes flit between Jia and Lu Di, momentarily lost in thought. Jia chuckles. This is my classmate, the founder of Creator, Lu Di. Upon receiving confirmation, Haitina still finds it hard to believe. Yet her mind races with possibilities. Mr. Lu, I must apologize for my earlier presumption. Not recognizing you. Haitina instantly donned a charming smile. I heard that both of you are going out for a meal. I have just made a reservation at a top-notch French restaurant. I wonder if you would do me the honor of joining me for lunch? At that moment, the elderly assistant hurried over. Her expression oddly peculiar, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Striving to maintain her composure, she forced a smile and said, Indeed, we have specifically booked a premier French restaurant, where the renowned chef Charles will be preparing the dishes, especially to entertain Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu. Haitina's voice softened, laced with allure. Yes, I happened to share an elevator with Mr. Lu and sat in the same lounge. It seems we are fated. Jia looked at Lu Di. Somewhat confused, Lu Di scratched his head and smiled. I think it's best to decline. I have a reservation at the fragrant spicy hot pot restaurant with Mr. Zhang. Chef Lima, upon hearing of our visit, has specially purchased fresh vegetables from the market, all cleaned and ready for the exquisite Sichuan cuisine. Jia stifled a laugh, fully aware of Lu Di's intention. Haitina's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, her lips twitching slightly. With that, Lu Di and Jia prepared to turn and leave. Mr. Lu, may I have your contact information? Haitina called out, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Di shook his head helplessly, turning his back. Add me on Gemini. Subsequently, he waved his hand and departed with Jia. Haitina stood rooted in place, her expression exceedingly complex. Meanwhile, the elderly assistant pouted, her face a picture of impatience. What founder? Just a little brat, but he carries himself with such arrogance. How could he possibly run a company like Creator? There must be a powerful backer behind him. He is merely a figurehead. He doesn't even regard Artina's status. I say we shouldn't invest in him either. Humph. Haitina's expression grew increasingly grim, her forehead clouded with distress. Assistant Kong. Shut your mouth. I told you to be more discreet and amiable, yet you refused to listen. You repeatedly exposed that sharp-tongued demeanor. Now look what you've done. You've offended someone significant. I think you are no longer suited to be my assistant. Go to Human Resources and request a transfer. Haitina finally reached her breaking point, her voice rising in anger. The elderly assistant fell silent instantly, biting her teeth in frustration but too afraid to utter another word. At her age, with her appearance, finding another respectable job would be exceedingly difficult if she lost this one. Haitina, fuming, sank into the sofa, striving to calm herself. Just moments ago, President Lu had asked me to add him on Gemini, but he didn't provide me with any information. Is he toying with me? Yet, given his status, he shouldn't need to. Lu Di, founder of Creator. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in Hydina's mind. With trembling hands, she retrieved her phone, opened the Gemini friend request feature, and tentatively entered a string of numbers. 0000001. Shortly after, an account appeared with almost no additional information, save for a single username, Dsan. Hydina's pupils constricted sharply. Lu Di, Emperor, founder of Creator, Gemini account 01. Everything aligned perfectly. Lu Di, he is Dsan, the initiator of the $1 million lottery, the programmer of the core code for Gemini, the true mastermind behind Gemini. In the burgeoning entrepreneurial circle, he is hailed as a mysterious genius. He didn't even bother to conceal his identity from me. He even let me have his contact information. Could it be? Hydina's face flushed crimson instantly. Her bosom rose and fell rapidly. At the fragrant spicy hot pot restaurant, Lima served 2 enormous bowls of hot pot. She chuckled, "You two little rascals, since graduation, you've not graced my establishment with your presence. You've both slimmed down." Lu Di gazed at the kind-hearted Lima, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. This place was their designated cafeteria during school with Ajia. They adored the oversized portions of hot pot. What touched them most was that, coming from humble backgrounds, when their living expenses fell short every few months, they could only afford the cheapest vegetables. Yet, Lima always noticed. Quietly adding generous servings of handmade noodles to their dishes. Ajia laughed heartily. "Lima, we are here now. The flavor of your hot pot remains as delightful as ever." Lima smiled warmly, "Glad to hear that. What are you two up to now?" Lu Di scratched his head and replied, "We are in software development." "Oh, you little ones are doing well," Lima responded, half understanding. "But I've heard programmers work really hard, sitting in front of the computer for hours on end without moving. You both take care of your necks and backs, all right?" "Sure." The two recently acclaimed programmers, revered in the internet sphere, nodded gravely at Lima. After she left, Lu Di and Ajia glanced at the mountain-like piles of hot pot before them. Who needs a top-tier restaurant lacking warmth when this is available? They wiped their mouths, exchanging a knowing smile. Then they shared a serious look. Same old rule? Whoever finishes last cleans up? Deal. 3, 2, 1, go. Food flew as the two devoured their meal, greasy mouths and all, disregarding their table manners, astonishing onlookers. Lu Di, you maniac, are you a vacuum cleaner? Ajia, are you a woman? Eating so slowly. 5 minutes later, Ajia lay sprawled in his chair, his belly distended, a bit dazed with spicy oil at the corner of his mouth. Lu Di elegantly wiped his lips, unbothered by the small amount of food. Lu Di, there's a creative meeting at the company at 2 p.m. You need to come back with me. Ajia struggled to sit up straight and said to Lu Di, I'm not going. Lu Di shrugged. The consequence of not going is that you'll be left to sweep the floor for Lima. Ajia threatened. Sweep? I'll do it. Oh, I truly have no way with you. Ajia sighed helplessly, chugging a large gulp of soda. What are you doing every day? The company is on the rise, and you don't want to participate? Do you still want to play the stock market? I heard from Professor Wang that you were that mysterious stock trading expert. No wonder there's so much cash in the company's accounts. But isn't working hard to make our company go public and owning our stocks more enjoyable than trading stocks? Lu Di smiled slightly. Ajia, the best decision I made recently was inviting you to help run the company. With you here, I feel at ease. Ajia was touched by Lu Di's words. He blinked away some moisture in his eyes and said earnestly, no matter how you say it, this company is still yours, and I need to share some strategic insights with you. We have been quite successful in unfamiliar and interest-based social networking, amassing a large user base. I think it's time to start considering profitability. As he spoke, Ajia glanced at Lu Di, who nodded slightly, seemingly contemplating other matters simultaneously. Sigh, Ajia sighed in resignation. It seems you are not very interested in this either. However, there is one thing you must attend. Lu Di then turned to Ajia. What is it? Our college reunion. Ajia smiled mysteriously. In the name of Creator, I sponsored this year's reunion. The venue is on the rooftop of our company. Lu Di looked puzzled. Why at the company? From what I understand, you don't seem to be someone who craves vanity. Ajia paused momentarily and replied, I am indeed not. And neither are you, but many of our classmates are. Do you know how they have been talking about you these past 2 years? They say you are a fallen genius, that you've gone blind, that your mind is useless, that you've turned into an idiot. The rumors have grown increasingly ridiculous. I can't swallow this humiliation. Agia declared, so, I set the reunion at our company's rooftop to announce to them, to showcase who you, Lu Di, truly are. You were always ahead of everyone in school, and even after graduation, you still are. Then, in a tone that brooked no argument, Agia stated, Lu Di, you must listen to me on this matter. Lu Di found himself both amused and exasperated. Deep down, he had never thought about proving anything, but seeing his best friend's resolute expression, he swallowed back his refusal. He smiled slightly. All right, we will keep it within reasonable limits. Agia nodded appreciatively, then abruptly snatched the phone from the table and stood up. As he hurried away, he couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Di, I'm off to the meeting. You clean up here, haha. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, the reunion is tomorrow. As he shouted this, Agia was already in a taxi. As for the Lamborghini Lu Di had given him, he claimed it was too ostentatious and loud, so he didn't drive it. 10 minutes later, Lu Di begrudgingly cleaned up the fragrant spicy hot pot. Although it felt like a bit of a waste of time, compared to the kindness Li Ma had shown him during his tough times, this was nothing, just a trivial gesture of gratitude. Ding ding ding, Lu Di's phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar yet familiar number. Situ Yin, Lu Di's girlfriend from college. The current girlfriend of the nouveau riche Guoqian. What could she want? Lu Di answered the call. The other party's voice, gentle yet tinged with a hint of fragility, inquired, Hello, Lu Di. How have you been lately? Not bad, what do you need? Lu Di replied with a calm demeanor, devoid of any intention to reminisce. There was a slight hesitation from the other side. I do have something. My father wishes to meet you, as does my mother. They are quite anxious and want to see you right away. Sure. I'm at the fragrant spicy hot pot place, you know, the one next to the school. Lu Di did not ask any further questions. He still harbored a tinge of guilt regarding Situ Yin. If it were a small favor, assisting her would conveniently alleviate that guilt. The other party fell silent for a moment before softly saying, We'll be there shortly, thank you. 20 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz sped into view. Coming to a halt right in front of the hot pot shop, Situ Yin was the first to alight, dressed in a floral dress, followed by her father, Situ Zhou. Subsequently, a plump, elegantly dressed middle-aged woman emerged from the back seat. Lu Di squinted to take a closer look. Goodness, is this a family affair? Ah, Xiao Lu, it's been a long time. Situ Zhou strode forward, shaking Lu Di's hand with enthusiasm and greeting him warmly. Behind him, Situ Yan's mother, Li Yueshio, stepped into the small establishment, waving her hand to dismiss some invisible dust with a look of disdain. Finally, there was Situ Yin, who kept her head down. It's been years, Xiao Lu. How have you been faring? Li Yueshio remarked, observing Lu Di, who was holding a broom, with a hint of resignation. It seemed she had intended to make a jibe but, for some reason, swallowed the latter part of her sentence and replaced it with a smile. Lu Di then turned to face Situ Zhou, whose smile was genuinely warm. Well, this was rather obvious. Could it be that their esteemed son-in-law, Guoqian, had revealed some lucrative tidbit? But that didn't seem likely. Situ Yan's father was an executive at a major publicly listed company and wouldn't be troubled by financial matters. Moreover, judging by Li Yueshio's disdainful expression, it was clear that they still looked down upon Lu Di. Just as before, perhaps Guoqian hadn't dared to mention the loss of territory either. Lu Di smiled lightly. What brings you all here? Li Yueshio pinched her nose and said, Xiao Lu, the matter we wish to discuss is rather important. How about we move to a nicer CAF and sit down to talk? She then glanced at the kitchen and added, Oh, and please ask your boss for a leave of absence. At Buck Coffee House, the Situ family appeared significantly more relaxed. Previously, they had felt as if they were in a slum, where everything was dirty and undesirable to touch. Li Yueshio straightened her posture, her pride returning as she slowly remarked, Xiao Lu, please don't hold it against me. My opposition to your relationship with Yin was quite unavoidable. Back then, although your grades were excellent and you were intelligent, it didn't guarantee future success. Did it? Look, 3 years have passed and you're still. Yueshio, less is more. Situ Zhou interjected, frowning as he interrupted his wife's words. Liu Xiao rolled her eyes and muttered, "Am I wrong? Mom, please stop. Ludi has always been outstanding." Situ Yin tugged at her mother's sleeve under the table, urging her to be quiet. Situ Zhou slowly pushed a cup of water towards Ludi and smiled. "Ludi, I'll be frank, I have something to ask of you." Ludi raised an eyebrow. "I heard from our Yin that you were best friends with Zhang Tianjia during your university days?" "Yes." The CEO of Creator Company, Zhang Tianjia. Situ Zhou forced a smile. "I'd like to request your help in introducing me to President Zhang." Situ Yan's father, Situ Zhou, was not an ordinary executive. He worked for one of China's top internet giants, Penguin Group, and Situ Yin was not just anyone. Just days ago, at the headquarters of Penguin Group, she had been ordered by Vice President Li Dao to ensure that Creator Company was acquired. She was the vice president at the time. Situ Zhou displayed a bitter smile. "Our group wishes to discuss some business with Creator, but I've been waiting outside their door for 3 days, and President Zhang refuses to see me." Lu Di shook his head in resignation. "If you intend to acquire them, of course they won't see you." Situ Zhou was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Di would accurately discern the situation. However, he quickly understood. Penguin Group had a notorious reputation. When encountering excellent companies, they either plagiarized or acquired them. No wonder Lu Di thought this way. Situ Zhou sighed. "I'm left with no other options. I genuinely hope you can assist me with this. If I fail to close this deal, I fear for my position." Lu Di glanced at Situ Yin. Initially staring blankly at him, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt, lowering her head, unable to meet Lu Di's gaze. Since the moment she had seen Lu Di, an inexplicable feeling had surged within her. Lu Di was still Lu Di, yet at this moment, he seemed entirely different from before. He appeared even more handsome, exuding an intangible aura, seemingly low-key yet incredibly powerful. He was both casual and exuded a subtle pressure that was difficult to decipher. Lu Di let out a soft sigh. Situ Yin had done nothing wrong. Her family background and mindset had predetermined that she and Lu Di would never be on the same path. Reflecting on the guilt from their breakup, Lu Di smiled slightly. "President Situ, regarding Creator Company, just tell me what you need. I will help where I can." "Haha, how amusing," Liu Xiao interjected, crossing her arms with a nosy demeanor. "What business of Creator has anything to do with you? Just because you and Zhang Tianjia are friends doesn't mean he'll heed your words. Furthermore, who knows, perhaps Zhang Tianjia, now in a prominent position, has long forgotten about you." Lu Di replied calmly. "I maintain a very good relationship with Ajia, and he listens to me." "Enough?" Liu Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Situ, I see he's merely after money. I've already advised you against this lengthy discussion." Then, she pulled out 2 stacks of cash from her bag. "Lu Di, here's 50,000 yuan. If you can introduce my husband to Zhang Tianjia, and they manage to meet, I'll give you another 50,000 yuan. How about it? Surely that's worth several years of salary at your little CAF, right?" Liu Xiao looked at Lu Di with an air of financial extravagance, tilting her head. Lu Di glanced at the stacks of cash, then at Situ Zhou, and chuckled softly. He stood up and said, "For Situ Yin's sake, I will discuss this matter with Ajia." With that, Lu Di turned and left. Watching Lu Di's departing figure, Situ Yin found herself lost in thought for a long time. He remained as stubborn as before. No matter the challenges he faced, he was unwilling to reveal a vulnerable side, and even less inclined to accept help from others. What a piece of work, accomplishing nothing yet still with such a temper. Liu Xiao suddenly spat. Turning to Situ Yin, "Yinner, ever since you broke up with Lu Di, you haven't contacted Ajia at all, not even a phone call. Ajia is so outstanding. Why couldn't you maintain that connection?" Situ Yin cast an accusatory glance at her mother. "I see it your fault. Ajia was just a salesman. You forbade me from associating with someone like him, calling them inferior. You ungrateful girl, I only want what's best for you." Liu Xiao retorted, glaring at her daughter before turning to Situ Zhou with concern. "Situ, I don't find Lu Di trustworthy at all. Relying on him is futile. Don't you have any other plans?" Situ Zhou furrowed his brows tightly. What other options are left? Only that last resort remains. What last resort? Liu Xiao perked up at the mention. Situ Joa's face flushed as he gritted his teeth. It's to put my pride on the line. Tomorrow, Yinner will be attending a reunion at Creator Company, right? We'll have to muster the courage to join in. We'll confront Zhang Tianjia directly. Upon hearing this, Situ Yin became anxious. Dad, you can't do that. My classmates will laugh at me. Situ Zhou sighed heavily. Laughing? What does that matter? If I lose my position, our family will starve. I've made a firm promise to General Manager Li Dowd. I must go tomorrow. With that, Situ Zhou rose and headed for the car. You too, take a taxi home today. I need to report to General Manager Li at the group. The following day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The city was often shrouded in haze, but today the sky was clear and blue, stretching endlessly down. The headquarters of Creator Company, graduates from the 2002 business management class of Haisher University were continuously arriving. Haisher University is a prestigious institution in China, and the business management program has a reputation for producing elite graduates. Many of these students, 3 years post-graduation, held prominent positions as executives, entrepreneurs, or department managers. Yet now they were all cautious and respectful. The Creator Company before them was simply too dazzling. Everyone knew it was destined to become a future giant, akin to Baidu, Alibaba, or Penguin, establishing itself as a globally recognized super internet empire. With the invitation from the CEO of Creator, this would undoubtedly be the most significant gathering for the business management students. This year, the venue for the reunion was also different from previous years, taking place on the rooftop terrace of the tallest building in Haisher, Rongting. The view here was unparalleled, offering a sweeping panorama of half the city. Equipped with a helicopter landing pad, a small golf course, a swimming pool, and a petite garden, this locale exudes unparalleled luxury. The venue, arranged for an outdoor buffet, resembles an elegant European garden party. Coincidentally, today's guests are all clad in formal attire. The ladies don elegant long gowns, while the gentlemen sport meticulously tailored suits. Yet, amidst this refined gathering, two individuals stand out in stark contrast, appearing rather out of place. One is Lu Di, who stubbornly opts for a timeless white shirt and jeans, prioritizing comfort over conformity. The other, Sun Dongming, is dressed in a polo shirt and casual trousers, his feet adorned with a pair of generic leather shoes. He holds the position of team leader in the cybersecurity division of the Huaxia Network Security Bureau's Haisher branch. Recently, he has been preoccupied with work, lacking the inclination to dress up, and his mere presence at the event is commendable. These two are, in fact, college classmates from 4 years ago. At this moment, they sit at the edge of a secluded rooftop. Distanced from the bustling crowd, bored, Sun Dongming pulls out a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes, tossing one to Lu Di before lighting one for himself. They squint at the distant throng, adorned in opulence, sipping champagne and engaging in animated conversations. Laughter, both hearty from the men and delicate from the women, occasionally drifts their way, encapsulating the serene atmosphere of high society. Goodness, it resembles a vampire family's soiree from the movies, Sun Dongming remarks, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Him, this scene is rather absurd. He finds it incomprehensible and has no desire to understand or integrate. Lu Di, with a knowing smile, glances at his former classmate, who has not washed his hair in days, his fingers stained from smoke. Anyone would suspect that this athletic prodigy from college has since taken on the role of a hacker-catcher. Dongming, judging by your demeanor, it seems life hasn't been treating you well lately, Lu Di observes. Alas, it's been 3 years since I last returned home, and I can scarcely recall what my wife looks like. Sun Dongming replies with a bitter smile. I've been embroiled in a tussle with a hacker, exhausting every tactic, yet I haven't even caught a glimpse of him. I've never encountered such a formidable hacker in my years in cybersecurity. I've scrutinized every IP, accessed all available surveillance footage, and consulted all my informants in the field. And still, no one has an inkling of who this individual is. It's utterly baffling. Sun Dongming sighs, resting a hand on Lu Di's shoulder. What do you think? Where could this fellow be hiding? Lu Di puffs on his cigarette, his gaze flickering. Who can say? Hackers can be elusive, hiding far or near, even right under our noses. Right under our noses. I'd scare him to death. Sun Dongming chuckles, stroking the stubble on his chin. Listen, Lu Di, no matter where he is, I must apprehend him. Otherwise, what is the point of my position as team leader? Ha, good luck. Lu Di chuckles wryly, feeling somewhat helpless. Sun Dongming's character remains unchanged. Among the partygoers, glances are occasionally cast towards Lu Di and Sun Dongming. Situ Yan's expression is complex as she dares to steal a glance at Lu Di, while Guo Qian's face brims with resentment. Many female classmates, upon seeing Lu Di for the first time, are taken aback, astonished by his striking handsomeness and unique charisma. Several single ladies find their hearts fluttering. The brightest among them is none other than the once-renowned campus beauty, Zhou Shuitong. Standing nearly 170 centimeters tall, she dons a form-fitting sequin gown that accentuates her flawless curves, devoid of any excess. Having ventured into the entertainment industry post-graduation, she has gained a measure of fame and is idolized by countless fans. Her frequent glances towards Lu Di incite jealousy among the majority of the men present. Why does the goddess choose to gaze at him, a mere nobody smoking in the corner, rather than at me? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a classmate who has encountered misfortune since our graduation, booms a deep voice, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It is Feng Haohan, their class monitor from university. His father is a factory owner, and after graduation, he took over the family business, now a well-to-do entrepreneur himself. As for this classmate, I believe you all know who I'm referring to, Feng Haohan continues, feigning a downward gaze. He was the genius we all admired during our university days, predicted by our teachers to achieve far greater success than the rest of us. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, shortly after graduation, he suffered a tragic accident, leaving him disabled. His mind has also deteriorated, reducing him to an inconspicuous, unaccomplished individual. A strange smile crosses Feng Haohan's face. He is none other than our dear classmate, Lu Di. Look, he doesn't even dare to face us now. I propose we collectively visit our unfortunate classmate and extend our condolences to this pitiful soul. Upon hearing this, the crowd displays a variety of expressions. Many reveal looks of pity, and the previously starstruck female classmates are suddenly awakened to reality. So what if he is handsome? Who would fantasize about a romance with a fool? Yet, more individuals wear smirks of malice, such as human nature. When you are on high ground, everyone admires and flatters you. But when you fall from grace, many revel in schadenfreude. For when people realize they cannot conquer you, they hope for your misfortune, wishing you to fall as low as possible. Only then can they satiate their warped psyches. Amidst the crowd, one person's expression is particularly complex, Guo Qian, who was utterly crushed by Lu Di during the experimental graveyard incident. Only he knows that Lu Di is far from the mediocre facade he presents, but rather possesses terrifying power. Yet Guo Qian says nothing, merely forcing a smile as he watches the crowd approach Lu Di. He knows that even if they pooled all their assets, they could not compare to Lu Di. After all, Lu Di is the man who can spend 5 billion without batting an eye. To approach him would be sheer humiliation. Allow me to introduce, Feng Haohan leads the group slowly towards Lu Di and Sun Dongming at the rooftop corner. Ahem, Feng Haohan clears his throat, smiling brightly at Lu Di. He waves his hand as if addressing a blind man. Lu Di, it's me, Feng Haohan. Do you still remember me? We were classmates in university, attended classes together. Can you recall? Lu Di, cigarette in mouth, raises his gaze slightly but remains silent. Laughter erupts from the crowd. Feng Haohan's antics make it appear as though he is treating Lu Di as a village simpleton. The class monitor's behavior is excessive but amusing. Noticing Lu Di's silence, Feng Haohan turns to Sun Dongming and remarks, Dongming, what are you doing hanging around with him? Shouldn't you come to us? Can Lu Di even communicate with normal people now? Can you converse with him? At this, the crowd bursts into laughter again. Sun Dongming lifts his head, frowning deeply, biting hard on his cigarette. Feng Haohan, are you out of your mind? Huh. Feng Haohan is taken aback. Sun Dongming slowly rises, his expression fierce. Are you also bored? Are you here to mock the common folk under the guise of high society? What gives you the right to consider yourselves upper class? Have you watched too many movies? Hurry and enjoy your ridiculous champagne, and don't disturb us. The crowd is startled by Sun Dongming's sudden outburst. They know his fiery temper. He abhors injustice and detests the hypocritical. Perhaps that's why he set aside a promising business career to join the Cybersecurity Bureau. In a sense, Sun Dongming can be regarded as a kind of police officer, the legendary internet police. What are you staring at? Move along. Sun Dongming places his hands on his hips, glaring fiercely. The crowd genuinely fears him. If provoked, he might just throw a punch. Dongming, you lack manners. Feng Haohan retorts, trembling with anger, pointing at Sun Dongming but too intimidated to approach. Let it go. Let it go, Haohan. Let us go drink. The crowd, in a flurry, pulls Feng Haohan away. Who would dare provoke these two? Humph. Sun Dongming scoffs, sitting back down. Lu Di, I tell you, the best way to deal with such people is to confront them directly. These so-called upper-class individuals are nothing but blustering cowards. Suddenly, a stir arises in the distance. Tianjia is here. Mr. Zhang has arrived. Oh my, it's been ages, Tianjia. Lu Di and Sun Dongming look up to see a Jia finally finishing his work and ascending the stairs. The moment everyone sees him, their demeanor shifts entirely, as if they would kneel to worship him. A Jia politely responds to the crowd while scanning the room. Upon spotting Lu Di and Sun Dongming in the corner, his expression turns exasperated. I invited you, and you choose to hide in the shadows? Haha, Lu Di, today you can't escape. Without hesitation, a Jia swiftly organizes the luncheon. 10 minutes later, everyone gathers before a small stage. This has been specially constructed by a Jia for the class reunion speeches. The host for this gathering is none other than the unanimously elected class monitor, Feng Haohan. He holds a microphone and slowly walks onto the stage. Today marks our annual class reunion. I am quite excited. First, I would like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, a Jia and Mr. Zhang. Thunderous applause erupts. I just toured the creator company, and the technology and luxury here have left me in awe. This place is truly the company of my dreams. And I am in absolute awe of my classmate Ajia. Applause erupted once more. Following this, Feng Haohan spoke with a serious demeanor. Next, we shall commence the first segment of our reunion, where each of you will take turns to share your recent endeavors. Of course, we shall save the speech of our esteemed General Manager Zhang Tianjia for the end, as the grand finale. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone flattered, "Oh, does General Manager Zhang's remarkable achievements even require an introduction?" Everyone has witnessed them, leaving us utterly astounded. Indeed, it would suffice if General Zhang merely offered me some guidance. An introduction is unnecessary. Ajia smiled faintly, saying nothing further. He truly did not require an introduction. However, this segment was particularly significant, for he intended to grandly unveil the true owner of the company to everyone. One by one, classmates began to eagerly take the floor. Hello everyone. Do you remember me? Wu Guang. 3 years ago, I established my own chain of restaurants, and now we have reached 30 locations across 7 cities. The crowd erupted in applause. Outstanding. I am Yinles Han, and my illustrious business hotel has been awarded 5 stars this year. When you visit Haishur, feel free to stay with me, all complimentary, haha. The applause returned, grandly. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Road. I may not have any remarkable achievements, but my husband's family has climbed 1 spot on the Haishur Rich list this year, now ranking at 350. Another round of applause. All the girls cast envious glances. She was indeed a wealthy lady. With over 40 classmates, each shared a brief statement about themselves, introducing their extraordinary status for a solid half hour. Each person succinctly highlighted their exceptional standing, yet it was merely a display of wealth and a competition of superiority. The least among them managed a small company, yet such individuals felt utterly ashamed. When Sun Dong took the stage, he uttered a single phrase. If any of you dare to commit crimes online, I shall recognize no kin and apprehend you all. The crowd felt a wave of embarrassment. Finally, it was Ajia's turn to slowly ascend the stage. After a round of applause, the audience fell silent, attentively observing the classmate they regarded as the most accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Ajia, require no extensive introduction. However, I must take this opportunity to introduce an important individual. As Ajia spoke slowly, curiosity swept through the crowd. Who? An important figure. The audience exchanged glances. Who else could be of such significance? Ajia smiled proudly. That would be my good brother. Lu Di. An uproar ensued among the crowd. Surely not. What merits does Lu Di possess that warrants an introduction? Suddenly, someone realized General Zhang truly was a man of loyalty, achieving such success while still remembering to uplift his college best friend. The crowd was left in awe of Ajia's generosity. Yet, it seemed a bit misplaced, directed towards Lu Di, who was hardly a promising individual. Lu Di, a poor fellow and a disabled individual, what was there to introduce? The audience felt a twinge of regret. If only they had cultivated a better relationship with Ajia during their university years. Otherwise, wouldn't they now be soaring to great heights with Ajia's support? Lu Di shrugged and slowly made his way to the stage. Ajia stood beside Lu Di, excitedly stating, "Dear classmates, I am here to reveal Lu Di's true identity." Just as Ajia was about to continue, a commotion arose near the elevator. "Let me through. My daughter is inside. She is a classmate of your general manager." At the elevator, Situ Zhou and Liu Eshio forcefully brushed past the security guards, striding boldly into the venue. Upon seeing the newcomers, Ajia's heart sank as he realized they were senders from the Penguin Group, here to negotiate the acquisition of the twins. Nevertheless, given that Situ Yin was Situ Zhou's daughter, it would be inappropriate to publicly dismiss him. Ajia smiled from a distance. "Uncle Situ, we are currently engaged in a gathering. We can discuss your matters privately shortly." "Very well, General Zhang." For reasons unknown, Situ Zhou appeared particularly assertive today, smiling slightly. "However, do please expedite the conversation. I fear you may become flustered." Ajia merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Situ Yan's father was a senior executive at the Penguin Group. Ajia's company was impressive. Having business dealings with Penguin, Ajia continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of achievements and net worth, none of us can compare to one person, and that is my good brother, Lu Di." General Zhang is indeed loyal and humble. Lu Di is merely a waiter. Can he truly be considered in terms of worth? Liu Eshio, Situ's mother, whispered under her breath. However, at that moment, Ajia was speaking, and her comment was audibly clear to everyone. "A waiter?" The crowd stared at Liu Eshio, then shifted their gaze to Lu Di. Though Lu Di had his challenges, he was a graduate of a prestigious university. They had assumed he could at least secure a job as an office worker. Yet he was merely a waiter. Some couldn't he help but chuckle. Ajia suddenly furrowed his brow. Situ Zhou shot a glare at his wife, whispering, "Silence. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Lu Di's status is irrelevant. But you have offended Zhang Tianjia, and how will I negotiate?" Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed from afar. A white private helicopter slowly approached. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What was this? Gradually, they could see the large letters emblazoned on the helicopter's body. Penguin Group. What on earth? A helicopter from the Penguin Group. What significant person has arrived? Situ Zhou wore a smug expression. "Himph. I promptly reported to General Li Dowd at the group yesterday. How fortunate that today coincides with Yan's reunion. Allowing me to meet Zhang Tianjia. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I specifically requested the group's vice president, Li Dowd, to personally handle this. We must secure the twins at all costs." Situ Zhou squinted at the approaching helicopter, feeling a swell of pride. With Li Dowd personally involved, the aura was indeed extraordinary. They would soon land on the rooftop helipad and step off the helicopter with great flair. Just the sheer presence was enough to overshadow the small creator company. "Let us see how you refuse my acquisition." Meanwhile, inside the helicopter, Li Dowd wore a proud expression. "The creator, Zhang Tianjia, you are simply too insignificant." The crowd on the rooftop stared wide-eyed at the Penguin Group helicopter. Filled with awe, luxury cars were common, and many owned them. But a helicopter was a rare sight. This represented not just wealth, but status, prestige, and corporate scale. The Penguin Group was truly formidable. "Li Dowd, we are preparing for landing," the pilot in the front called out. Li Dowd nodded slightly. Suddenly, a signal crackled through the helicopter's radio. "Calling Dongguai 308, please respond." The pilot was taken aback, quickly replying, "Dongguai 308 received. Please go ahead." "Dongguai 308, you are occupying my legal flight path. Please divert immediately to avoid delaying my landing." Both the pilot and Li Dowd were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Boom! Another roar of engines filled the air. A sleek, black luxury private helicopter was approaching from a distance. Two helicopters, one black and one white, drew near the Rongting Building's helipad. What on earth? Another one. What is this, an aviation exhibition? It was rare to see even one private helicopter in the city, let alone two. Dongguai 308, divert immediately. You are infringing upon my legal flight path. The voice from the radio sounded again. The pilot trembled. His helicopter had indeed not applied for flight clearance today. Li Dowd appeared utterly perplexed. Li Dowd, we must divert, the pilot shouted. A confused Li Dowd could only nod blankly. As the Penguin Group's helicopter diverted, the black private helicopter slowly approached. The crowd finally discerned the lettering on the aircraft. Creator. LD. 000001. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. The Creator? The private plane of the Creator? Unbelievable. LD 000001. What an impressive designation. Agia was truly remarkable. The crowd gazed at Agia with expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, our esteemed chief executive officer of the Creator, Zhang Tianjia, stood there equally bewildered. He looked at Lu Di with a puzzled expression. What does this mean? Lu Di shrugged. You know, I don't have a car. And you bought a helicopter instead? Agia's eyes widened. Lu Di responded helplessly. No, the car I wanted wasn't for sale. They said I had to upgrade to some membership. So I opted for convenience and bought this helicopter instead. Agia was left speechless, slowly extending his thumb towards Lu Di. Lu Di shrugged. Strictly speaking, this helicopter is more of a bonus. Agia, you can keep it for fun? Agia found himself at a loss for words. Stunned, he replied, You are truly too gracious, thank you. The helicopter roared, stirring up a gust of wind. The black helicopter landed steadily on the Creator's helipad. Subsequently, a tall young man stepped off the helicopter. Looking a bit disheveled, he glanced around briefly and headed straight for Lu Di. It was Xie Yuanjing, the sales manager of Seaway. He approached Lu Di, saying, Mr. Lu, the Bell 210 luxury private helicopter you ordered has arrived. As per your instructions, it is painted black, with the Creator's name on it. The designation has also been registered as you requested, LD 000001. Additionally, your custom limited edition vintage car, the SS454, has been delivered downstairs. Please check it. Having spoken, Xie Yuanjing slightly bowed and handed the document bag in his hand to Lu Di. A profound silence enveloped the room. The spectators' heads oscillated like pendulums, their gaze vacantly shifting between the private helicopter and Lu Di. Good heavens, this is LD 000001. Could it be that Lu Di actually possesses the means to acquire a private helicopter? Pft! Feng Haoan, having taken a sip of champagne, suddenly spewed it out. Thud. The LV bags held by Situ Yin and Li Yueshio fell to the ground. Today, the 3 chapters were completed ahead of schedule. And there will be no updates tonight. We shall continue tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to at home this evening. Haha. Wish everyone a pleasant weekend. Cheers. 109. Academic achievement. Just give me the paperwork. Ajia, somewhat helpless, accepted the documents handed over by Xie Yuanjing. Lu Di nodded lightly in agreement. The procedures for a civilian helicopter are notoriously complex, and for Xie Yuanjing to have completed them in under 2 days. It is evident that he possesses an exceptional intellect, extensive connections, and unparalleled efficiency. I truly did not misjudge him. Such talent would be a tremendous loss if overlooked. The graduates from the business administration department stared blankly at Lu Di's enigmatic smile. Their hearts racing. What manner of identity does Lu Di possess? How could he afford a private plane? Wasn't he supposed to be a failure? Yet, other assets could be fabricated for the sake of appearances. However, this aircraft surely cannot be faked, can it? What a lively scene. A voice of admiration echoed from the elevator. Li Weimin, the president of Haisher University, along with Professor Wang Yuan Kue, a mentor to many students, stepped out of the lift. Upon witnessing the rooftop spectacle, both were momentarily taken aback. These students are indeed more remarkable with each passing year. Recovering their composure, the two strode forward. The students were left bewildered. They had naturally invited Professor Wang to the reunion, but the presence of President Li was unexpected. Haisher University is one of the top 10 prestigious institutions in Huaxia, having served as president for 9 years. His stature is self-evident. He is a ministerial-level official and one of Huaxia's top 10 economists. His fame was established early on, earning him international acclaim. Countless large enterprises sought to recruit him as a spokesperson or strategic advisor. But he turned them all down. President Lee shuns fame and fortune, preferring to devote himself to academic research. He rarely attends any events, yet today, for a mere reunion of Business Administration Class 02, he has come in person. While it is true that all present are President Lee's students, he has taught for decades and has nurtured thousands. It is unheard of for him to appear at any of their gatherings. Something unusual is afoot. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, President Lee, undeterred, approached the stage with fervent eyes, grasping Lu Di's hand tightly. President Lee appeared somewhat agitated, his lips trembling slightly. The audience fell silent in an instant. Lu Di, the patent you entrusted to me. I reported it to the Huaxia Academic Achievement Committee yesterday. Although the official evaluation results will take some time to emerge, the reviewers within the group, upon reviewing your patent proposal, were nearly sleepless through the night. They unanimously believe that your 3 patents are undoubtedly of a caliber worthy of the Huaxia Award, and moreover, a gold Huaxia. As President Lee grew more animated, he exclaimed, Lu Di, you are truly exceptional. You are my greatest pride in the 20 years of my teaching career, and also the greatest pride of Haisher University in its 70 years of history. The Huaxia Award, the pinnacle of invention awards in Huaxia. The graduates present were taken aback. This is the highest patent award in Huaxia. It is the dream of every scholar engaged in research. Whoever secures even a bronze Huaxia award brings honor to their family. The path ahead in academia would be paved with opportunities. Furthermore, receiving recognition from the Huaxia Award indicates that the patented technology possesses undeniable economic value. Each technology patent beneath the Huaxia Award has the potential to spawn billion or even 100 billion level industries. Even for a top university like Haisher, fewer than 10 Huaxia Awards have been awarded throughout its history. Moreover, the highest record is merely a silver Huaxia. Yet Lu Di is poised to receive a gold Huaxia, and not just one, but 3 at once. The crowd was left in awe. All of them are students of Haisher University, each having harbored dreams of obtaining a Huaxia Award. Even making it to the selection for the Huaxia Award with their inventions would suffice. They recalled that during their studies, a renowned senior proposed a new modern economic management theory and was shortlisted for the Huaxia Award, ultimately receiving an academic contribution award. Although it was merely a contribution award, it still fell far short of a bronze Huaxia. However, that senior was immediately courted by major enterprises, receiving job offers with annual salaries in the tens of millions before even graduating. That was a mythical existence. Yet now, the seemingly disabled Lu Di is capable of presenting 3 patents that may very well secure a gold Huaxia Award. This is simply inconceivable. No wonder even President Lee would come in person. Lu Di's capabilities are extraordinary. These 3 patents will undoubtedly render his future limitless. Li Weimin made a concerted effort to calm his emotions and continued, Lu Di, the other 3 patents you possess, I have temporarily set aside as a trump card, preparing to vie for this year's Nuremberg International Invention Award. In my estimation, the remaining 3 patents are bound to astonish the international invention community. Upon the utterance of these words, the venue erupted into a chorus of gasps. What more could there be? This time, it is the Nuremberg International Invention Award, a name that resonates profoundly. The Huaxia Award is a top-tier accolade within Huaxia, while the Nuremberg is on an international scale. The prestige of the awardees elevates them from national to international recognition. If inventions under the gold Huaxia can generate 100 billion conglomerates, then with proper application, the technology that garners the Nuremberg Award could potentially create 1,000 billion enterprises. The audience was rendered speechless. So this is Lu Di. For 3 years, he had been quietly dedicated to research and subsequently unveiled 6 groundbreaking inventions to astonish the world. This intellect, this knowledge, this endurance, this resilience is truly awe-inspiring. Situ Ma and Li Yueshio, lacking in formal education, slowly regained their senses. She understood that the cost of a helicopter is exorbitant. Lu Di is not impoverished. Yet my husband is also well off. As for those academic accolades, she comprehended nothing. What good is having impressive grades? It's akin to the exemplary student from the neighboring family who was outstanding from elementary school through university. What use is it? After graduation, they still end up working for someone else. With a disdainful curl of her lip, she thought to herself, oh, By the way, there's one more small matter, Li Weiman remarked, taking a red certificate from Professor Wang's hands, and chuckled. I hope you won't mind. This certificate has a printing cost of 8 yuan, but it is the only token of our gratitude that we, Haisher University, can offer you. He then slowly unfolded the certificate, presenting it to the crowd. Donation certificate student Lu Di, thank you for your generous donation of 100 million yuan, which will be utilized for the construction of a new technology exhibition hall. After deliberation, the school has decided to name the exhibition hall the Hall of Creation. On behalf of countless students, Haisher University expresses its highest respect and gratitude to Mr. Lu Di, Haisher University Administrative Committee, July 3, 2020. 110. The transformation of humanity. Lu Di gradually received the red certificate, unable to suppress a knowing smile. The donation of 100 million is not what matters. What is truly significant is the sense of accomplishment that comes from aiding countless students through one's efforts. An honorary certificate? Li Weiman's expression of gratitude is genuinely heartwarming. The students were left dumbfounded. A donation of 100 million to aid the construction of a technology exhibition hall. Is this a trivial matter? The Hall of Creation. This is an endeavor that will be etched in history. They were all rendered speechless. Class leader Feng Haohan trembled violently as he held the champagne, the bubbly colliding and splattering within the glass. He murmured, 3 patents that may win the Gold Huaxiao Award. 3 patents aiming for the international award. In the future, his worth is simply incalculable. By this logic, 100 million is indeed a mere trifle. Situ Ma and Li Yueshio, upon seeing that certificate, could no longer maintain their composure. She hastily pulled her wealthy son-in-law Guoqian from the crowd. Li Yueshio was somewhat flustered. She whispered, Guoqian, didn't you mention that your company's 3 billion project fell through because a super magnate splurged 5 billion to seize your land, and then donated 100 million to the school? Guoqian wore a dejected expression, unable to conceal the truth. He nodded gloomily. Situma was instantly taken aback, staring at Lu Di on stage in disbelief. So, the one you always claimed was disabled and a vegetable, the one working in the restaurant, is the super magnate who surpasses everyone else? Guoqian bitterly nodded. Half of the initial capital for his real estate company came from the Situ family. After the villa project failed, he had boasted about the mysterious magnate to assert that it was not his incompetence, but rather the other's overwhelming strength. The individual who could casually part with 5 billion without batting an eye. Merely seeking peace and quiet, and even donated 100 million to the school. By all accounts, this magnate's worth must exceed 1,000 billion. At that moment, Li Yueshio had not blamed her son-in-law, after all. Who could contend with such a formidable opponent? There is no choice but to revere such magnates. However, Li Yueshio never anticipated that the individual she envisioned as a local tycoon, a certain chairman of a large group in his 50s, would actually be Lu Di, the former boyfriend of her daughter, a restaurant waiter with a missing eye. Slap? Li Yueshio's hand suddenly struck her forehead. Her expression was one of profound sorrow. She felt a bit dizzy, her body swaying unsteadily. Situ Zhou hurried to support her. With a choked voice, Li Yueshio lamented, I devoted half my life to selecting a worthy son-in-law for the Situ family, yet the one I held in such low regard turns out to be the most exceptional of them all. What a tragic mistake. How could I have been so blind? Li Yueshio pounded her chest in despair. At that moment, a group of management students finally clarified their thoughts. All that resonated in their minds were 4 words, regret beyond remedy. Who on earth told me that Lu Di had lost his wits? Who said Lu Di was working in a restaurant? Who initiated the mockery of Lu Di? I was foolish enough to believe it. What now? The Lu Di before us is clearly the one who possesses a private helicopter. The Lu Di who has created 6 patents, eligible for the Huaca Gold Award, and can gain international acclaim. The Lu Di who casually donated 100 million to his alma mater. There is no need to guess how wealthy Lu Di truly is. With such talent, monetary value is merely an accessory. Even if he had no desire for profit, wealth would inevitably flow toward him. Those classmates who just boasted about how substantial their businesses were, how profound their backgrounds were, and how glorious their futures appeared, now stood in disgrace, rendered speechless. Although the graduates of Class 3 were indeed talented, the most they could hope for was to mingle in the middle echelons of society. The vast majority were worth only tens of millions, far less than the casual donations from Lu Di. Observing Lu Di, who was conversing with Principal Li, their expressions slowly transformed into determination. Such formidable connections must be forged. What does it matter if I lose face? So what if I previously looked down on him? I must approach him. Networking requires a certain degree of flattery. Ah, Lu Di, it truly is you. I believed in you back in college. A genius is still a genius. Ever so outstanding. We can only look up to you in awe, never to surpass you in this lifetime. Ha ha. Lu Di, my old classmate. I run a tech company. We should discuss your patents. Perhaps we can collaborate. Lu Di, let me remind you. I used to help you with your meals in college. Do you remember? Ha ha. Lu Di, we had our disagreements back in university, but with your magnanimity, you surely won't hold it against me, right? Isn't there a saying that goes, no pain, no gain? In an instant, a throng of classmates surged onto the stage, each engaging Lu Di in animated conversation, resembling old friends reunited after many years. Ajia smiled helplessly. His grand introduction would likely be delayed. With a sigh, Ajia remarked, if Lu Di were to light a cigarette now, would you all rush to offer him a lighter like in the movies? Haha. Zhang, don't joke around. I finally understand why you have such a close relationship with Lu Di. You are both big shots, both impressive figures. By the way, Lu Di, do you smoke? I have some Huazi here. The campus bell. Zhou Shuitong sashayed over, exuding an enticing fragrance. Her cheeks flushed. She shyly said, Lu Di, you are truly peculiar. Nearly every boy in college wrote me love letters, yet you didn't. You are so special. I wonder, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to invite you to dinner. The implication was unmistakable. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Everyone looked at Lu Di and Zhou Shuitong with smiles. And this time, no one dared feel jealousy. They wore expressions filled with mischievous anticipation, hoping Lu Di would grasp their meaning. We wholeheartedly support you in courting the goddess. We are your good brothers. United in this endeavor, as the reunion developed, it transformed into a grand drama of human nature. In school, Lu Di was a powerhouse, with everyone placing high hopes on him, eager to associate with him. In the rumors, Lu Di was reduced to a failure, with everyone kicking him while he was down, mocking him upon meeting. Yet in reality, Lu Di had ascended to heights they could not fathom. People shifted once more, becoming sycophantic, vying to curry favor. Even in the matter of dating the campus belle, they silently supported him unconditionally. This clearly illustrated that there is no respect without reason, no understanding without merit, and no support without cause. Lu Di shook his head. Perhaps it was not their fault. Such is the nature of society. Those who can remain unsullied amidst the muck are as precious as diamonds. Like a Jia, like Sun Dongming, like Tuayi. A date? I have no time. I expect to be quite busy tomorrow. Lu Di smiled gently, then glanced towards Situ Zhou, who was making an effort to approach from the periphery of the crowd. As a senior executive of Penguin, Situ Zhou's shirt buttons had already burst open, and his tie was in disarray. Upon seeing Lu Di and Ajia looking his way, he felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He shouted frantically, Zhang, you can't do this. Our group's plane cannot land yet. Vice President Li Dowd is still on the plane. He has matters to discuss with you. As juniors, you cannot be so unreasonable. The crowd finally recalled. On that private jet of the Penguin Group, there was still a significant figure in an awkward situation. The aircraft was currently circling near the building. 111. The arrival of the big shot. The helicopter's engines roared. The private jet of the Penguin Group circled for some time. The pilot scanned the area but found that while the rooftop of Rongting building was large, there was hardly any flat ground aside from the helipad. It posed risks and could not be approached carelessly. Moreover, there were numerous towering flagpoles. Hovering at low altitude was also unfeasible. Li Dowd's brow furrowed, his face flushed with anger. A disastrous start. How humiliating. He had never felt so embarrassed. He watched the bustling crowd below, along with the helpless Situ Zhou. How could the dignified Penguin Group be reduced to an ignored entity? That little creator was infuriating. Ultimately, Li Dowd decided to swallow his pride. As long as he could secure their acquisition, they would be at his mercy in the future. He could enter their board, alter their strategies, seize their traffic. leading them to inevitable demise, 1,000 ways to do so. At that time, he would deal with them. Li Dao opened the cabin door, leaned out, and shouted, "Zhang Tianjia, listen to me. I am Li Dao, vice president of the Penguin Group." In a daze, the crowd below faintly heard a voice amid the roaring of the plane, drifting like a beggar's call. Jia sighed, signaling the crowd to part, and looked up at the sky. He tilted his head and strained to hear, "Huh? Zhang Tianjia, listen to me. I am Li Dao. I have matters to discuss with you." "Huh? I am Li Dao. I have matters to discuss." "Huh? A river has a boat?" Jia strained his ears. Could he really hear? Of course. Li Dao was practically shouting his lungs out. Everyone could hear. However, Penguin was the biggest competitor of the twins. Moreover, Jia himself held no favorable impression of the plagiaristic Penguin Group. Most importantly, Lu Di had said that the creators would not accept acquisitions. Thus, Jia pretended to be hard of hearing. "I am Li Dao. I want to invest in your company for mutual development." "Huh? Rowing together?" Li Dao was on the verge of spitting blood. "Name your price. We can negotiate." Jia waved his hand dismissively, raising a glass of champagne. Not discussing. Drinking now." The classmates were left in a daze. Was this a negotiation? This felt more like a comedy, ground-to-air negotiations, conversations solely reliant on shouting. Zhang Tianjia still hard of hearing. They had never witnessed such an absurd negotiation, and the opponent was the supergiant Penguin Group. From the look on Zhang Tianjia's face, he didn't seem inclined to acknowledge them. Everyone secretly gasped in admiration. Jia, the creator, was indeed formidable. Today was quite an eye-opener. Only Lu Di wore a smile, quietly observing everything. Cough, cough, cough. On the plane, Li Dao, having overexerted his voice, broke into a violent cough. "Enough?" Suddenly, a deep voice echoed within the cabin. "You are making a fool of yourself, bringing disgrace upon our group." Li Dao's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, silence fell. He dared not utter another word. "Bring the plane down to the edge of the rooftop." The deep voice commanded the pilot with authority. The pilot did not dare hesitate. He maneuvered the aircraft, lowering its altitude, searching for a safe landing area as he approached the rooftop's edge. However, the rooftop was cluttered with debris, making it impossible to get too close. Ultimately, the helicopter hovered about 1 meter high. Roughly 1 meter from the rooftop's edge, the crowd above gazed at the aircraft, puzzled. Was it about to disembark? This seemed a bit dangerous. Li Dao leaned out, gripping the cabin door tightly, peering outside. Instantly, his body trembled. Good heavens! This distance seemed short, yet it was the rooftop of the 89th floor. The figures on the ground had already blurred. Should he misstep, he would be shattered to pieces. Not only him. I suspect few would dare to step out recklessly. Li Dao found himself in a quandary once more. "Step aside." The authoritative voice echoed again from behind. Li Dao quickly moved aside, gazing in awe at the interior of the cabin. Then, a middle-aged man in a black suit slowly emerged from the cockpit. This man was handsome and resolute, exuding an imposing aura. His expression was stern as he approached the edge of the cabin, stepping out with confidence. With that one step, he stood firmly at the rooftop's edge. As steady as a mountain, the height of 89 floors felt like solid ground to him. He showed no fear. He slowly approached the central position on the edge of the rooftop, his gaze sharp as he looked far ahead at Lu Di and his entourage. Hiss! A sudden chill swept through the crowd. What is this? It's Tang Hualong. He has been sitting in the helicopter all along. His titles are numerous. President of the Penguin Group, its founder, the second richest man in China, and ranked 103rd on the Forbes billionaire list. He is extraordinarily powerful, so much so that no introduction is necessary. His fame is ubiquitous, a figure almost mythical in the realm of news. Countless biographies, innumerable reports, legends of his extraordinary entrepreneurial journey. He is the idol of nearly all internet entrepreneurs and the quintessential success story frequently cited by trainers. A character of fantasy, rumored even to be a time traveler from the future. Wielding unmatched power over half of the internet, he has actually come. But why? Is it to acquire the creator? That seems unlikely. For someone of his stature, such action is unwarranted. He is, after all, the very soul of the Penguin Group. The crowd was once again filled with doubt. Is the creator truly that formidable? Does he warrant the attention of the Penguin Group and Tang Hualong himself? At this moment, Si Tuzhou, an executive of the Penguin Group, stood there like a statue, frozen in disbelief. He knew that the group regarded the Gemini as a significant threat, the greatest in 3 years. The mere fact that Vice President Li Dao came forward to negotiate spoke volumes. He, Si Tuzhou, had indeed reported today's plans to the group. However, he never imagined the president would come in person. Even he, as a high-ranking executive, rarely saw the president throughout the year. Tang Hualong is not only seen as a deity in the eyes of the outside world, but is revered as a god among the employees of Penguin. The scene today was almost too surreal for Si Tuzhou to comprehend. "Good morning, everyone," Tang Hualong stated, standing with an air of indifference, yet his regal presence immediately filled the space, tightening the hearts of all present. He greeted them politely, leaving them uncertain whether to respond or remain silent. Tang Hualong then smiled slightly and called out, "Friends of the Creator, since I have come in person, I hope you will grant me the courtesy of a few moments to converse." The crowd collectively turned to Ajia, who furrowed his brow. Although he did not regard the Penguin Group highly, the presence of this super magnate, Tang Hualong, was overwhelming. Ajia pursed his lips and took a tentative step forward, only to hear Tang Hualong call out again, "President Zhang Tianjia, a young talent who has managed to organize the Creator so efficiently in a short time. I admire your efforts. You are one of the most outstanding management talents I have encountered in recent years. However, today, I wish to meet another core figure of the Creator, the true founder, the genuine mastermind behind the scenes face to face." Tang Hualong raised his voice, the intensity resonating within the hearts of those present. After speaking, he nodded towards Ajia, standing with his hands clasped behind him, casting his gaze upon the crowd. An indescribable, intangible aura radiated from him, instilling fear in those who dared to approach. Just as Ajia was about to confront this formidable adversary, he hesitated, torn between advancing or retreating. Suddenly, he heard a soft sigh. A strong hand rested on Ajia's shoulder. Indeed, President Tang of the Penguin Group lives up to his reputation. From the crowd emerged a young man who had previously gone unnoticed. Lifting his head with a chuckle, "Junior Lu Di, at your service, President Tang. Greetings, dear readers. Here are today's 3 chapters. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to several readers, Chun Bei Xian, bored to death, and a few friends whose usernames are numerals. Thank you for assisting me in combating that author who imitated my work at a certain point. Rest assured, if someone imitates, it means my writing is still commendable." 112. The pressure of greatness. This unexpected response caught everyone off guard. They turned their heads in disbelief, gazing at Lu Di, their eyes wide with shock. The rapid succession of events left them bewildered, their minds increasingly muddled. Lu Di raised his chin slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he adjusted his white shirt and began to stride forward. His figure gradually emerged from the bustling crowd. Tang Hualong, having faced countless trials and tribulations, even life and death struggles, now basked in glory, commanding numerous enterprises and leading elite teams, wealthy enough to rival nations. His gaze was profound, his presence as imposing as towering mountains. With depths that seemed unfathomable, it appeared that within a radius of several meters around Tang Hualong, there existed an invisible force field. The weak trembled inexplicably upon approach, finding it difficult to take a single step closer. Even from a distance, the crowd sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from him, the air tinged with a subtle chill. Some wished to move closer to the magnate, but found themselves lacking the courage to take that first step. This was the presence of a king, a glimpse of the apex among humanity. Yet Lu Di merely shook his shoulders and walked forth with ease, exuding an air of casual indifference. He faced the world and this super magnate with composure, his smile unwavering even before the might of a mountain. His demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant. In comparison to Tang Hualong, Lu Di's aura was far more gentle and ethereal. While it lacked the kingly fierceness and dominance of Tang Hualong, it possessed an unyielding spirit, a casual yet defiant attitude. The two stood on equal footing, one fierce and robust, the other ethereal and elusive. As Lu Di stepped forward, Ajia gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. What propelled Ajia forward was a sense of determination and a bond forged through shared trials. Meanwhile, their classmates stood frozen in place, filled with awe as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Lu Di and Ajia reached a clear space, standing less than 2 meters from Tang Hualong. They were also close to the hovering helicopter, its engine roaring, the massive rotors stirring up gusts of wind that whipped their clothes. On the rooftop of the 89th floor, framed against the azure sky, they looked down upon the entire financial center of the Sea City. The three locked eyes for a full minute, exuding an air of rivalry befitting top-tier magnates. The sight inspired an inexplicable solemnity and admiration among the onlookers. From afar, the graduates instantly grasped a few key phrases. D-San? Did President Tang just refer to him as D-San? D-San? Isn't that the initiator of the creator? Sure, listen closely. The graduates perked up their ears. You can simply call me Lu Di. Lu Di paused before adding, acquiring our humble creator shouldn't necessitate President Tang's personal involvement. Haha, indeed it shouldn't. Tang Hualong replied, lifting his chin. Not only should it not, but I have not been involved in specific operations for 3 years. My group has developed over several decades, establishing a comprehensive operational mechanism. Under normal circumstances, it would be our expansion division that would handle such acquisitions. However, it is well known that I come from a technical background, and I still take pleasure in research. Tang Hualong smiled knowingly, his eyes gleaming with approval. Not long ago, I was astonished to encounter the Gemini's emergence, particularly its core algorithms. Before my arrival, I pondered what sort of individual could conceive such algorithms, and what sort of person could so profoundly understand human nature. Tang Hualong nodded slightly. Today's meeting indeed surpasses my expectations. Lu Di's gaze flickered as he nodded. So, you came today merely to see me? Essentially, Tang Hualong laughed, looking skyward. Although the creator is exceptional, the acquisition matter is trivial for my group. Even if you were to develop freely, you would be incapable of shaking my foundations. My group has dominated the Chinese internet sector for many years. Deeply rooted and expansive, like a colossal ship encountering a small vessel in its path, it can be crushed effortlessly. There is no need for me to exert excessive effort. Tang Hualong's words radiated confidence. Given his stature, he naturally wouldn't regard the newly established creator with any seriousness. His mindset was simply that of a seasoned leader, taking a casual interest in something novel. One cannot blame him for this perspective. As he had occupied a top position for many years, his pride far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Yet, in Lu Di's eyes, this was sheer disregard. He maintained his composure, asserting, though our Gemini is small, it is utterly impossible for the penguin to acquire us. I would also caution President Tang. While your colossal ship may be grand, turning it around is no simple feat. Lu Di smiled slightly. President Tang, be wary of a misstep that could lead to eternal regret. Impossible to acquire. A misstep leading to eternal regret? Ha ha ha! Tang Hualong chuckled heartily, shaking his head. Why Penguin Empire has developed for 22 years. We employ a total of 83,000 staff members. Our subsidiaries span the globe, listed on NASDAQ, with a market value in the trillions. We engage in nearly every facet of internet business, communications, entertainment, finance, transportation, public services, e-commerce, countless products across various fields. We are the industry leader in dozens of sectors, with 890 million communication users, 530 million entertainment users, and 260 million users across other services. We have 6 major business groups, diversifying our approach. Our investment footprint extends to hundreds of offline businesses. We are virtually omnipresent and omnipotent. Can a mere Gemini app truly shake us? Tang Hualong shook his head with a smile and remarked, to think that I, a figure of considerable stature, would be discussing the strengths of my conglomerate with someone as junior as you is indeed somewhat amusing. He continued, to put it succinctly, a single word encapsulates the current standing of my group, monopoly. He then added, to summarize the position of its creator, under the immense pressure of my conglomerate, they are but frail and feeble. Subsequently, Tang Hualong shook his head again, saying, for decades, countless companies have declared war against my Penguin Empire, yet now, they have all crumbled into dust, leaving not a trace behind. Tang Hualong's words were filled with passion and grandeur. Even the classmates afar could hear him clearly. Everyone felt a sense of shame. Indeed, the Penguin Group was such. It possessed an arrogance that could hardly be overstated. For it had dominated the internet for years. Numerous ventures under its banner had reached the pinnacle, unassailable. With its vast user base, any new field it sought to enter was nearly guaranteed success. Especially in recent years, the Penguin Group, bolstered by formidable capital, had continuously invested in new domains, establishing a foothold across various industry chains. Any emerging company, upon merely hinting at future trends, would find Penguin inevitably encroaching, either through acquisition or pressure, or even outright suppression. In such a powerful empire, competitors found it exceedingly difficult to survive. Teng Hualong's meaning was clear. What does your modest success amount to in my eyes? Insignificant. Should you refuse my overtures, your fate will be one of obliteration. The crowd had already begun to suspect that Lu Di was likely the mysterious founder they had heard of. Their hearts were struck with renewed intensity. Even the thriving Zhang Tianjia owed his success to Lu Di. No wonder Jia had wanted to introduce Lu Di so grandly. Lu Di was indeed formidable, yet remarkably low-key. But the situation was shifting too rapidly. Before they could fully process their astonishment, the founder had reached a crucial juncture. You needn't worry unnecessarily, a classmate suddenly whispered. This is a tremendous opportunity for the creator. The crowd turned in unison. The classmate chuckled lightly. Jia and Lu Di have already achieved success in their venture. If they accept Penguin's acquisition, not only will they reap substantial rewards, but their company will merge into the Penguin system, receiving support to soar to new heights. Realization dawned upon them. Another classmate remarked, "Who are Lu Di and Jia? Exceptionally astute. They would naturally avoid a confrontation with Penguin. They are bound to sell the company and then enjoy their newfound wealth." The crowd could not help but exclaim, "Indeed. So young, yet absolutely free in wealth." Then, they once again turned their gaze to the distant clearing, only to see Lu Di standing firm as a mountain, smiling as he asked, "General Teng, what was it you said about countless companies?" Teng Hualong, hands clasped behind his back, replied, "They have turned to dust, gone bankrupt." "Not that." Lu Di's expression shifted. Teng Hualong frowned. "Did they declare war against my Penguin?" Lu Di sighed softly. "The Penguin Group is undeniably powerful, a colossal entity, unshakable for years. But the past is merely the past. Even the mightiest dynasties undergo continual evolution. What more of a mere enterprise? Today, I, Lu Di, representing the Creator, formally declare war against you, Penguin." With that proclamation, Lu Di's gaze sharpened. "Wait, did I hear that correctly? Lu Di has declared war on Penguin. Is he not being a tad too audacious? What good can come from challenging them? It could very well lead to the annihilation of the entire Creator." The classmates were momentarily in disbelief. Even Jia felt a shiver run through him as he stared blankly at Lu Di. Yet, in but a few seconds, Jia's expression shifted, replaced by fervor and unwavering trust in the figure before him. He, Jia, was not one to concede defeat easily. Since Lu Di had made his decision, then through fire and water, he would follow without hesitation. Teng Hualong was momentarily taken aback. This young man possesses courage. Slowly, his demeanor softened, and a smile graced his face. Teng Hualong suddenly laughed. "Lu Di, you seem to be under a misapprehension. My visit is not to exert pressure on you, nor to coax you into submission." "I am well aware of that." Lu Di replied with a calm smile. "You wouldn't personally intervene over a mere skirmish with our small company. Your status is elevated. You merely wish to observe the spectacle. Moreover, you have never truly regarded me as a threat. I am not here to target you today." Lu Di declared, standing tall. "To be forthright, from the inception of the Creator, we have viewed Penguin as a rival. This battle is unavoidable." "Ha ha, splendid, splendid. With such conviction, you are already remarkable. I shall eagerly witness this performance." Teng Hualong responded, casting a glance at Li Daoud on the plane. At that moment, Li Daoud finally steeled himself and leaped from the aircraft. Teng Hualong shook his head. "Lu Di, I advise you not to underestimate my subordinates. They are brimming with youthful exuberance and will not exhibit the same temperance as I, should you engage them. Their methods may leave you bewildered." Lu Di chuckled coldly. "A bunch of timid souls. They do not intimidate me." Teng Hualong frowned as he watched Li Daoud rush over. Breathless, he felt somewhat helpless. Today, this vice president of the group certainly lacked gravitas. Lu Di then suggested, "General Teng, Why don't we make a wager? Oh. Tang Hualong regarded Lu Di with keen interest. You and I declare war. Let us wager on the outcome. Lu Di teased. Should your penguin group concede first? I would ask you, General Tang, to register an account on my twin platform and publicly acknowledge your defeat. As for me, should I concede? No need. Tang Hualong interrupted Lu Di with a proud laugh. There is no shame in youthful arrogance. But there is no need to pay for every act of bravado. Your defeat is inevitable, but I shall not make you bear any cost. Today, I, Tang Hualong, promise that on the day the Creator faces defeat, you may come to me, and I shall allow you to call me Master. From that moment on, you may follow me into the fray, haha. Lu Di hesitated for but a moment. Tang Hualong of the Penguin Group was indeed a master of strategy. His personal visit was clearly meant to exert pressure, yet he executed it without a trace. All the confrontational tactics were left for his subordinates, while he maintained an air of seniority. After vanquishing the Creator, he could even recruit Lu Di for his own purposes. Alas, he was perhaps a touch too confident. Thank you, General Tang, for your lofty regard, but the day you anticipate will never come. Then, Lu Di stated with gravity, regarding the declaration of war, should I lose, I shall relinquish the core code. Haha. Excellent. Tang Hualong exclaimed, sweeping his sleeve and turning towards the helicopter. He said nothing further, tacitly acknowledging the declaration of war. If negotiations failed, then he would first deliver a heavy blow. In the end, the outcome would be the same. The Creator would undoubtedly submit. At this point, Li Dao had approached, initially with a bewildered expression, then glaring at Lu Di. You are the mastermind behind the Creator? Did you just declare war on our General Ting? Lu Di nodded slightly. You are exceedingly arrogant, overestimating your capabilities. How dare you defy General Tang? You shall have no pleasant outcomes. As Li Dao spoke, he cast a frantic glance at Tang Hualong, who had already reached the plane, remaining calm and collected. He crossed the vast expanse in a single stride and boarded the aircraft. Li Dao, still catching his breath, ran back in haste. Yet, after staring at the 1-meter distance for a long time, he dared not step forward. Tang Hualong sighed slightly. The plane roared to life and took off into the sky, leaving behind a forlornly Dao. At this moment, Situ Zhou and Li Yueshio also approached Lu Di. Situ Zhou, visibly excited, pointed at Lu Di with trembling fingers. You are actually the founder of the Creator. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Lu Di shrugged. I told you, matters concerning the Creator are for me to discuss. You. Situ Zhou pondered for a long while, left speechless. In an instant, he angrily retorted, You dare declare war on my group? You have reached the pinnacle of arrogance. You? The repeated shocks were overwhelming. Gazing at the calm and smiling Lu Di, Situ Zhou found himself at a loss for how to vent his pent-up frustration. He never imagined that the elusive founder of the Creator he had been desperately seeking would be this unremarkable young man. No wonder he had appeared so composed in the CAF that day. It seemed that even Zhang Tianjiao was merely his assistant. Situ's mother, Li Yueshio, shook her head with a frown. Lu Di, you are indeed the mastermind behind the Creator. I must admit you possess talent. I once held hope for you, intending to facilitate a reunion with Yenner, but now it seems you are courting disaster. Having achieved some success, you have become forgetful of your place. It is wise for our Yenner to distance herself from you. You truly cannot withstand scrutiny. Your meager assets against the Penguin Group? Prepare for bankruptcy. At this moment, an enraged Li Dao had returned, his face a mask of frustration. The anger from being dismissed by the president had been transferred directly to Lu Di. He gritted his teeth. Kid, you're finished. Your Creator is finished. I will ensure you are completely bankrupt within a month. We shall return now to devise a counter-strategy. Lu Di shrugged and smiled. The stairs are over there. Feel free. 114. After the two, Situ Zhou and Li Dao, retreated in disarray, Lu Di and Ajia stood at a distance, gazing into the horizon amidst a gentle breeze. Ajia, are you afraid? Waging war against the penguins might lead to utter ruin. Lu Di chuckled lightly. Pfft. What is there to fear? Life has its ups and downs. I have nothing to lose. Worst case scenario, I can return to selling clothes. Jia replied dismissively. But the penguins might actually be afraid. Jia shaded his eyes with his hand, looking at the helicopter of the penguin group, and remarked, otherwise, why would Teng Hualong personally come here? As he spoke, a smile spread across Jia's face. To be able to contend with a supergiant like Teng Hualong is truly something to be proud of. Regardless of winning or losing, the thrill is what matters. Just saying that would bring glory to my family. Haha, my cousin back home would definitely think I'm bragging. Lu Di shook his head helplessly and patted Jia on the shoulder. This is nothing. There will be even more thrilling experiences ahead. This is just the beginning. Who knows, maybe one day you, Jia, will surpass Teng Hualong? Jia nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at Lu Di and said, you know, your methods are indeed extraordinary. It's quite possible that day will come. Lu Di shrugged. Jia continued, by the way, what are we going to do next? Rest. Lu Di pondered for a moment. Tell all employees that tomorrow will be a day off. We will discuss everything afterward. What? Rest. I confirm it. Jia scratched his head. Why does this feel like the last meal before heading to the gallows? Meal. My foot. Observing the two conversing merrily in the distance, a business management graduate blinked in disbelief, feeling somewhat bewildered. Everything that had just transpired seemed too surreal to be a dream. Lu Di was indeed the founder of the creator company, the true mastermind behind Zhang Tianjia, the legendary Emperor III. His net worth was staggering, possessing numerous inventions, and he was the actual owner of the creator company. The accolades surrounding Lu Di made others look up to him, leaving them feeling inferior. However, it was only until the previous scene that everyone was truly awakened from their slumber. Lu Di was still able to contend with a supergiant like Teng Hualong. That conversation on the rooftop, no one dared to step forward. They could only watch from a distance. This represented a disparity in social class, a realm where mere presence could intimidate others into retreat. An insurmountable chasm, a veil of darkness enveloped everyone's hearts, making each person feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. Such power was utterly incomparable. Those who still wished to befriend him had completely abandoned the notion. People felt a profound sense of loss. At that stage, it was an entirely different world, beyond comprehension, and of course, when the crowd thought about the creator soon going to battle against the penguins, all they envisioned was the creator's impending downfall. It was utterly impossible to defeat the penguins, yet this time, no one displayed a mocking expression. All that remained were gazes of reverence. Lu Di's broad-mindedness and grandeur had completely won them over. Even if Lu Di were to fail again, no one would dare to underestimate him. This time, there was a tacit understanding among the crowd. No one discussed Lu Di's identity as Emperor III. No one dared to flatter him anymore. They simply approached Lu Di and Jia to greet them before silently withdrawing. Jia left midway to arrange for the day off downstairs. He then returned to the rooftop, sitting quietly with Lu Di. As the sun set, both felt an immense sense of tranquility. Yet, online, a storm was brewing. Within just a few hours, major headlines were updated simultaneously. Emerging company creator declares war on internet giant. Leaders of two companies engage in rooftop showdown, igniting fierce conflict. Renowned economists analyze. Creator has no chance of victory. Business star Gemini faces powerful opponent right after rising. Annihilation seems inevitable. Online survey. In the battle between penguins and Gemini, who do you support? Following the 3Q war, another online conflict erupts. Can anyone dethrone the penguins' dominance? Among these news articles, without exception, a photo was posted on the rooftop of Ronting building. Three figures faced each other in the wind, with the dazzling Gemini sign shining behind them. However, the photo was taken from a far distance, only allowing a blurred outline of the figures to be discerned. Their exact identities obscured. Jia and Teng Hualong's personal backgrounds were once again unearthed. Moreover, they both garnered numerous supportive fans. Yet, even when combined, their fan base paled in comparison to the mysterious Emperor III. The image of Emperor III remained a silhouette in black. Surprisingly, the classmates who were aware of Lu Di's identity maintained their silence. No one leaked any information. It was a reflection of their profound respect for Lu Di. The comments beneath the news were increasing at a staggering rate, broadly divided into two camps. Entrepreneurs with experience, fully aware of the penguin's might, rallied in support of the penguins, asserting that no one could conquer such a behemoth. The other faction consisted of numerous scattered netizens. They supported Gemini, this highly creative software, hoping it could defeat the penguins and shatter the internet monopoly, allowing more innovative products to emerge. These discussions quickly became the hottest topics online. Moreover, their popularity showed no signs of waning. People eagerly speculated what tactics the two sides would exhibit next. What kind of thrilling contest would unfold? Watching the news being frantically pushed to his phone, Ajia felt curious. Who took that photo? I remember there were no cameras here just now. Lu Di chuckled. I did. 1:15. Are you still looking for investments? Ding. Lu Di's phone received a message from Gemini. Hi Tina. Mr. Lu, do you have time tonight? Closing his phone, Lu Di stood up and patted Ajia on the shoulder. Tomorrow we rest. Enjoy a lazy sleep. Ajia still felt somewhat helpless. What are you going to do? A date. Lu Di turned to leave. Calling out over his shoulder, the Misa nightclub, one of the most luxurious nightclubs in the city. Not only does it boast private KTV rooms, but also a sprawling dance floor of over 1,000 square meters. Countless affluent individuals indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle here. It was currently 7 p.m., the time when people began to gather in a VIP room on the second floor. Haitina gazed through the glass at the dance floor, where numerous slender women in revealing attire swayed their hips. The alluring flickering lights and faint scent of alcohol were quite enticing. Haitina slightly licked her lips, retracting her gaze from the dancers. She needed to refocus. Today was a day for serious discussions. The club's doors swung open, and 2 rows of waitstaff bowed in unison. Lu Di, clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, despite their modest price, appeared refreshingly elegant due to his looks. What a fine young man! Drawing the attention of the numerous beautiful women on the dance floor, their hearts stirred. They would surely find a way to share a drink with him later. Lu Di ignored all distractions, his gaze fixed directly on the second-floor room. He spotted Haitina's long, graceful legs and stockings elegantly shifting direction. Lu Di smiled inwardly, even in a gathering of such stunning beauties. This woman outshone them all. Unfortunately, on the second floor, Haitina also noticed Lu Di being welcomed by numerous waitstaff. She slightly pouted her lips. Teske, what a display. It seems this place has seen you. Mr. Lu, more than a few times. Ascending to the second floor, Lu Di pushed open the door to the room. The spacious area was dimly lit, with only Haitina present. Several candles flickered on the table, and the air was filled with the intoxicating scent of her Van Cleef Arpels No. 5 perfume. Lu Di, I sense you are encountering a crisis, and I seem unable to help. The voice of the little demon suddenly echoed. Lu Di instinctively glanced around. Hee. That woman's perfume contains active fragrance, designed to entice the opposite sex. You might just fall into a romantic trap. Lu Di replied helplessly. Are you only 8 years old? Stay out of adult matters. All right. Little demon retreats. Lu Di calmly sat down, smiling at Haitina. Miss Tina, it seems you've made ample preparations today, even going out of your way. Haitina was momentarily taken aback, then straightened her posture and smiled. Since Mr. Lu graces us with your presence, I must certainly prepare well. Dressed in a low-cut cocktail dress, the neckline barely reached her shoulders, exposing half of her fragrant shoulder, it must be said. Her 2 ample bosoms alone could ignite the primal desires of any man. Not to mention her azure eyes, an exquisitely crafted face that could score a perfect 99. Mr. Lu, let us get straight to the point. Haitina gently tilted her shoulder, looking at Lu Di and said, You are truly bold. Having only been apart for a day, you directly declared war on the Penguin Group. Observing the somewhat inexperienced techniques of seduction from Haitina, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle. Just say what you need to say. No need for such theatrics. Haitina was taken aback again, retracting her pale shoulder and awkwardly smiling. Since you have declared war on the penguins, it naturally means the more substantial your funding, the greater your chances of success. However, because you've declared war on the penguins, it is likely that all investment banks in the industry will now keep their distance from you. Haitina brushed her long hair aside, alluringly stating, But I am confident in my judgment, and in this critical moment, I am indeed willing to discuss investment matters with you. Haha, that sounds good. Lu Di offered a faint smile, crossing his legs casually. You shall mobilize a 500 billion asset package for my company's use. And in return, I shall relinquish 10 of my shares. 500 billion? 10? A valuation of 500 billion. Haitina felt a sense of helplessness wash over her, forcing a wry smile. A valuation of 500 billion is hardly found within all of Huaxia. General Liu, please, do not jest. This hardly reflects a supplicant's demeanor. Liu Di smiled again, pulling out a cigarette to light. Amidst the blue smoke, his purple pupil flickered ominously. Haitina stared, momentarily entranced. Liu Di's features bore an indescribable wicked charm. With an otherworldly handsomeness that exuded an inexplicable allure, he exhaled a ring of smoke and declared, I am not beseeching you. I am merely informing you. In light of your trust, I present you with an opportunity for a doubled return. Liu Di paused, then added, oh, and this funding is not for the creator, but rather for my other investment firm, The Witness. The Witness? Haitina suddenly recalled that this was the same investment firm Liu Di had mentioned during their first encounter at the Gemini report. General Liu, do not tease me about doubling returns. Haitina expressed her skepticism. The creator is currently embroiled in a fierce battle with Penguin. How can you divert to an investment firm? Liu Di replied serenely, the investment division of Penguin Group has proven remarkably effective, virtually establishing a comprehensive industrial chain. If I am to contend with them, I must likewise possess my own investment firm. Giggling, Haitina could not suppress a laugh, covering her mouth. General Liu, are you not straying too far? Your core business has yet to stabilize, and you are already contemplating strategic layouts. Is that not a tad premature? Moreover, operating an investment firm necessitates the most timely entrepreneurial information, the keenest observation and insight. Ideally, it also requires cross-industry operational experience. With all due respect, you seem to lack in these areas. Ding ding ding. Haitina's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Liu Di remained silent, merely gesturing for her to check. Puzzled, Haitina retrieved her phone and discovered a document sent by Liu Di. Upon opening it, she found an analysis report detailing 10-star startups selected during a financing roadshow held by the Haisher Financing Association a few days prior. Each company had undergone rigorous vetting, showcasing exceptional models, teams, and market potential. Liu Di's report provided thorough analyses of these companies. Among them, half exhibited flaws in their models, directly marked as a pass. Of the remaining 5, 2 were mediocre, while 3 were worthy of investment, one of which was poised to become a unicorn with a projected future valuation reaching 10 billion. Upon reading this, Haitina furrowed her brow in consternation. The analysis contradicted industry predictions entirely. Moreover, the company Liu Di had critiqued was precisely the one her firm intended to prioritize for investment this year. However, as she continued reading, her astonishment grew. Unmanned fresh vending machine. This model is suitable only for first-tier cities. Second- and third-tier cities will require at least 3 years to cultivate acceptance, rendering rapid expansion impossible. Genetic cancer mutation risk monitoring. The so-called core technology of this company has been studied by American counterparts 3 years prior, and due to its exceedingly low accuracy, market validation failed, resulting in unprofitability. Capsule fitness chamber. This company has grossly inflated its operational costs, with actual profit margins in the negative. It belongs to the category of burning cash for data to deceive investors. Black box virtual KTV. This project is innovative, with profound technological barriers, fulfilling the hidden needs of young consumers, and is about to receive substantial support from major platforms, making it the most promising project. Conclusion. 3 viable investments, total capital injection of 230 million. Average equity stake of 20-30, with first-year returns projected at 700-1300. Haitina sat in stunned silence for 10 minutes. Every analysis was accompanied by detailed evidence. Each argument was nearly irrefutable. The predictions for the future were grounded in highly specialized industry knowledge and broader market trends. None of this information could be dismissed easily. Furthermore, it shattered Haitina's understanding while simultaneously sending chills down her spine. The company she intended to invest in was, in fact, fabricating data? How had she failed to uncover this? And how had she not recognized the apparent future prospects of the unicorn company? Ultimately, Haitina raised her head in bewilderment and asked Liu Di, how do you know all this? Isn't this precisely what you referred to as observation and insight? Lu Di responded, gently tilting his head to gaze out the window. Look at that woman in the black skirt. Haitina instinctively turned her gaze, eyeing a corner of the bar. A beautiful woman in a black skirt was sipping a cocktail alone. From this moment onward, she will leave with the third man who approaches her for a chat, and they will spend the night together, Lu Di stated with an air of certainty. Haitina frowned slightly, perplexed. And that little girl selling roses? The security won't chase her away. That overweight man will buy all the roses in 5 minutes. Glancing again, Haitina indeed spotted a 10-year-old girl, her clothing bulging, scanning the venue. Lu Di continued, as for that beverage server, his sales success rate will be the highest in the entire venue today. Really? Haitina's skepticism grew as she looked at the waiter in white gloves. Lu Di smiled faintly. Just wait and observe. Haitina was momentarily taken aback, half convinced, watching the scene unfold. Indeed, within 5 minutes, the waiter successfully sold several bottles of expensive liquor. A rotund man suddenly waved to the little girl, pulling out a large stack of cash to buy all the roses she had hidden in her clothing. Meanwhile, the woman in the skirt was engaged in a lively conversation with the third man who approached her. Before long, they were arm in arm, leaving together. Witnessing all this, Haitina turned to Lu Di, her expression one of shock. How did you know all this? I know everything. Lu Di leaned back in his chair, smiling. The woman in the skirt entered with a forlorn expression, likely troubled by issues of the heart. She has been scanning for single men since her arrival, seemingly seeking a one-night stand to release her pent-up emotions. Yet she struggles within herself, gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. Interestingly, each time someone approaches her, she loosens her grip slightly. This signifies her psychological defenses. Just now, I gauged her fingers' pressure. After 3 more approaches, her grip will completely relax, indicating she has fully abandoned her reservations. Lu Di remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. Poor girl. Haitina was utterly astonished. You can discern such minute details? Lu Di shrugged. The girl selling roses is likely a regular here. The security is kind-hearted and always keeps an eye on her. From that gaudy gold watch, it's clear that the man buying flowers is a nouveau riche, doing everything he can to impress the woman before him. Upon noticing the little girl selling roses, he naturally buys them all to curry favor. For reasons unknown, as Haitina observed Lu Di, so composed and astutely analyzing everything, she found herself momentarily entranced. This man exuded an aura of omnipotence. And what about that beverage server? Haitina, her gaze almost dreamy, asked Lu Di as if he were an idol. Ah, him. Lu Di smiled slightly. He is quite clever. Today is the Qixi festival, and his clientele consists entirely of genuine couples. You know how it is. Men are always generous in front of the women they cherish. Gazing at Lu Di's handsome visage, Haitina found herself inexplicably infatuated. She cradled her chin in her hands and inquired, General Lu, do you have a beloved woman? Cough. Lu Di choked on his cigarette. Turning abruptly, he was startled to see Haitina's cheeks flushed. Wait, what am I saying? Haitina suddenly snapped back to reality, straightening up in a flurry. General Lu, your powers of observation are simply astounding. Your business analysis skills are top-notch. You are truly suited to be an investor. I have never encountered anyone like you. Your observational prowess rivals that of a magnifying glass. Your analytical abilities are akin to those of a computer. If you were to diligently observe entrepreneurs and projects, you would never make a mistake. I wholeheartedly believe in your report. Under your leadership, the creator will undoubtedly stand out. You? Haitina babbled in a fluster, her words tumbling over one another. Lu Di felt an unsettling sensation rising within him. This feels rather off. Lu Di donned a smile, gently reminding her. If I am not mistaken, Miss Tina, you have a date tonight with a certain lady. Haitina's expression froze. How do you know? I detected a bottle of Ling Mao perfume in your bag, specifically designed to attract women. Lu Di squinted and smiled. I suspect you intend to use it to mask the scent of your Van Cleef Arpels number 5 after you leave here? Haitina's heart raced. Lu Di truly seemed to know everything. She indeed had a date with her girlfriend tonight. The perfume was also meant for use after she left. In the next moment, Haitina chuckled dryly, saying, Mr. Lu, please don't jest. What could a woman like me possibly offer to attract other women? Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Haidina, feeling as though she had been rescued, hurried to open it. However, the sight that greeted her was startling. There stood a robust man towering over 2 meters tall, clad in a suit with a fur collar, even in the sweltering heat of summer. Haidina racked her brain, trying to recall where she had seen him before. Abruptly, her pupils dilated. Having worked in the venture capital industry for many years, she had crossed paths with numerous individuals from both the legitimate and underground realms. This man, she had encountered at a gathering of prominent figures. This was He Hu, the notorious underground leader of High City, a figure that instilled fear in many. Haidina stammered, What brings you here? The Black Fox smiled faintly at Haidina before turning to step inside. Approaching Lu Di, he bent slightly in respect, exclaiming, Sir, you arrived without notifying me. Haidina was taken aback. The leader of the High City Underground was bowing to Mr. Lu. What was happening? Lu Di chuckled lightly. It's merely a discussion with a friend. There's no need for alarm. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the private room. She donned a black chong sam, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her figure exquisitely curvaceous. Yet, her stunning visage was obscured by an icy demeanor, for she had not only spotted Mr. D. San but also the strikingly voluptuous mixed-race woman. The two were sharing the same space. Nan Ruai, silent and poised, glided forward, only to assertively push aside the Black Fox, who was as strong as a bear. Nearly stumbling in surprise, the Black Fox looked bewildered. He had been delighted at the arrival of Mr. D. San just moments before. What had caused this sudden fury? Coincidentally, the meeting place chosen by Haidina to see Lu Di was none other than the headquarters of the Black Fox gang. It was here, on the 5th floor of this very building, that Lu Di had once single-handedly subdued over 100 thugs, completely dominating the Black Fox gang. Lu Di had barely arrived when he was recognized by a subordinate, who not only welcomed him at the entrance but also promptly informed the Black Fox leader. At this point, Nan Ruai disregarded the pretense of the Black Fox's identity, her expression darkening as she forcefully pushed past the faux Black Fox. Yet, upon seeing Lu Di, her imposing aura inexplicably waned. She gently bit her lip and bowed, saying, Sir, you mentioned you would guide our group in future developments. I have waited for you for 5 whole days without venturing elsewhere. As she spoke, an undertone of profound grievance seeped into her voice. Lu Di felt a headache coming on. How could he possibly overlook the shifts in Nan Ruai's emotions? I have been preoccupied with other matters. I will make time and come to find you, Lu Di remarked, tilting his head to glance at the taciturn Nan Ruai. She appeared quite unwilling. The meaning was clear. Today, he had no time to meet with her. Ultimately, she bit her lip, nodded in acquiescence, and prepared to leave. Ruai, Lu Di called gently. Nan Ruai turned back, nodding again. Lu Di softly urged, You must trust me. Nan Ruai paused, then nodded earnestly. You are the most trusted person in my life. A smile crept across Lu Di's lips. The Black Fox and his entourage quietly withdrew. It was only then that Haidina blinked in realization. That had indeed been the leader of the Black Fox. But who was that beautiful woman? Why did it seem she held a special sentiment for Mr. Lu? Haidina, momentarily dazed, inquired of Lu Di, Who was that just now? Lu Di shrugged. That should be what you refer to as cross-industry operational experience, I presume? Haidina suddenly recalled that the enchanting woman had mentioned waiting for Lu Di's guidance on group development. Given her demeanor, it seemed she held a higher standing than even the Black Fox. Could it be that the group referred to the entire underground world? Haidina fell into a trance. The breadth of this industry was utterly astonishing. Unbeknownst to her, a surge of jealousy rose within Haidina. Mr. Lu was such an exceptional man, a programming prodigy, a founding creator, and potentially an unparalleled investor in the future. What right did that woman have? No, she could not allow that. Haidina abruptly shifted the conversation. Mr. Lu, I believe your witness holds great potential. We must discuss this in detail. With that, she seated herself beside Lu Di. He felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Scratching his head as he said, My witness seeks not only your financial backing, but also your personal involvement. You are quite the rogue, Mr. Lu. Haidina playfully punched Lu Di's shoulder. We must converse through the night and order a few drinks. What I meant was... Before Lu Di could clarify, Haidina had already summoned a waiter, ordering 10 drinks of "Tonight I won't go home." Subsequently, she diverted the conversation away from serious matters, discussing trivialities while incessantly pouring drinks. It was clear she intended to not go home tonight. 20 minutes later, Haidina's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze hazy with intoxication. "Mr. Liu, I've never encountered a man as domineering as you. It feels as though you could conquer anything. You see, I've never been fond of men, because I feel no one can ever conquer me. But you are different. You are composed, wise, and inherently superior. I wish to bow before your denim-clad authority," Haidina said, her expression exuding seduction as she pressed her ample bosom against Lu Di's shoulder. Even for someone as resolute as Lu Di, a ripple stirred within him. Thud. In the blink of an eye, Haidina, who had been spouting drunken ramblings, collapsed, utterly inebriated and unconscious. Gazing at her exquisite visage, alabaster neck, and alluring figure, Lu Di could not help but click his tongue. With a soft sigh, he hoisted Haidina onto his shoulder, making his way to the 5th floor of the Misa venue. He sought out a subordinate from the Black Fox gang. "Find me an empty room," Lu Di requested, "preferably one that is quiet." The subordinate stared at Lu Di for a moment, then at the mixed-race beauty slumped over his shoulder, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Boss, I understand. Rest assured." Lu Di shot him a glare. "You don't understand." Yes, I don't understand your affairs. Boss, hee. 5 minutes later, Lu Di sat on a sofa, observing the woman on the bed, who was groggily tugging at her clothing. He shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Liu, you have arrived. We can be together." Haidina mumbled, clearly lost in a drunken stupor, entangled in dreams and incoherent babbling. Lu Di felt a sense of helplessness. Was it truly the case that his charm could sway even those who were not inclined? Sigh. This world is truly terrifying. Afterward, Lu Di stood, poured a glass of water for Haidina, and left a note before turning to exit. "Hello, today. I have made up for yesterday's shortcomings. Additionally, today marks the Qixi Festival. Wishing all readers a joyful Qixi Festival. May couples enjoy a lifetime of happiness, with a beginning and an end. And for the single ones, do not worry. Someone will eventually recognize your worth. Even if you have no loved one by your side, make sure to celebrate your own Qixi. After all, you still have your old companion, right?" Chapter 118. The Measures of Penguin Group the following morning. In the conference room on the top floor of the Penguin Group, Tang Hualong, the chairman who had not attended any company meetings in the past 2 years, was personally present. On either side of the elongated conference table sat numerous high-ranking executives and core technical staff of Penguin. Tang Hualong furrowed his brow as he stared at the headlines on his phone regarding the creator's declaration of war. He sighed lightly, then smirked slightly. The battle had yet to commence, yet this young man Lu Di had already garnered some attention. The boy certainly had some wits about him. Tang Hualong drummed his fingers on the table, the sound drawing everyone's rapt attention. "How is your strategic plan coming along?" Tang Hualong mused. The executives instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. This was the first question Tang had posed to everyone in 2 years. Li Dao straightened up, his eyes slightly red and swollen from a night spent developing the plan. "Chairman Tang, we have made our initial plan. First and foremost, we will eliminate any mention of the creator and the twins from all products under our group's banner. This includes comments, discussions, reposts, advertisements. Everything is prohibited. This will limit their information dissemination by at least 40 to 50. Tang Hualong nodded slightly, his expression non-committal. "Naturally, this is merely the foundation." Li Dao quickly added, "As a nascent startup, the creator undoubtedly has backers supporting it. Our group has connections with nearly all venture capital firms, and I have already dispatched individuals to investigate. Once we ascertain the details, we will demand the withdrawal of their investments. We will strike at the root. Furthermore, I have also reached out to all server providers. From what I understand, the creator's company lacks its own server units. Once we identify the source, we will dismantle their servers, causing their data to scatter. Additionally, I have informed all app download stores affiliated with us, as well as those in strategic collaboration with us, to completely hide the twins, placing them at the bottom of operational rankings even considering direct removal. Li Dao concluded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Tang Hualong's brows furrowed slightly, showing mild discontent. However, he did not intervene. Although these were underhanded tactics, they were actions that could be executed within the bounds of Penguin's capabilities, thus not violating any rules. Tang Hualong spoke in a subdued tone. Apart from these, what strategies do we have concerning the products? Li Dao smiled ingratiatingly. Chairman Tang, from the moment the twins were launched, our technology department began to study their functions. We have completely mastered their core algorithms. Tomorrow, our computer and mobile software will simultaneously update with a feature called Soul Partner. It will similarly facilitate interest matching and stranger social interactions. The same functionality, coupled with our vast user base, will soon render Gemini obsolete. Tang Hualong narrowed his eyes slightly. You are certain you have completely mastered Gemini's core algorithm? Well, Li Dao replied awkwardly with a smile. President Tang, time is of the essence. Compared to them, we may still be lacking, however. We will make real-time corrections and adjustments. Rest assured, defeating them is merely a matter of time. Tang Hualong nodded solemnly. He then fixed his sharp gaze on them. Li Dao, Situ Zhou. The task of confronting the Creator is entrusted to both of you. Victory comes with rewards. But should you fail, both of you will resign on the spot. The two shuddered under the immense pressure. Tang Hualong continued, we at Penguin are a large conglomerate. In the realm of business warfare, victories must be achieved through honorable means. While gray methods may be tolerated to some extent, black methods are absolutely forbidden. This is our bottom line. You must not cross this line. After saying this, Tang Hualong swept his sleeve and stood up, turning his back at the door. I await your news of victory. As Chairman Tang Hualong departed, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly relaxed, as if a mountain weighing 10,000 pounds had been lifted. Li Dao and Situ Zhou felt a bead of sweat forming. After a full 3 minutes of dazedness, Li Dao seized the arm of a nearby technical director. Is the soulmate feature viable or not? The technical director hesitated. It's still under debugging. Still under debugging. Li Dao exclaimed excitedly, you have 24 more hours, BY this time tomorrow. The new feature must be launched today. All programmers are to remain in the company and work through the night. Duh. At this moment, in a CAF, Gemini Network maintenance engineer Ruan Liangji was sipping coffee with several colleagues while scrolling through his phone. They had nowhere else to go, as the company had unexpectedly declared a holiday. Despite the CAF playing soothing music and the air conditioning being set at a comfortable temperature, the atmosphere among the group was rather oppressive. They glanced at their social media feeds, where the previously shared company information had all turned into link expired. Upon attempting to send Gemini software in the chat, a crimson exclamation mark appeared. Furthermore, even on platforms under Penguin, such as games, live broadcasts, and news, the term Gemini had become a taboo. Ruan Liangji sighed, brothers, our product has been blacklisted by Penguin. The other programmers, fully aware of the situation, echoed their dismay. Penguin is so powerful. They have their hand in everything. How can we continue? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Don't you find it strange? Yesterday, President Zhang suddenly announced a one-day holiday. Could it be that we're about to disband? But that doesn't make sense. Why didn't President Zhang accept Penguin's acquisition? If we were acquired, the company would not only receive a substantial sum of money, but we would also be integrated into the Penguin ecosystem, fulfilling my childhood dream of being part of one of the three giants. Acquisition? Gemini and Penguin are competitors. If we were acquired, we would be euthanized. Can you bear that? Ruan Liangji furrowed his brow. Have you all forgotten why we joined this company in the first place? The group's eyes lit up in unison. Because of the programming genius. Emperor 3. Exactly. Ruan Liangji affirmed. We still have Emperor 3. You are all engineers. Do you not recognize the extraordinary nature of our company's algorithms? Compared to Penguin's code, what do we have? The crowd replied in unison, inferior. But one programmer looked confused. Where is Emperor 3? I haven't seen him since joining the company. Moreover, even if our algorithm is impressive, Penguin's strength, he did not continue, but a shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. Ruan Liangji let out a heavy sigh. Let us hope a miracle occurs once more. On the 5th floor of the Misa conference hall, Haidina awoke in a daze. She squinted at the sunlight streaming through the window, which was rather blinding. Glancing around, she found herself on a soft, large bed. OMG. She quickly clasped her chest. What happened? Did I lose my virtue? My head hurts. She checked her attire, confirming everything was intact. Impossible. No man can be trusted. Checking her undergarments. All were in place. Looking at the sheets, there were no traces. Could there truly be such an upright man? Wait, man? Who? Hydina slapped her forehead. Yesterday, she had been with President Liu of the Creator Company. That extraordinarily handsome, imposing man who seemed to see through everything. After consuming countless drinks, she hadn't he returned home. Why was she using so many adjectives? Did he not sleep with me? How dare he? Am I lacking in any way? Wait, why am I even having such thoughts? I like women. However, Hydina felt a twinge of disappointment. She shakily sat up and suddenly noticed a glass of water and a note on the coffee table. As she drank from the glass, she picked up the note. This guy, even the handwriting was flamboyant and imposing. Why do I keep praising him? Miss Hydina, when I said I wanted you, I meant I wish to invite you to co-manage witness. If you believe I am trustworthy, the first step of the plan is to invest in these 3 startups: Black Box Virtual KTV app, Magic Face Emoji app. At the bottom of the note, a blue pin had drawn a vividly lifelike flower, a bearded iris. Hydina's favorite flower. TSK. Such arrogance. After reading the note, Hydina wrinkled her nose. I am the investment director of Fubo Capital. Fubo Capital is a top investment bank in Huaxia. I am a dignified investment queen. What do I have to do with a smelly man? Witness. Do you have an office address? Do you have bank funding? Humph. Hydina said, carefully folding the note, revealing a smile that emanated from her heart. Then she picked up the phone. Hello, it's me. Please help me contact the founders of these companies. Black Box Virtual KTV app, Magic Face Emoji app. Ding ding dong. Buzz. In the laboratory, hundreds of workers were diligently at work. Under Magician's coordination, efficiency was pushed to the utmost limit. Tasks were completed one after another, with almost no time lag. Liu Di stood in the midst, watching the scene evolve into the vision he had conceived. The progress was already halfway through. IT would be completed within 3 days without any errors. The construction workers were astonished. How could someone live in such a place, transforming such a vast space into a residence? Odd. The large machines and various high-tech equipment continuously being transported in from outside were even more astonishing. Were they constructing a production line? Was the owner of this room going to sleep alongside the production line? Strange. Looking at the handsome young man in white, they had signed confidentiality agreements and dared not inquire. Their minds wandered to a stormy night, envisioning a laboratory capable of creating a scientific monster. Bang! A massive machine suddenly jammed at the door, unable to move. A 17-year-old boy with one arm slowly stepped forward. With one hand, he lifted the several-ton machine effortlessly. He easily crossed over the threshold. The workers were left in shock after helping. The one-armed boy bowed his head in silence, returning to Liu Di's side. Xiao Xia, keep a low profile. Yes, brother. Liu Di turned to look at the resolute-looking boy. His gaze lingering on the empty sleeve, he pondered. Once the production line is completed, I will begin researching some machinery. At that time, I'll gift you something. Thank you, brother, but I don't need any gifts. Xiao Xia contemplated for a moment. I just want to find my enemies quickly and avenge my siblings. Liu Di looked at Xiao Xia. Feeling a surge of compassion, he nodded slightly. No worries. I'll help you kill him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At Liu Di's feet, a little dog stealthily crawled over, its head adorned with a device resembling a motorcycle helmet. Looking adorably clumsy, Liu Di chuckled softly, picking up the helmet. Ding Anrin, 2020.4.3 Human Consciousness Linker, Failure. This student truly possesses talent. Is it even possible to connect human consciousness? Liu Di felt a twinge of doubt. Magician remarked, theoretically, there is no reason it cannot be done, especially when people's consciousness is unguarded. This little device has great potential. I will study it slowly. Good. Liu Di slightly raised his head, and with a thought, a series of surveillance images appeared in his vision. It depicted a standalone villa surrounded by a garden. A beautiful young woman, her shoulder wrapped in a bandage and plaster, was carefully watering the flowers in the yard with a watering can. Humming a tune, She was Yin Yiwen, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, and an international assassin known as Phantom. For several days, Lu Di had been observing her. She had failed to assassinate Heishan, and her husband, Ouyang Fengyu, was left in a state of dementia after Lu Di had struck him. Yet, she behaved as if nothing had happened. Living her life as usual, healing as normal. She had not contacted anyone nor taken any further actions. Such a person, leaving no traces online, inevitably raised Lu Di's suspicions. As the perspective shifted, another scene unfolded. Ouyang Fengyu was locked in a bedroom within the villa, nearly unscathed. He sat by the window, gazing at Yin Yiwen in the courtyard, chuckling in a foolish manner. Despite being implicated in embezzlement and a plot to commit murder, these matters were merely internal family affairs. As the elder Yin chose not to prosecute him, he naturally remained free from imprisonment. Once a dashing figure occupying a high position within the Ingji group, Ouyang Fengyu now found himself in such a state. Though he had brought his misfortune upon himself, the disparity was indeed striking. Did Yin Yiwen truly remain indifferent to Ouyang Fengyu's fate? This hardly resembled the demeanor expected of a couple. Lu Di shook his head slightly. When soldiers come, the generals must meet them. When water comes, the earth must contain it. Subsequently, Lu Di retrieved his phone and dialed a Jia. A Jia, how's your rest going? Rest? What rest? I'm in a state of anxiety. You have no idea how the online community perceives us. Professional agencies are overwhelmingly negative, believing we stand no chance of victory. Moreover, your sudden decision to grant the employees a break has only added to my unease. I fear it may lead to a loss of morale. Lu Di chuckled softly. Feeling uneasy is only natural. It is only in the direst of situations that one can unleash their most formidable strength. Ajia. Ensure you notify everyone. There will be a collective meeting at the company tomorrow morning. I shall attend personally. Ajia suddenly brightened. Really? Of course, but let us refrain from mentioning my name. My title is quite simple, Emperor San. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you 2 chapters today. There will be additional updates tomorrow. Thank you for your support. I will do my utmost to keep updating. I hope you will not neglect this book. Furthermore, this book will not be brief in length. The previous brevity was due to a lack of readership. On the following morning, the network engineers arrived punctually at the creator company, only to be met with the simultaneous updates of several social products under the Penguin banner. A new feature titled Find Strangers with Shared Interests had launched. The Penguin Group had rolled out a major annual upgrade, Soulmate. The employees of Gemini were immediately cast into gloom. It was over. The Penguin's speed was astonishing, already unveiling a feature identical to ours, and this was based on their existing social software. Their user base had always exceeded ours. With similar functionalities, how could we possibly triumph? Before the engineers at Creator Company could even analyze the Soulmate feature, the announcement of a meeting echoed through the entire company. 10 minutes later, 400 employees gathered in the conference room. Some sat, some stood. The room was packed. Yet, a profound silence enveloped them, as if a mountain loomed overhead. The most disconcerting sight was the comparison data displayed on the stage screen, comparing the social software of Gemini and Penguin. Download numbers, registration figures, and activity rates updated in real time. Penguin boasted a total of 900 million users, while Gemini barely surpassed 800 million. Just 10 minutes prior, following the launch of the Soulmate feature, Penguin's activity rate had surged dramatically. It was only 9 a.m., a time when users should be bustling, yet Penguin's active users reached an astonishing 400 million and continued to rise. It was evident that they flocked to Penguin's new feature. If this continued, would Gemini not face a dismal fate? Ahem. With a light cough, a Jia, dressed in a sharp suit, slowly ascended the stage. Mr. Zhang had arrived. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on him. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 days ago, our company made a monumental decision. A Jia surveyed the room, his voice deep and resonant. That decision is to declare war on the Penguin Group. Undoubtedly, this marks a significant moment for our company. Therefore, to face and triumph in this highly anticipated battle, I have specifically invited our company as true behind-the-scenes founder, the creator of the core code of Gemini, Emperor San. As a Jia spoke, he gestured toward the crowd. Emperor San. This name reverberated across the internet, revered by countless network engineers as a supreme deity, yet none knew his true identity as a dual genius in programming and business. He was here, Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Before them stood a young man clad in a white shirt and jeans, his slightly long hair obscuring his right eye. He possessed an extraordinary handsomeness. Adorned with a calm and composed smile, observing the crowd with a relaxed demeanor. His appearance was somewhat unexpected to the Gemini employees. In their imaginations, he ought to be slightly overweight, wearing thick glasses akin to bottle bottoms. With greasy, thinning hair? Shouldn't top-tier programmers fit that mold? The Emperor San before them was strikingly handsome, resembling a top-tier idol. Furthermore, beneath his white shirt, his physique was remarkably well-defined. His rolled-up sleeves hinted at robust, well-developed biceps. Such a physique could only be described as that of a fitness god. They had never encountered a programmer like this before, a combination of both a heartthrob and a genius. Contrary to their expectations, several female colleagues felt their hearts flutter. They temporarily forgot about the impending battle with Penguin, their minds filled with romantic notions. Would Emperor San stay with the company? I must find a way to offer him coffee. Perhaps I could cultivate an office romance. Yes, that kind of domineering CEO falling in love with me. Some recognized him as Mr. Zhang's classmate, someone who had been the center of attention at a reunion. The Gemini employees stared at Lu Di, their minds suddenly connecting this figure in white with the photo of the three kings of the news. The silhouette in the photo gradually merged with the presence before them. Indeed, it was him, the legendary Emperor San. Clap, clap, clap. One person reacted first, leading the applause. Gradually, the sound of clapping grew thunderous. Lu Di smiled gently and slowly made his way to the stage. As he stood still, the applause ceased abruptly. 400 expectant gazes were fixed upon him. He turned his back to the screen behind him, his eyes lingering on the activity rate of Penguin software. The figures continued to fluctuate. 420 million. 430 million. TSK. The Penguin Group is indeed formidable. At this rate, it won't be long before they achieve full user activity. Impressive. Lu Di spoke slowly. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The harsh reality that had been evaded for a minute now struck again. What did Emperor San's words mean? Was he afraid? Did he find the data too daunting, feeling that Penguin was unbeatable? If even Emperor San was intimidated, what motivation did they have to fight? Yet, Lu Di turned, a smile on his face. I must admit, Penguin is indeed strong. The foundation built over a decade is no mere talk. It is indeed challenging to overcome. The crowd remained silent, the atmosphere thick with unease. However, Lu Di casually stepped to the right, revealing a portion of data he had previously obscured. This was Gemini's data. Downloaded users, 780 million. Real-time activity, 190 million. I contend that those of you present in this conference room, who have made it into the creator company, are all among the elite. You are all the cream of the crop. Yet, at this moment, you have all made a grave mistake. Lu Di's smile was accompanied by a penetrating gaze directed at the crowd. You have forgotten just how exceptional you truly are. A sudden thunderclap resonated in everyone's minds. Many recalled their past achievements. I was once the network technology director of a publicly listed company. I graduated with a PhD in network engineering from South China University of Technology. I developed an alumni network during my university years that became a sensation on campus. My ideas were unique, and my visual design stood out, setting me apart from the rest. I once exerted 100% effort, rising from an intern at a small firm to the position of HR supervisor. Indeed, I am quite formidable. Just a month ago, I felt somewhat lost, yearning for a grander stage to showcase my talents, desiring more challenging endeavors to prove myself, seeking exposure to advanced technologies to enhance my skills. Suddenly, I received an email. It was from the creator company, a company that was relatively unknown. Yet, the words within that email inspired me. Its prospects captivated me. The vision for its future ignited my passion. In that moment, I was elated. I felt receiving such an invitation was an immense stroke of luck. I believed that working at such a company was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How is it that now I find myself doubting my own abilities, questioning the creator company? Indeed, as Emperor San mentioned, I almost forgot that I am formidable. Perhaps even the strongest. The crowd turned their gaze toward the data of the Gemini app that they had long overlooked. 800 million users. Our Gemini had only been launched for less than a month. In just a month, We transformed from obscurity to prominence. 800 million users. This is an unprecedented achievement in the annals of the internet. With a population of 1.6 billion in Huaxia, half of them are using it. In today's internet market, having an app with 100 million users is already a remarkable accomplishment. In merely a month, Gemini connected with 800 million users, impacting countless industries. This is truly a terrifying growth, an undeniable internet influence. Who else could achieve such a feat? A sense of inexplicable pride surged within the crowd. Although the core code of Gemini was crafted by the genius Emperor San, all the daily maintenance, design enhancements, optimizations, complaint resolutions, and even the establishment of the company from scratch were accomplished through their relentless dedication day and night. How could they forget all these achievements when contemplating a battle with Penguin? These are undeniable facts. Observing the expressions of the crowd shift from confusion to determination, Lu Di smiled with a sense of relief, stating, "Engaging in combat with penguins is quite entertaining." This remark was abrupt, prompting the crowd to look again. The fact that you all stand here as creators signifies that you will never succumb to mediocrity. People gaze up to the strong, envy the powerful, and yearn for the day they can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Yet, those who truly achieve greatness do not think this way. Their thoughts should revolve around how to surpass the strong, defeat them, and even crush them. What of the penguin? Though formidable, there exists no opponent that is invincible. Even when faced with insurmountable foes, one lacks the right to wallow in self-pity before exerting every ounce of effort. Lu Di spoke with a calm yet resolute strength, igniting a flicker of hope deep within the hearts of the crowd. They silently clenched their fists. Indeed, as Emperor 3 said, "We have yet to make our efforts. Our strength has yet to be unveiled. Everything is merely at its inception." Lu Di stood with arms crossed, his gaze sweeping across each employee's face. Now, it is widely known across the entirety of China and even internationally that we, the creators, have declared war on the penguin. Let us not forget, in the eyes of outsiders, the creators, deemed to have no chance of victory, have already stood on the same stage as the internet giants. Swords drawn. Regardless of external opinions, I pose this question. How many companies in all of China can truly rival the penguin? We, the creators, are one of them. By merely taking this step, we have already surpassed the multitude. I ask again, who does not admire the courage of the creators who stand against the founder of the penguin, openly engaging in business warfare with such a colossal entity? The crowd felt a chill rise from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their hair stood on end. Emperor 3's 2 inquiries were nothing short of imposing. The various actions of the creators were equally formidable. Like a small legion caught in a tempest, swords drawn against a million-strong army. Regardless of the outcome, this stance alone was enough to command respect. Blood may spill, but who dares to disregard it? Indeed, the penguin is one of the 3 internet giants renowned throughout China, a place that all internet professionals dream of. Are not all present equally captivated? Yet now, the sudden realization that the company they serve is at war with the penguin ignites a fervor. It is a feeling of having once gazed up at it, only to now find the opportunity to potentially defeat it, a sensation both exhilarating and surreal. Who says the creators will perish? We have merely ascended to a whole new height, a height that holds the promise of vanquishing giants and achieving divinity. All eyes turned fervently towards Lu Di. His words struck a chord, penetrating the very essence of their hearts. Just a few phrases ignited a blazing inferno within their souls. Beside him, a Jia stared at Lu Di in astonishment. Deeply inspired by his words, simultaneously, he regarded Lu Di with newfound respect. He suddenly realized that his quiet, unassuming brother was imbued with such compelling charisma. In the face of the creators' employees' despondency, a single speech awakened them from their stupor, compelling them to clench their fists in determination. He is the pioneer, the creator, the leader. This is the essence and aura a leader must possess. Anyone who understands cannot help but be in awe. Emperor 3. What should we do next? The employee spirits were reignited, each eager to return to their posts, practically itching to begin. Ha. Lu Di laughed heartily. To win, mere confidence is insufficient. We must also possess extraordinary strength. I ask you, what data is paramount for an app? Download numbers. rankings, content, aesthetics. The crowd chimed in with fervor. Lu Di shook his head slightly. What matters most is user affinity. Internet products are always developed around the needs of users. To defeat the penguin, we do not need to create a plethora of diverse products. We must refine our core offering. Take Gemini, for instance. As long as it sufficiently meets user needs and is beloved by users, it will not be abandoned. Activity levels will naturally rise, and user retention will organically increase. We have nothing to fear from the penguin's competition. The crowd was once again captivated by Lu Di's words. Was Emperor 3 truly going to optimize Gemini? Yet, in the eyes of the many programmers, Gemini already seemed flawless. The function of unfamiliar matching could only be described as miraculous, an entity seemingly beyond reach. What more could be done? Lu Di chuckled, and the large screen behind him transformed instantly. A title appeared, Gemini Stage, finding the most suitable stage for you. A stage? What is this? It sounds intriguing. The curiosity of the crowd was thoroughly piqued. It seemed to be an update on Gemini's functionality, and it was produced by the revered Emperor 3. What kind of masterpiece could this be? The page turned, revealing a schematic of the new function. A clean interface. The first line displayed the user's avatar and username. The second line contained a short phrase written by the user. Below were 9 exquisite images arranged in a grid.at. The bottom was a comment and like feature. Hiss? The crowd scratched their heads in unison. This feels somewhat familiar. Isn't this just a friend circle? Gemini Stage? The feelings in everyone's hearts were difficult to articulate. The previous Gemini consisted solely of 2 major segments, unfamiliar socializing and interest communities. It was indeed quite simple. It lacked a friend circle. Although a friend circle is an essential feature for social software, at this crucial moment, as the creators are engaged in a battle with the penguin, is it prudent to launch such a feature? Is it truly useful? Emperor 3, could it be that your creativity has run dry? Indeed, this seems to resemble a friend circle. Lu Di shrugged, and its functionality does indeed parallel that of a friend circle. However, the screen shifted once more, revealing a cascade of programming code. It filled the entire screen, extending endlessly. A multitude of programmers stared, dumbfounded. This, how orderly, how impressive. The logic is incredibly complex. Here lies text, image recognition. Here exists big data analysis matching. The individual data can support 2 billion, and it can match precisely one-on-one. The peak matching capacity is 2 billion, and the result? I cannot calculate that. The programmers' eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape, nearly dragging their jaws to the ground. Emperor 3, what are you attempting to accomplish? This algorithm of yours can match every individual precisely with another, as long as they input data. Even a photograph, red pants with red pants, green pants with green pants, big eyes with big eyes. Even if a single ant appears in the photograph, it can still be matched. This is far more refined than the previous personnel matching. Lu Di smiled mysteriously. Indeed, I aim for matching to the utmost precision. Lu Di slowly paced to the front of the stage, proclaiming, our Gemini Stage function, at its core, is indeed a friend circle. However, it serves as an open platform for personal display, situated between a friend circle and a microblog. Consider this. Why do users post in their friend circles? The crowd fell into contemplation once more. Although numerous answers flashed through their minds, none dared to voice them. Emperor 3's thought process is not something mere mortals can compare with. To answer incorrectly would be utterly embarrassing, Lu Di pondered. To say they do so to show off, to indulge in vanity, is too one-dimensional. What they seek is recognition. Recognition of their labor, recognition of their appearance, recognition of their insights, recognition of their attitudes. When we post in a friend circle, are we not all hoping to hear praise? To receive likes, to find resonance? Is it not for the sake of hearing insults, facing doubts, or remaining unnoticed? The crowd felt a shiver. What Emperor 3 said was undeniably true. Whenever they posted in their friend circles, they frequently refreshed, yearning for more comments, more likes. Not everyone wishes to flaunt luxury cars or mansions. Instead, many simply express their feelings in the moment, or wish to share a fleeting experience. Behind this lies the fundamental need for recognition. No need for gold or silver gifts, just a like or a reply suffices. It is best if someone shows genuine interest in my content, understands my emotions, and shares in my joy. When the comments accumulate, I can smile happily, feeling fulfilled, because I know I am liked by everyone. That is enough. The employees of Gemini have begun to grasp Ludi's intentions. What you yearn for in your hearts. Our Gemini stage can deliver. Ludi earnestly regarded the expressions of the crowd. It can find individuals who share your interests, circumstances, and even emotions in real time when you post images and text, and then showcase your content to them. He or she will be the one most accurately able to comprehend your feelings, who can clearly recognize your excellence, who can offer the most empathetic comments, providing you with genuine acknowledgement and comfort, allowing you, while merely holding a phone, to feel as if you are immersed in an ocean of concern. In other words, Ludi stated with his hands clasped behind his back, the matching of strangers in Gemini can help you find a confidant, while the Gemini stage can help you discover resonance that is precise to the very minute. It is often said that when you cry, someone will accompany you in your tears. When you laugh, someone will share in your joy. When you are moved, we all feel the same emotion together. The crowd fell silent, frozen in astonishment. This could hardly be described as mere functionality. It was nothing short of the embodiment of humanity. This was the microscopic version of the twin strangers matching system, capable of precision down to the minute. Such a feature required no queries at all. It was unprecedented. This was an emotional release, a cleansing of the soul, to showcase a fleeting moment of oneself to like-minded individuals, and then to comment together under the same mindset and feelings. It was simply magnificent. Users would undoubtedly fall in love with this feature, unable to part with it. Moreover, its stickiness was extraordinarily high. Everyone would eagerly anticipate who would see it next, who would leave the next moving comment. Furthermore, the twin stage could encompass so much. Friends visible, functionality akin to a friend circle, stranger matching, similar to Weibo's features, support for video uploads, like short videos. Users could send various forms of content, garnering likes, receiving comments, gaining recognition. Subsequently, they would eagerly seek out more material. In the future, this would evolve into an immensely vast and rich content platform. The trend of internet development was unmistakable. Content is king. The conference room was filled with a tense silence. Everyone's spirits were soaring. This was a masterpiece. The rigid format of Penguin was not even on the same level. However, I have encountered some challenges. Ludi spoke slowly. Everyone was once again taken aback. Challenges? Was there something that even the great Emperor San could not resolve? Or rather, if Emperor San could not solve it, what could we possibly do? Ludi smiled apologetically. Time is of the essence. I have only written the core code for the twin stage feature. If we want to apply it to the twins, there are still many steps missing, such as code compatibility, page design, product testing, customer service promotion, and many other tasks. Suddenly, many seated programmers rose to their feet. Emperor San, I can help. Yes, I can design. I can. Everyone eagerly raised their hands. Vying to contribute, Ludi chuckled. The soulmate feature is already online, and we are pressed for time. We must race against the clock. Can we successfully launch in 12 hours? We can. I won't eat or sleep. I will stay at the company to witness and participate in the creation of such a masterpiece. I will give it my all. I am so looking forward to its launch. As for the soulmate, in the presence of our twin stage, it is but a mere trifle. The enthusiasm of the crowd had surged to the brink of frenzy. Ludi felt deeply gratified. In truth, if the god-level computer operator, Motong, were to take charge of launching the twin stage, it would likely take merely 10 minutes. Yet, Ludi intentionally left a portion of the work for the company. He aimed to cultivate the employees' fighting spirit. He wanted them to experience the process of unity and overcoming challenges. Only in this way could a truly powerful company's strength be forged. After all, the business world is akin to a battlefield. Employees are like soldiers. Its creator has ambitions to dominate the world. Ludi slightly bowed and earnestly said, "Thank you all for your hard work." At Penguin Group headquarters, Li Dowd gazed at the data on the screen, unable to suppress a smirk. Our soulmate feature has only been online for a few hours, yet the data is astonishing. It won't be long before your twins are left with empty offices. What nonsense algorithms. Haven't I easily replicated them? The creator? Puffed. No match at all. He then picked up the phone, eagerly dialing Ting Hualong. "Hello, Tong. Our new feature has been a great success. Yes, I see it. Well done. Haha. Tong, you were on high alert before. It seems you overestimated those kids at the creator's company. They are nothing remarkable. No one can compete with us at Penguin. Tong Hualong's voice carried a hint of anger. Li, let me give you some advice. Do not become too complacent and do not underestimate the creators. This is just the beginning. Li Dao frowned, thinking to himself that Tong was too cautious. It was precisely because of this caution that we at Penguin remained limited to Huaxia. Moreover, he has recently been revising strategy, advocating for the concept of comprehensive internet service providers and discouraging group plagiarism. Sigh, he is far too rigid. If I were in charge, Penguin would have long since dominated internationally. Li Dao thought this but merely responded, rest assured, Tong. I will approach this with caution and provide you with satisfactory results. At this moment, it had been 3 hours since Penguin launched the Soulmate feature. A wave of news articles flooded the internet. Penguin swiftly conquers challenges, acquiring the core functionality of twins, leaving them in peril. Emperor San's so-called programming genius still cannot rival Penguin's talent pool. The creator is too young. Ultimately, they succumb to the deeply rooted Penguin. Emerging internet companies fail to break through. Penguin's defenses are as solid as steel. At the creator company, there was a flurry of activity. Programmers typed furiously, the sound of keyboards echoing throughout the room. Designers clicked their mice rapidly, eyes wide with concentration. Even the administrative staff moved briskly within the company, delivering documents and coffee with great urgency. Ajia remained in the office, unable to divert his attention from the work progress. In his mind, Lu Di's countdown of 12 hours was akin to a race against time. Emperor San, I have encountered an issue. Could you come over? A programmer suddenly raised his hand. Drenched in sweat, Lu Di approached. Boss, there seems to be a problem with the code. No matter how I calculate the logic, it doesn't add up. There's an error. Lu Di gently patted his shoulder, smiling. Relax a bit. Subsequently, that programmer vacated his seat. Lu Di slowly sat down, stretching his fingers to loosen up. Hearing the commotion, nearby colleagues peeked out. A beautiful female co-worker secretly covered her mouth, whispering, the boss's fingers are so beautiful, long and fair. He must play the piano exquisitely. Another female colleague remarked, what kind of eyes do you have? Is it only the boss's fingers that are beautiful? Not his face. Oh, that's true. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid keyboard strokes filled the air, as Lu Di's fingers danced across the keyboard with such speed that they seemed to leave an afterimage. The code on the screen continued without a hitch. Lines appearing swiftly, flowing like water. The programmers watched in awe. This speed was nearly rivaling that of copy-pasting. Moreover, every line of code was precise, without any superfluous elements, both concise and logically clear. Even before joining the company, Mo Tong had helped Lu Di merge top-tier programming techniques and the most advanced coding concepts from the internet. Additionally, with Lu Di's new human system, his reaction speed from fingers to brain was at least 20 times that of an average person. The computer before him could hardly keep up with Lu Di's input, resulting in lag. Yet Lu Di began to type blind. 2 seconds later, the lagging screen began to overflow with dozens of lines of code. The programmer's lips trembled slightly. This was the true master. No, this was simply a super master. He was astonishingly powerful. I wonder if there is anyone in the world who can rival Emperor San in programming. Amitba, great master, I bow to you. The number of people rushing over grew, forming a small stage around Lu Di. 5 minutes later, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Wanting to kneel, tap, Lu Di gently pressed the final enter key. Phew. Completed. He turned to see faces frozen in shock. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. What? Has everyone finished their tasks? Sorry, boss. Boom. Everyone scattered like birds taking flight, returning to their stations, brimming with excitement. I must strive harder. I want to have the same typing speed and mindset as Emperor San. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of keyboards resonated once more as the creators busily resumed their work, striving towards their dreams, working diligently towards their idol. 11 hours later, in the office of the vice president of Penguin Company, Li Dao stared at the data screen before him, his face turning green. The Soulmate feature had been launched for 11 hours, and yet, the negative reviews were pouring in. What a piece of junk. I thought it would help me find a kindred spirit like the twins. Instead, I've been matched with a bunch of hookups. I chatted for half a day, thinking I was being introduced to an exceptionally talented lady, only to find out she was a foot-picking brute. I do have a fondness for off-road vehicles, but what does it mean that you matched me with a bunch of car salespeople? What are you talking about? Mine is even more outrageous. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately and have visited the hospital a few times. They matched me with a funeral service manager. I swear. Negative points, get lost. If it weren't for my clients being here, I would delete this software immediately. It makes me nauseous just looking at it. Rest assured, Penguin, there are countless more negative reviews on the way. Seeing this, Lee Dowd's face resembled a coat of green paint. Indeed, as the comments indicated, there were still countless negative reviews forthcoming. The earlier high activity levels had resulted in an avalanche of criticism. He turned to the trembling technical director beside him, furrowing his brow. Tell me, what is going on? The technical director wiped the sweat from his brow. Lee, at this point, I must speak frankly. The technology of the twins is simply irreplicable. I, a humble technical director with 2 decades of experience in web development, find myself utterly bewildered by his code. The soulmate feature we launched is merely superficial. What appears to be a genuine match is nothing but a counterfeit. I was coerced into creating such a thing by your demands. True soul matching, I am incapable of achieving. Do as you wish, whether to kill or to maim. The technical director declared, turning away with an air of defiance against malevolent forces. Lee Dowd's body swayed unsteadily before him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and the world spun around him. Get out, just get out. The shrill ring of Lee Dowd's phone pierced through the tension. Caller ID, Tang Hualong. Damn it, Lee Dowd's cold sweat poured forth in an instant. 4 updates today, compensating for yesterday's delay. Once again late. Realizing that many were staying up late awaiting updates, he felt a surge of emotion, grappling with a sentiment he had long wished to express, but found difficult to voice. You all should go to bed earlier. 124, a lifelong companion. What you've created, this soulmate, is nothing but a farce. Tong, we at Penguin are contending not solely with the creators, but also with public opinion. Tong, you have 1 day to clean up this mess. I shall grant you one final opportunity to battle the creators. Tong, should you fail again, it will not merely be a matter of resignation. I will hold you accountable for all repercussions. Beep, beep, beep. Tang Hualong hung up the phone. Cough, cough. Lee Dowd's face flushed red as his boss interrupted him 4 times in quick succession, nearly choking him. Regaining his composure, Lee Dowd's mind raced with dread. To hold me responsible. This is no jest. The damage to the group's reputation is always calculated in the billions. Once Tang Hualong begins to pursue accountability, he is merciless. God forbid. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lee Dowd's forehead. The pressure was immense, bordering on life and death. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking shattered the stillness as Situ Zhou rushed in, flustered. Lee, it's bad news. The Gemini has updated. Lee Dowd nearly toppled from his chair. Is he trying to kill me? Show me what features he has. Taking Situ Zhou's phone, Lee Dowd squinted, his gaze first fixating on Situ Zhou's Gemini nickname. Zhou's dream? Then, Lee Dowd's expression darkened as he glared at Situ Zhou. You been having fun with your Gemini? Haven to you? Situ Zhou, appearing quite sheepish, had forgotten that this was his own account in his haste to report. Rubbing his head, he chuckled nervously. Hee, who wouldn't want a confidant? Lee Dowd's veins bulged in anger. Cough, cough. Situ Zhou cleared his throat. You should take a look at their new feature. It's called the Gemini stage. Lee Dowd furrowed his brow, studying it for a while. Isn't this just a friend circle? Situ Zhou wore a pained expression. It's not that simple. You should experience it before passing judgment. Not just Situ Zhou. 10 minutes prior, the Gemini app underwent a comprehensive update. Nearly 800 million users received it simultaneously. In an oil painting classroom, all the students had already left for home, save for one girl in a floral dress. In the quiet classroom, she added the final stroke to her oil painting. Suddenly, she heard the update notification from Gemini. Smiling softly, she reflected on how this software had helped her find her one true confidant. A small button at the bottom of the app caught her eye. Gemini stage. Finding you the most suitable platform. since I have no friends here anyway. The girl thought, picking up her phone to snap a photo of her still developing oil painting. Xiaoduo. In life's journey, solitude is the norm. After editing the image and text, she gently tapped send. Notification. Gemini stage will search for your confidant at this moment. Do you wish to continue? A confidant? Someone like me? How could I possibly find one who could understand my innermost thoughts? The girl smiled softly, clicked confirm, harboring no expectations. Then, she rose to tidy up her easel. Ding, ding. Her phone incessantly chimed with notifications. Xiaoduo was somewhat taken aback. Rarely does anyone contact me. When she opened her phone and accessed the Gemini stage, she stood frozen in the art studio, under the soft glow of the lights, her eyes misting over. Lonely bear, your painting depicts a solitary figure walking into darkness. She is isolated, keeping her distance from everyone. Yet I noticed, amidst the pitch-black sky, a few stars twinkled. I believe, deep within your heart, some hope lies hidden, yearning for a star to suddenly shine forth, illuminating you, bathing you in starlight, drawing others' attention. Starry Van Gogh, Sister Xiaoduo, often I feel so different from the world. I can't articulate my feelings, I fail to gain others' concern, and at times, I even feel that my existence is superfluous. Yet, I wish to shine brightly, even if just once, through my efforts. Are you like me? Jasmine in the corner. One day, when you find your emotions inexpressible, preferring to fade away into the starry sky and wander down darkened streets. That is loneliness. Reading this, Xiaoduo's body trembled slightly, her nose tingling, tears brimming uncontrollably. She had clumsily produced over a dozen oil paintings, and no one had ever discerned their meaning, living a reclusive life for over a decade. No one knew that deep inside her, she longed for attention. Everyone had been deceived by her taciturn and icy exterior, reluctant to approach her, and no one understood her. She had once believed that she was the only person alive in this world. But just now, Xiaoduo suddenly realized that although loneliness is an individual experience, it is by no means unique. In an instant, she felt as though she had gained numerous friends with whom she could share her heart. It felt as if she had received the attention she craved, a profound resonance deep within her soul. She lost track of time and place, seizing her phone to reply to each comment, moved to tears during heartfelt exchanges, laughing through her tears during joyful ones. She resolved that the Gemini app would accompany her for a lifetime. On the cross-sea bridge of Binjiang City, a young hoodlum with bleached hair leaned against the railing. Surrounded by cigarette butts, he had just suffered a heartbreak. Others assumed he was brash and carefree, but little did they know, he held relationships in high regard. This latest heartbreak cut deeply into his heart. The sea breeze brushed against him, yet he felt suffocated. He lifted his phone and captured a photo of the bustling traffic on the bridge, adding the caption, "This was our favorite spot." Sending it off. He lit another cigarette, choking on the smoke, tears and snot blurring together. It was hard to tell if it was sorrowful tears or a runny nose. Ding, ding. Youth without regrets. Sometimes love is just like this, while you are filled with joy planning your future together. The other person is plotting their exit. There's no need to feel regret. Incompatible individuals will inevitably part ways. Big Tiger doesn't he cry, "You've broken up, right? I'm in the same boat." Sitting in our usual nightclub, the music is blaring, and though there's a table full of drinks, I don't want to touch a drop. Heart of steel, buddy, don't be too hard on yourself. Give yourself a day to cry, to scream, to vent, and then when tomorrow comes, dress up nicely and remind yourself to start anew and live well. With a heart towards the sun, what fear is there in sadness? Ding, the comments continued to pour in. The young man, clutching his phone, could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. At that moment, it felt as if the sorrow of every heartbroken soul in the world converged upon him. Countless individuals have experienced heartbreak. He was not the only one, and there was no need to worry about appearances. He trembled as he typed a brief response. "Don't worry, just a good cry. Tomorrow I'll still be Mauga from North Street." Passing vehicles cast sidelong glances at him. They did not mock. Everyone understood. The boy, weeping soulfully, was merely a child lost in love in the vast sea of humanity. 125. Just the first step. Life offers countless moments that may be easily recorded but are not easily acknowledged. Each person is a world unto themselves. Every second, billions of individuals engage in myriad different actions. To find that one person who resonates with your current state of mind amidst the vast sea of humanity is a daunting task. Yet the internet is omnipresent. IT can help you find everything. The sorrowful, the joyful, those who empathize, and those who are connected by heart. This is the Gemini stage. The veil lifted, and 1,000 gazes of envy turned. In an instant, the Gemini stage exploded across the internet. As the vice president of Penguin, Lee Dowd was not one to be underestimated. Within mere minutes of understanding, he could already foresee the future of the Gemini stage. His brow furrowed once more, and silence enveloped him. He picked up the phone beside him, preparing to call the technical department. His arm hung in the air for a full minute before it dropped in resignation. Damn it! There was no point in making that call. The idiots in the technical department would undoubtedly fail to comprehend this code. Situ, Joe's complexion turned ashen. Lee, perhaps we should resign. Nonsense. Lee Dowd rubbed his temples and inquired, Do you know why I am called Lee Dowd? Situ Joe shook his head. Bewildered. Because my parents wished for me to be kind-hearted and uphold morality. Lee Dowd continued to massage his temples. Do you know why my mother urged me to uphold morality? Situ, Joe shook his head again. Because. Lee Dowd lowered his arm, gritting his teeth. Because I have always believed that morality is worthless. It serves no purpose. Only victory, only standing atop the podium, only reaping rewards, is true morality. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in Lee Dowd's eyes. The technology of the creator is beyond our reach. In comparison to the product, victory is a formidable challenge. However, I can obliterate him, just like I can destroy my soulmate. Situ Zhou, contact Big Dog for me. He can set his own price. I want him to drown the twins within a day. Situ Zhou hesitated. Mr. Lee, that may not be wise. If the CEO finds out, CEO? Lee Dowd's expression twisted with rage. Let me tell you, if the creator is defeated, the CEO will first deal with me, and then with you. Situ Zhou stiffened, gritted his teeth, and relented. In the conference room of the Creator Corporation, Lu Di stood with his arms crossed, flanked by a Jia and a host of programmers. Everyone was fixated on the large screen. Twin activity level, 190 million. Twin activity level, 230 million. Twin activity level, 260 million. Twin activity level, 280 million. Following the launch of the twin stage, this number surged wildly. The excitement of the crowd grew in tandem with the figures. Boss, it's working. The stage is a success. One programmer exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration. After 11 hours of relentless effort, although wearied, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Users are awakening at a rate of 10 million per minute. At this pace, we'll crush Penguin in no time. Crush Penguin? No need. Penguin's soulmate has already collapsed. The negative reviews are pouring in. I just received news from my senior. Penguin is preparing for an apology press conference. Their vice president, Lee Dowd, will personally attend, claiming that the launch of the soulmate feature was merely a test and will be taken offline imminently. Ha ha. This battle has already concluded before it even began. Penguin is finished. Boss D-San is incredible. At that moment, laughter filled the Creator Corporation. The weight on their shoulders lifted. With the aid of the formidable D-San, this battle felt surprisingly facile. Lu Di also bore a smile. He turned and waved his hand. And instantly, all employees fell silent. Lu Di slowly ascended the stage, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he declared, Brothers, take a 6-hour break. All right, thank you, boss. Huh? Why 6 hours? The crowd was about to cheer when they suddenly snapped back to reality, a look of confusion washing over them. Lu Di chuckled softly. Is this meager achievement from the first step of a long journey truly enough to satisfy you all? The employees of the twins fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them, and fervor ignited within their eyes. Boss, do you have further plans? Boss, you say, I could forego rest. Do you have a trump card? I'm so eager. Indeed, we will support you unconditionally. Rest is out of the question. Upon hearing Lu Di's words, the employees of the twins widened their bloodshot eyes, their spirits reignited. Exactly. Lu Di smiled knowingly. To halt now would not showcase the spirit of the creator. Since we are competing against a rival as formidable as Penguin, how can we feel fulfilled without a resounding victory? Fantastic. Thrilling. The programmers leapt into the air. Boss, tell us what to do. Lu Di donned a stern expression, the same directive as before. Rest, sleep. After 6 hours, we shall mount our steeds once more and leave no trace of our enemies. Thus, the employees of the Creator had no choice but to temper their excitement, reluctantly dispersing, though facilitate their work. They decided not to return home, instead laying out makeshift beds within the company. At any moment, should the boss issue the command, they would spring into action. However, with their hearts brimming with anticipation, how could they possibly fall asleep? Just then, Lu Di's booming voice echoed. In 3 minutes, everyone, close your eyes. Sigh? Very well. What a domineering leader Di-san is. At that moment, in a suburban villa in Hangzhou City, a scruffy, disheveled middle-aged man was answering a phone call. All right. Situ, you can rest assured. As long as the payment is in place, I can easily render the twins obsolete. Yes, definitely no problem. What a ridiculous stage. They are all the same, all doomed. You can count on me. The man hung up, and a text message arrived promptly. Your account ending in 2365 has been credited with 20 million yuan. Let the work begin. The man, known as Big Dog, eagerly set aside his leg and opened his computer. He commanded an army of 3 million keyboard warriors. He was paid to tarnish reputations, maliciously spreading rumors and creating chaos. For 5 years, he had led his trolls in a campaign of slander, bringing countless products to their knees and making numerous CEOs weep. Even more infuriatingly, his rhetoric was highly provocative. Not only would his subordinates join in the insults, but he could also unwittingly incite countless uninformed netizens. He could twist black into white, turn good products into bad, and malign good deeds. Big Dog glanced at the documents on his desk. Insult speech compendium, defamation toolkit, anger-inducing review collection, negative review tools. Big Dog lit a cigarette. How should I deal with the twins? He chuckled. Having received so much money, he needed to deliver a hefty blow. Otherwise, how could he live up to his title as the king of trolls? Indeed, Li Dowd had hired the trolls, those who would indiscriminately destroy any software with negative reviews for the right price. He aimed to make the twins suffer the same fate as Penguin, being mercilessly vilified, to create a facade of declining reputation, obscuring the truth until people abandoned the twins. Big Dog was still quite professional. Before demolishing any product, he always spent time researching it. After all, defaming was an art in itself. One had to identify flaws. The speed is smooth. The interface is exquisite. The functions are simple. The stranger matching is precise. The interests and hobby section is quite popular. It's also free. The inappropriate content is well controlled. The algorithm behind the twin stage is indeed impressive. Wait, what? Big Dog scratched his chin, wide-eyed. He couldn't find any flaws? What in the world? No way. I refuse to believe it. As long as it's human-made, there must be shortcomings. Ding, ding, ding. A message popped up in Big Dog's Penguin group. Big brother, have you planned it out? The brothers are all primed. Big Dog, what is the rush? I am thinking. Group member, all right, carry on, but hurry up. I'm playing with the twins right now, and if I get too attached, I want to insult it. Big Dog, damn. Several hours later, Big Dog was furiously tugging at his hair. He simply couldn't find anything. Is this not a human creation? No way. If there are no flaws, I must create some. I'm being paid. Penguin is the daddy. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, in the corner of the twin stage interface, a small, inconspicuous icon emitting a faint green glow caught his attention. This icon was tiny. One could easily overlook it if not paying close attention. Big Dog scratched his head. Tree hole? What the hell? He instinctively clicked on it. In the next moment, his phone screen suddenly dimmed, plunging into darkness. What is happening? Big Dog stared intently at the screen. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light flickered to life in the bottom right corner of the screen. It resembled a tiny star, or perhaps a small insect. The light danced slowly, now near, now far, swirling freely. Big Dog finally discerned it. Was that a firefly? Then, the sound of fluttering wings reached his ears as another firefly joined the scene. Soon, the sounds of cicadas and birds filled the AI. It felt like a quiet night in the forest, with a gentle breeze. Every animal's call resonated with clarity, embodying a serene tranquility unique to the great outdoors. The fireflies danced for a moment, their wings fluttering gently, settling mid-air. The glow emanating from their abdomens slowly intensified, illuminating the space. Before them stood a colossal tree, backed by a lush green forest, its crown swaying gently. At the heart of the tree, there was a tree hole, towering over a person, dark and profound. At its base, wildflowers and mushrooms flourished, exuding a rich vitality. Wow! The artistry of this scene is absolutely remarkable. Unbeknownst to Big Dog, he was entranced by the visuals. It felt as if he were standing in that tranquil forest, mere inches away from the mysterious tree hole. There was no one around. Only the creatures of nature, relaxed, at ease, and comfortable. It was utterly enchanting. As the soothing sounds of cicadas played, a delightful piano accompaniment began to resonate, akin to being in a fairyland. At the bottom of the screen, a line of elegant handwritten text appeared. Hello, welcome to the tree hole, a vast and boundless forest. Here, I hope you can relax your body and mind. I know you must have some pent-up words you've longed to express. You can freely shout your frustrations here. Rest assured, only Xiao Shuang and the fireflies will hear you. The tree hole, a hidden feature of the twin stage. Humanity possesses a myriad of personalities. Some revel in expression and sharing, naturally willing to broadcast their states. However, there are also those who disdain expression, unwilling to engage with any blogging platforms. Their circles of friends remain linear. Many such individuals exist. Yet, they are human, and naturally, they have words they wish to voice. So, what significance does the twin stage hold for them? It is a silent listener. Lu Di and the creator team had long considered this. A deep sigh escaped as a chill swept through the air, emanating from the forehead of the large dog. This sentiment felt exceedingly anthropomorphic. In today's society, everyone bears immense pressure, harboring unexpressed frustrations and secrets that remain hidden from view, yet finding no outlet for their confessions. What is missing is a space where one can freely shout and indulge without restraint, perhaps in the vast desert, on a solitary island in the sea, or perhaps within this tree hollow that lies just before him. The large dog blinked vigorously, feeling a rush of blood and emotion. Struggling to contain himself, he surveyed the tightly shut doors and windows around him and took a deep breath. I am the large dog. I cannot tell others that my real name is Zhao Dafu, because I am the despised internet troll. I earn money every day at the expense of my conscience. I have deceived countless righteous companies. Woe is me. I have no girlfriend, because I know I am worthless and I cannot bear to face anyone. Woe is me. I truly do not wish to harm others, but I have no choice. I cannot earn a living. One CEO took his own life due to my slander. I am haunted by nightmares every night. Woe is me. I wish to do good. The large dog screamed in despair, yet inexplicably stirred a sense of conscience within. He felt profound guilt and self-reproach. Every heart is made of flesh and blood, and upon entering this world, all aspire to do good. Yet, life presents many paths, and sometimes one strays from the intended course, filled with regret. Woe is me. My name is Zhao Dafu. I wish to live with integrity, the large dog shouted until his voice became hoarse. Tears streaming down his face, he was at a loss as to why this was happening. The small tree hollow of Gemini had allowed him to drop his guard completely and voice all that lay within his heart. Emotions cascaded forth as if he had collapsed into his mother's embrace for a good cry. Of course, the large dog's mother was no longer alive. She had passed away suddenly during the time he orchestrated an attack against others. The large dog wept even more bitterly, only to see a handwritten note appear at the bottom of the screen. On the journey of life, one must learn to treat others kindly, as well as oneself. Others are also oneself. One should live freely and gracefully, looking upon the blooming and withering of flowers with indifference, observing the clouds as they roll and unfold. A heart that is as clear as water makes life simple. When one is at peace, they show calmness to others. When one has achieved, they exhibit humility. When one is joyful, they display tranquility. Good morning, a beautiful day begins. From the robot Xiaoshuang, who will not divulge secrets. The large dog stared blankly, tears still fresh on his face. Suddenly, the sorrow ceased, replaced by a gentle warmth that blossomed within. Gemini's excellence moved him, awakening his conscience. Subsequently, the large dog turned to gaze out the window. After a night of contemplation, The first light of dawn began to break in the east. The sun of a new day was slowly rising. The large dog made a sudden decision. He would transform himself. No longer would he be the unscrupulous internet troll. The penguin platform was narrow-minded. Gemini was perfect. I, the large dog, no, I, Zhao Dafu, have resolved to voice my support for Gemini. Hello everyone, I have something to announce. I may not post tomorrow due to personal matters and will need to take a day off. However, I might update later in the evening, though I cannot guarantee it. Rest assured, I will only be resting for a day. I hope you will continue to support me and not abandon my work. I will do my utmost. As dawn broke, sunlight once again illuminated the earth. Major news outlets refreshed their headlines. The result of the Goose War is unexpected. Penguin's new feature, Soulmate, utterly flops. Netizens express their outrage. Gemini's new feature, Gemini Stage, astounds the masses. Countless netizens stayed up all night to refresh the stage. A single post about heartbreak on the Gemini Stage brings tears to thousands. In the corporate battle, it was assumed Penguin would easily prevail. But the reality was starkly different. In the face of the stage, renowned international social media platforms tremble. The valuation of the creator company skyrockets, with experts estimating at least $800 billion. Yet, among these headlines, the most captivating was a personal video. In just 2 hours, it garnered billions of likes. The video featured a despondent middle-aged man. As it began, he sat behind a desk, mustering a faint smile. Hello everyone. My name is Zhao Dafu. Of course, I know no one recognizes this name, because my online alias is the large dog. Yes, that infamous leader of trolls who spread rumors about the newest electric vehicle exploding, that ginger shampoo containing carcinogens, and that left-handed supplement truly aiding weight loss. I have told many lies and committed numerous wrongs. I am recording this video today to convey to you that many things are not as you might imagine. With great difficulty, the large dog managed another smile. Yesterday, someone offered $20 million to have me destroy Gemini. But do you know what? This accidental encounter with Gemini has left an indelible mark on my life. It is so incredibly human-like. Akin to a mother's embrace, providing warmth. Of course, I could never tarnish Gemini's reputation again. My heart is filled with admiration. I am confident that anyone who doubts Gemini, if only you were to experience it, would surely agree with my sentiments. To that Mr. Emperor San, whom I have never met, no matter who you are, I, the large dog, am in awe. I sincerely urge everyone to support Gemini, to embrace this new, outstanding, and perfect entity that has saved me as if it were divine. I also hope that in reality, all those like me, trolls, keyboard warriors, and critics, can view every situation fairly and treat others and themselves with kindness. Just then, a knock echoed through the video. Point 2, uniformed police officers entered. Zhao Dafu, we have received reports alleging that you have engaged in slander and defamation. Please accompany us for questioning. The large dog nodded at the officers, then turned to the camera, declaring, I will reform and cooperate with the investigation, for the individual who reported me is none other than myself. The video abruptly ended. The ensuing events can be easily surmised. However, the comments beneath the video were multiplying exponentially. Oh my, is this the infamous troll king, the large dog? He just confessed? He got what he deserved. Nevertheless, considering his attitude of remorse, I shall refrain from cursing him. By the way, who would offer $20 million to defame Gemini? Who could that be? Does he have any conscience left? Who is Gemini battling against? You can speculate. If Gemini is so excellent, why would anyone try to tarnish its name? Indeed, Gemini is the best software I have ever encountered. Gemini helped me find a lifelong companion. When I was on the brink of despair, Gemini inspired me. I will support it forever. It's futile. Even if he tries to defame it, everyone knows Gemini's worth. Thank goodness the large dog has found his conscience. Otherwise, if he truly issued negative reviews, countless Gemini users would trace him through the internet and deal with him directly. The comments online surged in waves. There was no one who did not support Gemini. Yet, unbeknownst to all, initially, the large dog's video did not gain traction. His account had no followers. The reason it reached such heights with over 1 billion views and became a hot topic of discussion was due to the large dog's final command to his subordinates. All trolls mobilize. Do whatever it takes to push my video to the top. Zhao Dafu, the large dog, utilized his last resort to redeem Gemini. Moreover, after the news of an attempt to defame Gemini surfaced, the public's support for Gemini only grew stronger. The Penguin Group's Li Dowd's plan to spend $20 million to obliterate Gemini was utterly vanquished, truly a divine assist. At the creator's platform, Lu Di leaned against the railing, swiftly skimming through the news with a faint smile. A thought crossed his mind. An account under the name of the creator, Emperor San, was quietly registered on the Gemini stage. Soon after, Lu Di posted a message through this account on the stage. 1 o'clock? This prompted a flurry of comments from countless netizens. Numerous emerging startups quietly liked the post. Caught the great god Emperor San. The great god Emperor San has appeared. I want to follow you and add you as a friend. The creator's might is overwhelming. Victorious over Penguin, 1-0 is the score against Penguin. Is the Great One going to continue his reign? Amazing. Is this just the beginning of the battle? How thrilling. Comparable to a blockbuster. We support you. Creator Emperor San. We all wish to see such a creative and sincere company flourish. Let us also put some pressure on giants like Penguin. They shouldn't just focus on plagiarism and suppressing their rivals. The Gemini stage possessed a unique attribute. Even without adding friends, one could still gain followers and fans. In just 10 minutes, the creator Emperor San's account surpassed 30 million followers. At this moment, within the Penguin Group's office, Li Dowd saw this video as well. His face turning pale. He had previously ordered for this video to be suppressed. However, his only outcome was witnessing the power of 300 million trolls. The suppression was utterly futile. It bloomed everywhere. Various forums, various websites, all filled with pinned posts and trending topics. He never anticipated that even someone like the large dog, who had no moral boundaries for money, could be swayed by Gemini. Could it be that Gemini offered an even higher price? 300 million? 400 million? Li Dowd could not comprehend. Beside him, Situ Zhou trembled like a leaf in the wind. President Li, what should we do? Big Dog has surrendered. He will expose me. What is there to panic about? Li Dowd maintained an air of composure. Big Dog has surrendered early. No defamatory actions have taken place. At worst, it's merely unfair competition, and we can settle with a fine. Moreover, you represent the stance of Penguin. If something were to go awry, would President Tang stand idly by? As long as we can triumph over Gemini? This is but a minor issue. At most, President Tang will scold us a few times, so fret not. Situ Zhou remained filled with trepidation. President Li, it's easy for you to say. How are we supposed to overcome Gemini? That is utterly impossible. Li Dowd lightly flexed his fingers and coldly commanded, summon that useless technical director. I have my own plans. 5 minutes later, the technical director, who had previously claimed he could never replicate Gemini's code, arrived at the office to confront Li Dowd, still bearing that indignant demeanor. Director Sun, you cannot replicate Gemini's technology, correct? Li Dowd narrowed his eyes and inquired. Indeed, the technical director replied defiantly, and the Gemini stage is out of the question. Right? Correct. Director Sun scoffed. Not only is it impossible, but their technology commands my admiration. They undoubtedly have a deity presiding over them, a figure I can only revere. I even wish to seek refuge with them. Humph. Li Dowd smirked darkly. To speak of seeking refuge is premature. While their creator's technology is formidable, in terms of scale, status, and employee benefits, they are leagues behind us. So what? Without technology, they will eventually perish. Director Sun remained unyielding. What if? Li Dowd casually toyed with his phone, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. I could acquire Gemini's core code? What? Director Sun suddenly turned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Dowd leaned back in his chair. I mean it. I have the means to obtain Gemini's core code. Director Sun was instantly electrified. Moving closer to Li Dowd. Is President Li serious? His eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. If you can procure their core code, I guarantee I can replicate it in no time and make adjustments without any hint of suspicion from outsiders. Not only would I acquire the coveted technology, our Penguin Group could, by virtue of our scale, effortlessly crush Gemini. Li Dowd nodded slightly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Now, you shall wait patiently. The warriors of the Creator had already been asleep for over 10 hours. After 11 hours of intense labor, Lu Di could not bear to let everyone rest for only 6 hours, so he deliberately allowed some leeway. Ding dong. The office speakers automatically chimed. Dear colleagues, Xiao Shuang reminds you that there will be a meeting in 5 minutes. Boss D-san is already waiting for you in the conference room. Whoosh. The employees of the Creator stood up in unison. Oh no, a meeting in the conference room? I'm still half asleep. Which way is the conference room? Watch where you're going. You bumped into me. That's not important. Hurry to the conference room. Don't keep the boss waiting. A frantic group of Creator employees dashed towards the conference room. Upon bursting through the door, they saw Lu Di and Jia seated on the stage, with a pot of fragrant tea in front of them. The aroma wafted through the air. Each of the dozens of tables in the room held a steaming cup of fragrant tea. Strangely, despite the chaos, the sight of the two composed leaders instantly calmed the hearts of the Creator employees. With such leaders, it was difficult to feel anxious. Jia, with a cheerful smile, gestured, Everyone, please sit and enjoy the tea. The crowd scratched their heads. This is the result of Jia and me working tirelessly since morning, brewing cup after cup. Jia continued with a smile, because you all have worked so hard. That's over 400 cups. Bosses, this is too much trouble. Then we shall graciously accept. Lu Di smirked. Graciousness? Just be thankful if the tea is good. If it's not, blame Jia. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere lightened instantly. Their leaders were once again so approachable. As everyone settled down, sipping the warm tea upon waking, it was indeed a delightful comfort. Lu Di raised his teacup. Smiling, brothers, in life, there are many things that are beautiful and enjoyable. Many things do not need to change. Only some details need adjustment for the experience to feel different. Lu Di said, surveying the room. The conference room remained the same, and the stage unchanged. The crowd was puzzled. Wasn't the plan to continue working on Penguin? They were waiting for the new features. The employees blinked, hardly touching their tea. As they spoke, the screen on the stage lit up, displaying product data. Gemini's user base had reached 1.03 billion. Daily active users stood at 560 million, an unprecedented peak. A terrifying set of statistics in the annals of the internet. Meanwhile, Penguin Social, although its download numbers had slightly increased, had a dismal active user count of just 130 million. It seemed that only those who had no choice but to use it remained. Once again, the crowd was left in shock. Just a single nap and the numbers had skyrocketed. But it was understandable. After all, we are the Creator, we are Gemini. Who could deny the presence of the formidable D-San? Seeing these figures, the crowd could hardly contain themselves. With such user data, Gemini could launch any additional feature and soar to new heights. Countless eager gazes turned towards Lu Di. He smiled slightly and said, with so many users supporting us, we should not let it get to our heads. Instead, we must understand clearly that this is a responsibility, a mission. The crowd nodded solemnly. What is the core of software development? Lu Di asked. Everything must center around the user, they replied in unison. Lu Di set down his teacup and said softly, Gemini can help you find kindred spirits. The interest feature can connect you with those who share your passions, and the stage can evoke emotional resonance. All of this is built upon the communication we share, immersed in the moments spent within each chat box. Consider this. When we encounter a long-lost confidant, or when we come across a moving piece of text or a heart-wrenching image, what can enhance this emotion further? The crowd pondered for a moment, and suddenly someone shouted, music! Everyone snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is music. With music accompanying the conversation, the mood of chatting would be transformed. Lu Di beamed, exactly. What we need to continue doing is to enhance user experience and increase their affection for Gemini. I envision that during every conversation, according to the user's mood, we provide them with the most fitting music. Joyful, touching, exhilarating, precisely attuned. To ensure the user's emotions find their best expression, the crowd inhaled deeply. What a brilliant idea! Music is one of humanity's greatest creations, encompassing all and serving as the finest representation of emotion. It would undoubtedly enhance the user experience. Just imagine, if one were chatting with a kindred spirit, reaching an emotional crescendo, and as they exchanged smiles, gentle music began to play, soothing and harmonious, perfectly aligning with their sentiments. How timely! How delightful! A group of programmers began to subconsciously contemplate the specifics of implementation. We have algorithms. Matching music is not difficult. The first step is to ascertain the user's mood, which can be achieved. Then we need a music library, one that includes various genres. Of course, users should also be able to listen to music even when not chatting. We need to categorize the music and create charts. Wait, a bespectacled programmer suddenly realized, "Boss, are you planning to take down penguin music?" If you put it that way, Ludi chuckled. May I indulge in a bit of arrogance? Sure. Boss, go ahead. I merely wish to provide users with the best experience. As for taking down penguin music, that is merely an ancillary matter. Upon finishing, Ludi turned to the crowd, his smile laden with significance. Ah, what an ancillary matter. In a nation with millions of startups, who would dare to use the term ancillary when referring to penguin? Truly, it is astonishing. D-San, unmatched in charisma, arrogant, yet backed by substantial capital. Ludi then slightly turned, smiling radiantly at the colleague who had initially suggested the idea of music. The young man, tall and slender, wearing black-rimmed glasses, had eyes brimming with fervor. My dear brother, forgive my rudeness. What may I call you? Ludi inquired with a smile. The bespectacled young man was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Is Boss D-San asking me? Does he want to know my name? The young man, somewhat excited, replied, I am Ruan Liangji, the head of the programming development department. Before he could finish, all of Ruan Liangji's information appeared in Ludi's view. Remarkable skills, upright character, diligent and ambitious. Excellent. Ludi nodded slightly. I hereby officially announce that you, Ruan Liangji, will be the development lead for our new project, Gemini Music. The crowd stared in bewilderment, blinking in disbelief. However, it must be said that the esteemed leader of D-San is indeed formidable. His haphazard suggestion has struck a chord. Ruan Liangji is widely recognized as a powerhouse within the company. Not only does he possess exceptional technical skills, but his creativity is also unparalleled. It was he who first proposed the intelligent voice system, Xiao Shuang. The core algorithm of the twin system inherently possesses a degree of intelligence. Coupled with the voice broadcasting feature, Xiao Shuang was born. It was Ruan Liangji who proposed and spearheaded its development. Thus emerged the Xiao Shuang of the creator's access control, as well as the Xiao Shuang that responds to users in the treehole. Leader D-San, you must have mistaken someone. Ruan Liangji stretched out his arm, pointing at his own nose, incredulity etched on his face. Are you certain it is me, not yourself? I concur, a Jia chimed in, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Ruan Liangji. With the CEO's endorsement, this appointment was now a foregone conclusion. Brother Ruan, go for it. I support you. Yes, we believe in your technical prowess. With the divine presence of D-San, you may proceed with confidence. It was evident that Ruan Liangji was held in high esteem among his colleagues. Ludi then jested, Liangji, whether you want to or not, you must take on this task. Because, regarding the twin music, I do not possess a single line of code. I have been rather lazy. However, the core recommendations for twin music can evolve from the stage algorithms, and a template already exists. Therefore, I shall grant you a little more time. Ludi paused, extending a finger. A full day, 24 hours. 24 hours? The crowd erupted in astonishment. This seemed quite daunting. Even Ruan Liangji felt his heart racing. Leaders. This? Just as Ruan Liangji was about to speak, he noticed Ludi raising a hand to silence him. A true champion is one who thrives in adversity. A true champion is one who bears the weight of the world. A true champion is one who has been tempered in the fires of hardship. Comfort can only foster complacency. Only extraordinary challenges can forge extraordinary individuals. Liangji, the 400 colleagues in attendance, I await your twin music in 24 hours. Subsequently, Ludi waved a hand, and the screen behind him transformed.it displayed a posting interface for the twin stage. Nickname, Creator, D-San. Content, countdown of 24 hours, the creator will launch a music platform for twin users. This update had been posted merely 5 minutes ago. Yet, it garnered tens of millions of likes and millions of comments. All filled with eager anticipation and widespread attention. Countless software evaluation agencies were poised to take action. Numerous music platform manufacturers were on high alert. There was no escaping it. The twin software had deeply ingrained itself in the hearts of the people. Everyone awaited each of its updates with bated breath. Of course, besides me, nearly 1 billion users are awaiting your masterpiece. I, D. San, stand by my words. Once spoken, they cannot be retracted. Upon finishing, Lu Di's expression flickered as he surveyed the crowd. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Everyone quietly clenched their fists. There was no turning back. This was undeniably a colossal challenge. However, the development of a typical music app would take at least several months. Although Twin Music was built upon the Twin app, to be precise, it was merely one of its functions. Yet, coding, page design, and bug fixing would still require at least a dozen days, 24 hours, boss. Rest assured, we will ensure the task is completed. Ruan Liangji's resolute voice suddenly rang out. He clenched his jaw, raised his cup of tea, and drained it in one gulp. Then, the 400 employees of the creator simultaneously cast a glance at Ruan Liangji before turning their attention back to Lu Di. In the next moment, they all drained their cups of tea and chorused, "We will ensure the task is completed." The declaration was deafening. It was as though the cup of tea in their hands symbolized their battle toast. Each pair of eyes gleamed with the determination of warriors charging into battle, vowing to return only in victory. Even Lu Di and Jia felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Leaders, we regret that we have no time to spare. We need a venue to convene and discuss. Ruan Liangji shed all reservations. Stepping out of the crowd and onto the stage. Excellent. Lu Di nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd. He and Jia then departed the conference room without hesitation. Huh? Ruan Liangji and the others stared blankly as the two leaders exited. They left just like that? Aren't they a bit too trusting of us? Only Ruan Liangji snapped back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he declared loudly, "Everyone, listen closely. Do not betray the trust of our two leaders. Programming team. You will analyze the stage functions. Team 2, draft the framework for Twin Music. Interface team, design the UI immediately. I give you 10 hours, at least 6 proposals. All team leaders and above, initiate a brainstorming session." On the rooftop, Lu Di puffed on a cigarette, gazing into the distance with Jia. Jia pondered aloud. "I understand your intention. After all, a swaddled infant will never fill its own belly. A hunter who cannot shoot will never catch a deer." Jia turned to Lu Di, however. "Is this task not a bit too formidable?" "Jia?" Lu Di replied, cigarette in hand. "You have not experienced the humiliation of selling clothes for 3 years, thus you cannot possibly ignite the drive to manage the creator. Had I not endured 3 years of hardship, I would not have developed this ambition to stand tall among the masses." Heh. Lu Di chuckled lightly. "What, do you doubt my creator's warriors?" Jia smirked. "Each one was personally interviewed by me. Over 400 individuals. I know them like the back of my hand. I am fully aware of their strength. Completing music in 24 hours is no trivial matter. Just you wait." Lu Di inhaled deeply. "Of course, you Jia are no ordinary person. My decision to entrust this task to them is rooted in my faith in them and in you. Zhang Tianjia. However, to say you know each of them intimately, I might have to disagree. You are kind-hearted and value loyalty, but that does not mean everyone is the same." Jia's eyes widened in sudden realization. "What do you mean by that? Is there a corporate spy among us?" Lu Di smiled lightly. "Yes, there may be one." "Damn." Jia slammed against the wall, ready to turn and flee. "Jia, hold on. A spy can also be utilized to our advantage." Lu Di replied nonchalantly. 1:30. Twin Music Penguin Group. Li Dowd clenched his phone tightly, knuckles turning white. Creator D. San. Countdown of 24 hours. The creator will launch a music platform for Twin users. Damn it. Are they actually venturing into music? After social networking, are they now set on undermining my Penguin music? The activity level of my Penguin platform has already reached a historic low. Ding ding ding. Incoming call. Tung Hualong. Li Dowd instantly broke into a cold sweat. Beside him, Situ stumbled, turning to flee. "Situ Zhou, stand right there. We must face this together." Li Dowd shot Situ a fierce glare. his finger trembling as he pressed the answer button. Li Dowd, you imbecile. You actually hired online trolls. If it weren't for these extraordinary times, I would have already booted you out. Right now, I am trying to find a way to clean up your mess. The voice on the other end was Tang Hualong's furious roar. Li Dowd listened, his mouth twitching with every word. Li Dowd, listen closely. The creator is now entering the music realm. 10 minutes later, the call ended. Yet, this one phone call allowed Li Dowd to settle back into his office chair with renewed composure. Although Tang Hualong was furious, he was indeed the founder of Penguin. His intellect was exceptional. He left Li Dowd with a hint. If direct competition proves futile, there are still many strategies to obliterate an opponent, including legal means. Heh. Li Dowd pondered his superior's words, gradually clarifying his thoughts. Suddenly, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. The more he laughed, the more frenzied he became. Firstly, your twin's core code will soon fall into my hands. And then you will have but one outcome. Secondly, you dare to delve into music? Launching in 24 hours? What a grand jest. I see your D-San and your creator have truly lost their sense of proportion. For now, I will temporarily believe that you can develop a music function within 24 hours. But you fools, the crux of a music platform lies in the content, that is, the music tracks. What do you have? All music is copyrighted. Moreover, my Penguin Music holds over 50 of the market's music copyrights. The rest are held by various major platforms. What can your creator do? Fabricate from thin air. I will wear you out. Perhaps, within 24 hours, you might manage to sign a few copyrights. How many can you possibly secure? 10? 100? At most, 500. How can a grand platform like yours, with 900 million users, offer just a handful of tracks? And will they even resonate with your users? You are deluding yourself. Our Penguin Group possesses at least 500,000 music copyrights. Furthermore, nearly all renowned artists have exclusive contractual channels. They cannot transfer their contracts during the term. Music production? I will bury you. Standing beside him, Situ Zhou finally revealed a smile. Mr. Li, no need to worry. They will undoubtedly scour the internet for songs to copy. Heh. Tang's words are quite clear. If the creator resorts to copying, that constitutes infringement. We will immediately dispatch the legal department to take action. We will sue them into bankruptcy. Regardless of how advanced the Gemini algorithm may be, it will ultimately be futile. In the end, the company will vanish into oblivion, and the technology will merely serve to adorn our demise. Ha. Li Dowd, sensing a glimmer of hope for victory, gritted his teeth and declared, Gemini Music, the moment it goes public is its moment of demise. Ah, D-San, you have been astute all your life, yet foolish in this instance. Still too naive. At this juncture, Li Dowd's spirits lifted. He rose and approached the window, gazing down at the scenery below. By the way, Mr. Situ, please assist me in contacting General Zhao of Qianqian Music, General Wang of Yiyun Music, and General Ding of Xiaomai Music. I wish to invite them to dinner. Situ Zhou scratched his head. But they are our rivals. Are you certain about this? Humph. Li Dowd clasped his hands behind his back and retorted, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I intend to ally with them. Together, our companies hold nearly all the music copyrights, and whenever a creator utilizes materials from any of us, we will file a lawsuit at the first opportunity. I shall leave him no escape route. On the rooftop of the Gemini building, Lu Di, creating music necessitates a vast library of copyrights. This is something you must have considered. Ajia inquired, tilting his head. I have indeed considered it. Lu Di chuckled, pulling out his phone. I will take action right now. Oh. Ajia sighed in relief, thinking to himself that Lu Di was indeed resourceful, never entering a battle unprepared. He turned to observe Lu Di's actions on his phone. Lu Di opened the Gemini stage and used the Creator D-San account to post a message. Friends, Gemini Music is seeking high-quality music materials. Once signed, the rewards are substantial. Ah, is that it? Ajia's eyes widened in shock. Lu Di shrugged. That's all. Lu Di, are you joking? Ajia grew anxious. We are Gemini, with 900 million users. Over 400 people downstairs are working tirelessly on music features. The music library is crucial. You only posted this one message? Our fanbase is vast. But this is music. Not everyone can achieve it. Many singers have already signed with other companies. When you mentioned this to me, I thought you had already acquired the copyrights. You nearly led me to ruin. Oh dear. Ajia spun in frustration. Ajia, do not panic. Lu Di remained composed. I have also developed a back-end program called Music Master, which contains intelligent algorithms capable of discerning and selecting high-quality music based on human preferences. Friends who create music only need to upload their works, and the quality will become apparent. Moreover, if it meets the standards, our platform will electronically sign the contract immediately with a 55% revenue share. Ajia listened in a daze, sighing skyward. Brother, this function is excellent, but you have prepared the exam paper without any candidates. The key is that there must be individuals willing to submit their works. You are driving me mad. Ajia spun in place again. Forget it. I won't waste any more time with you. I will hurry back to contact people and gather music copyrights. Whatever we can collect will suffice. Watching Ajia's hurried retreat, Lu Di called out, don't forget to use Music Master. Of course I will. But I'm just afraid it will gather dust. Ajia shouted as he dashed downstairs. 131. A grand collaboration online. The first post from creator Dson similarly garnered intense attention. Is the creator venturing into music? That's fantastic. I'm all for it. Suddenly feeling elated. Whatever I wish for comes true. Music that matches the mood of the conversation sounds incredibly appealing. Only 23 hours left. Anticipation 1. Anticipation 10,000. Anticipation 1 billion. Anticipation 10 billion. When creator Dson's second post was released, the audience was somewhat bewildered. What is Dson doing? Collecting music? No way. Don't they have a music library? Oh no, this is a bit unexpected. Even a powerhouse like Gemini cannot create music. However, many were rendered silent upon seeing Dson's call for music submissions. They were a group of music enthusiasts, or, rather, unsuccessful musicians. They had works but lacked popularity, support, or contracts. The music they created and enjoyed was deemed niche. They reveled in their own artistry, believing music to be an intensely personal affair. The compositions were theirs to craft, the lyrics theirs to express, and the melodies theirs to sing. They had never contemplated pleasing others. The Gemini platform seemed splendid, a true haven for kindred spirits. It was indeed miraculous. Yet, one could only have a handful of true confidants in a lifetime. As for their music, how would it be perceived by others, aside from those few? In an instant, they felt an urge to submit their works to Gemini. But the next moment, they let their arms drop. My music is probably not to anyone's liking. I'm different from everyone else. My songs carry too much emotion, not fitting the mainstream taste. They recalled the countless times they had been rejected by music platforms. Even being met with disdain by so-called famous musicians who had dismissed their scores, and the lonely singing in underground tunnels amidst the biting cold, devoid of an audience. Alas, perhaps it's best to refrain from self-humiliation. Let the songs remain for their own enjoyment. Immersed in self-doubt, the singers exchanged bitter smiles, only to abruptly discover a news article rapidly gaining traction across the headlines, boasting extraordinary popularity. The singing god DE updates on Douyin. In the video, there was still that familiar silhouette clad in a white shirt. He sat before a piano, his fingers gracefully playing an unknown melody, ethereal and transcendent. He did not sing but gently narrated a story. I am DE. I have listened to countless songs, from superstars to renowned artists. But what moved me the most was a serendipitous encounter in a bar, long after the crowd had dispersed at midnight. There was no audience. A down-and-out bar singer, on a dimly lit stage, cradling a worn acoustic guitar, passionately singing his own song. Lu Di recalled 2 years prior when he, enduring illness, worked as a part-time waiter in a bar one fateful night. A smile graced his lips. That very song brought me to tears. He was nameless. Yet I saw an indomitable spirit. It represented tenacity, a sense of solitude. In the depths of despair, I deeply understood that sense of helplessness, like a solitary star flickering in the vast night sky. The room was silent, and only that sound filled my ears, for it resonated with my inner self. Within despair lies strength. I believe there are countless singers out there whose voices have the power to awaken souls still slumbering. I feel fortunate, for they are akin to treasures. When the day of discovery arrives, people will rejoice and be moved time and again. I believe your melodies are not unheard. They simply have not found the right stage. To those singing in dimly lit bars for intoxicated patrons, to those serenading hurried passers-by in the streets, to those performing for a handful of virtual avatars in live streams, show your resolve. Sing courageously for all to hear. Fear not. For those who are earnest will always receive applause. As Dee concluded, the piano's melody gradually ceased. He stood straight, raising his voice a few notches. Speaking of the stage for singers, I happen to have a splendid venue. Today, I am here to formally announce I.D.E., along with my musical pieces A Promising Future and I Am Who I Am. AM officially signing with Gemini Music. 132. Music materials D shone like a beacon. A single video instantly dominated all trending searches. Amassing over 1 billion views, Dee's image among netizens was defined by two aspects: his enchanting voice and his rise as a true music deity from humble beginnings. From obscurity to prominence, every word and action resonated with millions. He embodied uniqueness and inspiration. With Dee leading the charge, those singers who had long remained in the shadows felt no hesitation. The saying goes that exceptional talent lies among the masses. In the vastness of China, with its billions of people, can we merely count on a handful of star singers? Certainly not. Many gifted individuals are hidden in plain sight, lacking not talent but opportunity. A group of bar singers, once drowning their sorrows in alcohol, no longer hesitated. Returning to their rooms, they rummaged through drawers and finally unearthed their dusty little USB drives. Here lay dozens of songs recorded over the years. Today, they refused to let them fade into obscurity. Others resolutely entered recording studios, determined to capture the songs they had sung countless times in their hearts and upload them to Gemini. The news of Gemini's music collection spread like wildfire through the amateur singer community, igniting excitement in the flourishing land of China. With its profound cultural heritage spanning centuries, no one can predict the outcome. Inside the creator's office, a Jia, who had been anxious and at a loss, suddenly found himself in a daze. In the backstage of Music Master, notifications of new works arrive in a relentless stream. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of alerts forms a continuous chorus in the blink of an eye. The number of works surpasses 1,000. And in a mere moment, it exceeds 10,000. What astonishes Ajia even more is the extraordinary prowess of the Music Master program. Within approximately 3 minutes, it can thoroughly analyze a musical piece, duplicate checking, appreciation, scoring, categorization, signing, or returning, all accomplished seamlessly. Even if a musical work does not meet the standards and cannot be successfully signed, Music Master offers impartial suggestions, pointing out the deficiencies of the song along with professional advice for revisions. Furthermore, it includes a warm and encouraging message, touching the heart. Within just half an hour, the signing library of the twins has already reached an impressive 5,000 works. Ajia, filled with excitement, clicked on some of the high-scoring pieces. In the next moment, gentle melodies filled the air. The delicate strumming of an acoustic guitar accompanied by dreamlike vocals. It was something he had never heard before, yet it was extraordinarily beautiful. Even Ajia found himself entranced. One song after another, these compositions ranged from warm and inspirational to deeply emotional. The genres encompassed pop, folk, rock, soul, road, rap, covering every conceivable field. Each was a masterpiece of the highest caliber, all remarkably melodious. Moreover, they were all debut works. Truly, it echoed Emperor Yi's words. These are treasures long buried. Even someone like Ajia, who is not a professional in music, could clearly discern that many of these songs are destined to resonate far and wide. Ajia's heart swelled with excitement, filled with awe. It was only at this moment that he realized Lu Di's true strategy lay here. The real tactics, or rather the ace in the hole, resided here. Music Master is indeed an extraordinary musical patron. It allows all those aspiring yet unrecognized folk singers to visually showcase their talents, transforming them into precious gems. These singers undoubtedly represent a burgeoning force, capable of moving hearts once more. As for Emperor Yi's identity, he had pondered it briefly but immediately dismissed the thought. If it were truly as he imagined, His good friend Lu Di would be nothing short of a mystery. His strength is terrifying, beyond comprehension. Yet, since Lu Di chose not to speak, Ajia opted for tacit understanding. Music Master is nearly capable of operating autonomously. Ajia observed for a moment before instructing his colleagues to continue their duties. He himself grasped his phone and stepped out. Just moments ago, he had spoken with Lu Di regarding a sudden task. In the VIP room on the top floor of the Haishur Puyu Grand Hotel, there were guards stationed at both the front and back, accessible only to individuals of true prominence. The room, shrouded in secrecy, served as an excellent venue for negotiations. Today's guests included Li Dowd, the vice president of the Penguin Group, along with 3 leading figures from top online music platforms: Zhao from Chantian Music, Wang from Ian Music, and Ding from Xiaomai Music. However, the group, lacking assistance, refrained from checking their phones out of courtesy. At this moment, they remained unaware of Emperor Yi's joining Twin Music, which had sparked a surge in submissions. Li Dowd lightly tapped the cutlery before him, leveraging the support of the Penguin Group. He was the highest-ranking individual at the table today. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall be brief. Li Dowd squinted at the others. Are you aware of how formidable Twin's capabilities are? You understand that Twin aims to penetrate the online music sphere, right? The other 3 furrowed their brows, nodding with insufficient confidence. Since you are all here for my sake, you must have grasped my intention. Li Dowd's expression darkened. For now, we must set aside our competition and unite to bring Twin down. Otherwise, none of us shall have a way out. The other 3 hesitated for a moment before finally nodding slightly. Very well. Li Dowd's face broke into a smile. From now on, our 4 companies will comprehensively monitor Twin Music's operations. Should they dare infringe upon any song, I will immediately gather evidence. However, Li Dowd's face contorted menacingly. We must exercise patience. First, we wait for them to infringe upon 1,000 songs, and second, we ensure they infringe upon songs from all 4 of our companies. Then, Li Dowd chuckled, at the same time, we will collectively file a lawsuit against them, ensuring a decisive blow. After a moment of silence, Li Dowd raised his wine glass and proclaimed, So, what do you think? The remaining 3 seemed somewhat hesitant. This course of action felt rather extreme. Yet, Twin's development capabilities were something everyone feared. They could not simply watch their companies descend into decline or even bankruptcy. The business world is akin to a battlefield. It's either you perish or I do. Ultimately, the 3 gritted their teeth and simultaneously raised their glasses. Li, this time, we shall follow your lead. Just as the 4 were about to clink their glasses, a series of urgent knocks interrupted. Li Dowd frowned. Which server lacked the tact? With a click, the door swung open. A uniformed individual entered, frowning as they scanned the room, their gaze settling on Li Dowd. Are you Li Dowd of the Penguin Group? Li Dowd was taken aback. That's me. The uniformed officer produced a court summons, stating loudly, Your Penguin Music is suspected of infringement. We request your cooperation in our investigation. Li Dowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Officer, you must be mistaken. Our group operates with legitimate copyrights. The officer shook their head. Half an hour ago, the music deity Emperor Yi signed with Twin Music, and your platform currently features 2 of his songs for streaming. Thus, the creator company is formally suing you for infringement. What? You must be... Crash! Li Dowd's wine glass slipped from his hand, shattering into pieces. Before he could comprehend the situation, a flurry of reporters burst through the door. Click, click, click. Camera flashes illuminated the room. Several microphones were thrust toward Li Dowd's mouth. Mr. Li, could you comment on why, as a leading company, you engaged in such disgraceful acts of infringement? Mr. Li, was this infringement conducted with your approval? Click, click, click. The cameras captured the bewildered expression of Vice President Li Dowd of the Penguin Group. Not long ago, Emperor Yi burst onto the scene, with 2 songs consistently breaking records, becoming a superstar beloved by all. Yet, this enigmatic figure shunned the limelight and offered no responses. As time passed, people gradually overlooked the issue of copyright. Moreover, these 2 songs garnered countless listeners, available on nearly all music platforms. If infringement were to be discussed, none of the prominent figures in the room could escape. Slap! Li Dowd slammed his forehead, caught off guard. How could the elusive Emperor Yi suddenly sign with Twin? Those youngsters from Twin acted swiftly, managing to sue me in mere minutes. The music deity Emperor E. and the mysterious Emperor San from Twin. Could it be that these two individuals had known each other all along? Li Dao's forehead beaded with sweat. Could it be that Emperor San had set up this trap long ago? Suddenly dazed, Li Dao found a microphone jabbed into his mouth. Mr. Li, could you please share your perspective? A throng of reporters continued to bombard him with questions. Li Dao was furious. Clearly, the reporter's swift arrival was orchestrated by Twin. Clever move. This? Li Dao wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at the other attendees. He noticed them shrinking back, frozen in silence. Li Dao's anger flared. Why were they all acting like turtles withdrawing into their shells at this moment? Just then, a young man in a sharp suit with neatly combed short hair and a composed demeanor stepped into the room. Zhang Tianjia, you orchestrated this. Recognizing the newcomer, Li Dao trembled with rage. Pointing vehemently at Ajia. Li Dao, you should watch your tone. You better explain the infringement matter to Mr. Zhang Tianjia. The uniformed officer coldly stated. Ajia nodded at the officer, calmly seated himself, and looked up at Li Dao. Vice President Li, I demand compensation for the infringement your Penguin Group has inflicted on Twin Music. You? Li Dao trembled even more violently. Compensation? Is it? Do you think this will get to me? Dream on. I've already researched this. Just 2 songs from Emperor E, at most a few 100,000. And my Penguin Group can afford it. Accepting the settlement would suffice. Ajia smiled and nodded. We at Creator Company do not seek much. For the 2 songs, we demand a compensation of 1 yuan. What? 1 yuan? The other 3 music platform executives could no longer remain seated. Zhang Tianjia, you have gone too far. This is not compensation. This is outright insult. 1 yuan. In this day and age, who would take that seriously? You are making things difficult for Penguin. Let us not be so harsh, as we are all in the same industry. Hee. Ajia narrowed his eyes at the 3. Too harsh. Don't think I'm unaware of your conspiracy. You all simply intend to unite against Twin. Ajia stood up, pointing at each of them. You, Qianqian Music. You, Yiyun. You, Xiaomai. All currently have Emperor ES songs. I have not sued you. That is already quite merciful. The 3 suddenly realized something and hurriedly pulled out their phones to contact their subordinates. Attempting to delete the music. Too late. We at Twin have long since preserved evidence. Should I initiate a lawsuit? All of your platforms will be tainted. Ajia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the 3. Well, what do you wish to do? Ajia smiled knowingly. In 20 hours, my Gemini music will soon launch, and I expect all 3 of you to publicly congratulate us across the 3 major platforms. Furthermore, you 3 must properly present a floral tribute to my company. You? The 3 executives were utterly exasperated. After all, they were musicians themselves. How could they possibly celebrate the opening of a rival? This would signify submission. It would acknowledge the status of Gemini music. Yet, who could blame them for their prior misdeeds? This, very well. As long as you do not sue us, we shall comply. After a prolonged internal struggle, the 3 ultimately capitulated, lowering their heads in defeat. Ajia then turned to Li Dao and remarked, As for you, given that we are currently rivals, I demand that you compensate us for copyright infringement in the amount of 1 yuan, and issue a public apology. Li Dao's face flushed with anger. So you are solely suing me? Ajia shrugged. Indeed. You? Li Dao slammed his hand on the table. You can take the compensation and leave. But do not expect an apology. Snap, snap. The flash of cameras intensified once more. A throng of reporters hastily took out their notepads, scribbling down notes. Penguin Group refuses to admit its wrongdoing. The head of Penguin Group is unreasonable, attempting to oppress its rival with sheer force. Penguin Group has infringed upon another's song, yet believes it is justified. Li Dao's face turned ashen. These relentless reporters, they were desperate to catch any scandal involving Penguin. Enough? Li Dao gritted his teeth. His expression twisted. I apologize. I apologize. The infringement was our fault. Penguin Group's apology is exceedingly insincere. The head of Penguin Group displays a vile demeanor. Oh dear. Li Dao was utterly crushed. Ultimately, In front of a multitude of media, he recorded an apology video, pledging to compensate the creator with yuan for the infringement. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. 2 hours later, reports about this incident flooded the media. Penguin Group has played with fire for a decade and has finally stumbled. The creator's lawsuit has forced Penguin to concede. The compensation amount is merely yuan. The creator seeks not riches, but justice for the protection of song copyrights. DE signs with Gemini Music, bringing countless aspiring singers on board. The emergence of Gemini Music will completely reshape the online music industry. Support DE, support authentic music, right here at Gemini Music. Following this wave of sensationalism, Gemini Music's popularity soared to unprecedented heights. Becoming a household name, the once mighty Penguin had been reduced to a mere stepping stone. Boom. Crash. In the office of Penguin Group, Lee Dowd was like a frenzied beast. He smashed the phone, shattered chairs, and wrecked the exquisite paintings on the walls. In just 3 days of conflict, Lee Dowd had publicly apologized twice. The first time was due to the failure of Soulmate, and the second due to the infringement of DE's song. He was on the brink of madness, driven to the edge by the creator. Now he had learned that the creator had acquired the copyrights of numerous independent artists, plunging him further into despair. Could Gemini Music possibly achieve great success? Could it dethrone Penguin Music, which had reigned supreme in the market for years? Lee Dowd found it unbearable. Tung Hualong had just called. Even this seasoned business mogul was at a loss for solutions. Moreover, Lee Dowd could hardly blame him, for the copyright strategy was his own brainchild. In desperation, the two devised a strategy: defense. Overwhelmed with despair, Lee Dowd sat amidst the wreckage of his office, gritting his teeth, and issued a command. In 18 hours, all paid songs from Penguin Music will be available for free listening for an entire month. He and Tung Hualong both understood the magnitude of this decision, a loss of hundreds of millions. However, it would effectively curb the momentum of Gemini Music. After all, Penguin Music had been a mainstream music platform for years, boasting countless fans. Its library was vast, and its quality unparalleled. The only criticism was its membership fee for listening, requiring payment for individual songs. Thus, Penguin decided to lift all restrictions entirely, and in 18 hours, precisely when Gemini Music was set to launch, Lee Dowd had no alternative. This was the only plan he could execute. Your music library lacks well-known songs, and your inventory pales in comparison to mine. Even if you have loyal users, they will be few. At the very least, I can ensure your launch is lackluster and leave you humiliated. When Penguin Music announced its forthcoming free month of access, the internet erupted in excitement. Although Penguin's reputation is lacking, it has a plethora of songs, and now it's free? Impressive. If it's free, that's quite enticing. All right, let's take advantage of this free month and see how it goes. Seeing these comments, Lee Dowd managed a strained smile. A few 100 million spent wisely. At least users were eager to seize the opportunity. Yet, when Lee Dowd saw the latest update from creator D-San, he truly burst into laughter. Creator D-San declared, to ensure the rights of original artists, Gemini Music will adopt a membership model, charging 15 yuan per month, with profits shared 55 with the authors. Charging 15 yuan a month? Lee Dowd laughed. You haven't produced anything yet, and you're already announcing fees? Especially in light of my Penguin Music going free? Surely this isn't some sort of ploy. You D-San, and you Zhang Tianjia must have lost your minds. As Lee Dowd continued scrolling through the comments, his smile gradually faded. I believe Gemini's approach is quite reasonable. After all, music creators need to earn a living. If they don't have funds, who will create beautiful songs for us? Indeed, I support Gemini. I support fair pricing. This is a virtuous cycle. 15 yuan for a month of music is quite reasonable. Sharing half the income with the artists. Gemini shows integrity. Very good. Perfect. The membership fees saved from Penguin can be redirected to Gemini. No problem. Lee Dowd felt as though he might vomit blood. These ingrates. When Penguin charged for membership, where were their righteous indignation? Trembling, Lee Dowd scrolled through the comments. Fortunately, the enthusiasm was not as fervent as before. After all, you haven't released a single piece, so people have no reason to support you. Nonetheless, Lee Dowd still felt a twinge of pressure. He summoned the relevant personnel from Penguin Music and devised 2 promotional activities. First, in 18 hours, Not only would Penguin Music be free, but it would also allocate 10 million yuan for a lottery. Selecting 100,000 users online in real time, each would receive a prize of 100 yuan. This would undoubtedly increase user engagement. Second, he invited two popular singers to conduct an online interview on Penguin Music 18 hours later, performing live to attract their fans. However, after planning these two initiatives, Li Dao still felt an uneasy churn in his stomach. He sensed that Gemini was full of surprises, hidden dangers lurked. He felt utterly unprepared. His powerful penguin group had never been this flustered. What other tricks did they have up their sleeves? Li Dao rapped his forehead in frustration. Knock, knock. A knock at the door sounded. Come in, Li Dao called out weakly. Upon seeing the visitor, his expression suddenly brightened. Director Wu, you must have good news for me. The person who entered was Director Wu, whom Li Dao had previously dispatched to investigate the background of Gemini Music. Director Wu cautiously navigated the cluttered office and stood before Li Dao, bowing his head in silence. Li Dao felt a wave of foreboding and tentatively inquired, is it possible to blacklist Gemini from the major download charts? Director Wu shook his head. Their momentum is too strong. We cannot blacklist them. And even if we could, it wouldn't matter. They've already surpassed our user base. Li Dao gritted his teeth. Have you located their server? Can we drive them out? Director Wu continued to shake his head. The server of Gemini is a mystery. I've inquired with every server leasing company, and no one knows. This is ridiculous. Li Dao sighed, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. They must have investors, right? Can we exert pressure in that area to cut off their cash flow? Director Wu continued to smile ruefully. I've spoken to the investment companies in the market. They want to invest, but the creators simply won't give them the opportunity. Currently, the creators are entirely self-funded, 100% privatized. Damn it! Li Dao was utterly disheartened, feeling as though all his vitality had been drained away. Slumping back in his chair, are the creators invulnerable? Do they have no weaknesses? I am in deep trouble. Knock, knock. Another knock echoed. Come in. Li Dao wearily called out. A middle-aged man with thinning hair and a somewhat plump physique timidly entered the office. By his appearance, he was likely a programmer. Li Dao's expression shifted. What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to? President Li, I bring good news? The programmer cautiously glanced around. I've obtained the core code of Gemini. What? Li Dao sprang up. Are you certain? The programmer nodded, producing a USB drive. I am certain. It's all right here. I've copied it completely. You did an excellent job. Li Dao was nearly moved to tears. He hurried out from behind his desk. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive every cent I promised. Quick, summon that useless technical director. The programmer, who was now wearing a comically smug grin, was in fact an undercover agent Li Dao had placed within the creator's company days prior. On the eve of the launch, in Li Dao's office, Zhou, Li Dao, and the undercover programmer gathered around the computer, not daring to breathe. The resolute technical director, trembling as he caressed the diminutive USB drive, inquired, is this the core code of Gemini? Indeed, I barely managed to steal. Copy it. The undercover programmer affirmed, nodding emphatically. I am truly exhilarated. I am about to witness a miracle. The technical director's hands quivered with anticipation. Enough chatter. Hurry. Li Dao was already brimming with impatience. It seemed as if he could envision the day of Gemini's downfall. Click. Beep beep. The USB was inserted into the computer. Instantly, a black dialog box materialized on the screen, with lines of code flashing by at breakneck speed. It's it. This is it. The technical director was beside himself with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Ding. Due to confidentiality concerns, all external programs require an activation password. The Windows code abruptly halted. Plunging into darkness, save for a solitary password input prompt, the group was taken aback. They all turned to the undercover programmer. The young man wore a panicked expression. I don't know what happened. It was fine when I copied it. Li Dao was flustered as well. Could we have fallen into a trap again? Humph. The technical director scoffed coldly. No need for alarm. Everyone. It is perfectly normal for Gemini to encrypt its own programs. However, they have underestimated me. Li Dao saw a glimmer of hope. What do you mean? The technical director grinned wickedly. This is indeed the core code of Gemini. It has merely been fortified with a theft-proof password. But, by sheer coincidence, I am capable of cracking it. Haha. Li Dao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this true? Absolutely. The technical director turned slightly. To be candid, Gemini possesses formidable technology. This password is such that few in all of Huaxia could decipher it, and I am among those few. Fantastic. Li Dao clapped his hands vigorously, on the verge of tears. This was the happiest moment of his life. Gemini was finally about to meet its end. I shall reclaim my honor. Let that Di Sin shine my shoes, and let Zhang Tianjia polish the other. Damn it, however. The technical director adopted an air of superiority, casting a sidelong glance. Li, who did you previously label as useless? Li Dao paused, quickly realizing. Pointing to his own nose, he exclaimed, I am the useless one. Professor Jiang, I retract all my previous statements and sincerely apologize. Please do not waste any more time. Hurry and crack it. Humph. Acknowledging one's errors is commendable. The technical director slightly flexed his fingers, gazing at the screen. This may take some time. Approximately 18 hours. 18 hours? Li Dao realized that this coincided perfectly with the launch of Gemini Music. Excellent. A few hours were inconsequential, as long as he could obtain the core code of Gemini. A mere music platform was hardly significant. Professor Jiang, please begin. Certainly, but first, pour me a cup of tea. No problem. Situ Zhou, go quickly. 17 hours later, AT the creator company. Ruan Liangji had previously led a group of creator employees, working tirelessly without pause. Their efforts bore fruit. The brand new features of Gemini Music were fully operational and had undergone internal testing. With classic algorithmic matching, a streamlined interface, and user-friendly operation, it was yet another masterpiece. Lu Di nodded in satisfaction after witnessing Ruan Liangji's demonstration. His work was nearly impeccable. Meanwhile, on Ajia's side, after 20 hours of labor, with the cooperation of Music Master, the signed premium songs had astonishingly reached a staggering 80,000, encompassing a variety of genres. It was more than sufficient to offer users a splendid musical feast. The tense and focused Ruan Liangji, upon receiving Lu Di's approval, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Only then did he remember about the music library. When he learned that Ajia had secured thousands of song copyrights in just 20 short hours and after witnessing the Music Master feature, Ruan Liangji was once again taken aback. Truly, these two leaders were remarkable. Such a company would undoubtedly succeed. At this moment, there were 23 hours and 45 minutes remaining. All employees of the creator company gathered in the conference room. Although they were exhausted, not a single person chose to rest. They awaited the moment Gemini Music would go live. They understood that this time was unlike any other, as this feature would be a paid service. Gaining user approval would be far more challenging than before. How much revenue would it generate? Each person had their own speculation. Lu Di and Ajia stood at the forefront, arms crossed. Ajia looked tense, beads of sweat forming in his palms. He glanced at Lu Di, who maintained his usual calm demeanor. Ajia whispered, when our new feature goes live, it coincides with Penguin Music's free promotion. And Penguin has invited celebrities and organized a lottery. Ajia paused, then asked Lu Di, aren't you worried about user? Though Ajia's voice was soft, the conference room was silent enough for everyone to hear, and all the Gemini employees listened intently. They turned their gazes toward the great Di San. With Penguin's audacious approach, they sought reassurance. After all, this was a battle of free versus paid services, a veritable upheaval in the internet realm. Di San appeared so composed. Surely he had a plan. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. Of course I'm concerned. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Did Di San truly have no trump card this time? Lu Di chuckled. Penguin's free service versus our paid one creates a significant disparity. Additionally, all our signed artists are from the grassroots, lacking fame, while Penguin boasts a dazzling array of stars. That's the second disparity. Moreover, Penguin has organized two events, one to distribute money and another to leverage celebrity influence. In contrast, we stand firm and give nothing. That's the third disparity. Given all this, our user base will undoubtedly be limited. The crowd gasped once more, mouths agape. Are you conceding, boss? However, Lu Di turned, his gaze sweeping over each colleague. We must have confidence in our product. This is the culmination of countless sleepless nights and heartfelt efforts from all our warriors. In my view, the experience provided by Gemini Music will undoubtedly surpass that of Penguin Music. Furthermore, I am confident in our musical content. I believe that once users listen to a single track, they will find it impossible to tear themselves away. Accepting us is merely a matter of time, Lou D said, revealing a knowing smile, shrugging. Moreover, I calculate that Penguin Group will encounter a minor setback in 10 minutes. At this very moment, Penguin Group was equally bustling. All programmers were on high alert, preparing to make Penguin Music entirely free at the top of the hour in 10 minutes, while also anticipating a deluge of incoming users. In the two studios, two heavyweight singers from the Huaxia music scene had already completed their makeup. All equipment had been fine-tuned and was ready for the broadcast, eagerly awaiting interaction with the large number of fans. Li Dao beamed as he observed everything unfolding. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Gemini had nothing to fear. In the end, it was merely a matter of properly preparing for the launch of a new feature. There were no underhanded tactics involved, not to mention that I now possess your code. Even if I didn't, with Penguin Music offering a month of free listening and featuring two major stars, you would still struggle to garner traffic. Gemini Music will not succeed. Lili, good news. Situ Zhou rushed over, beaming with excitement. Li Dao quickly surmised the situation. It must be even better news, he eagerly inquired. Did you crack the password? Yes. You must come and see. Heaven is on my side. Before the computer, the technical director's lips trembled slightly. After over 10 hours of intense work, only the final command remained, and Gemini's password protection was on the verge of collapse. Li Dao and Situ Zhou had arrived, their hearts racing. They fixed their gaze on the computer screen. Director Jiang, please commence. Li Dao excitedly licked his lips. The technical director nervously rubbed his hands together. Tap, tap, tap. He typed in the last few lines of code and pressed enter. Instantly, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Congratulations, the password has been removed. Phew. Everyone exhaled simultaneously. Gemini was finished. Just then, voices from outside echoed, countdown. 1 minute. Prepare to go free. Yet the few people in the office were too engrossed to pay attention to anything else. Their eyes were glued to the screen. Where was the code? In the next moment, the screen went abruptly dark. Slowly, a line of text appeared. Simultaneously, a voice with a unique magnetism began to resonate softly. Hello. I assume you are feeling somewhat fatigued. That's all right. As the group listened, they felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in that voice, imbued with a gentle quality that made them drowsy. You may follow my instructions, the voice continued, and for some reason, Li Dao and Situ Zhou felt as though they had heard it before. If you clench your fist and slowly raise your arm above your head, then suddenly spread your fingers. Boom. Congratulations. You just set off a firework for yourself. The few people before the computer seemed to succumb to a bewildering trance. Hee hee. The technical director gazed at the screen, grinning foolishly. This is amusing. He extended his hand, following the instructions given. I wish to set off some fireworks for myself, hee hee. Boom. The technical director suddenly spread his fingers, softly mimicking the sound. Bang, bang. The ground trembled. Outside the office, a thunderous noise erupted. Numerous computers sparked and instantly went black. The overhead lights flickered, then extinguished with a crash, with the sound of boom from the technical director. Within 5 seconds, the entire Penguin building was plunged into darkness. The loud noises jolted 4 individuals from their reverie. In the darkness, Li Dao appeared bewildered, muttering, "What the hell just happened?" Situ Zhou, equally perplexed, replied, "Mr. Li, it seems Director Jiang just set off a firework and blew up the entire office building. This is Chapter 4. I promised a brother to add more content. Thank you for your support." 136. An undeniable contest today marks a joyous occasion for hundreds of millions of music enthusiasts in Huaxia. The Gemini app is about to update its music section, while the venerable Penguin Music platform, under pressure, has opted to go entirely free across all platforms. It is nothing short of a musical feast. As the moment arrived, users hesitated, glancing at the Gemini icon and then at the Penguin Music icon. To them, Gemini resembled a plate of exquisite delicacies, too perfect to touch. There lingered a reluctance to click. wishing to save it for a delightful surprise on a future day. After much contemplation, many netizens arrived at a decision. Why not check in on Penguin Music? Perhaps they could win a $100 prize? Upon opening Penguin Music, the network connection to the server failed. 404. What? No way. Penguin Music is down. What is going on? Wasn't there supposed to be a $10 million lottery? Wasn't there supposed to be celebrity interviews? What does it mean that I can't log in? Did they bail at the last moment? Surely not. Is it really that serious? After countless users repeatedly logged in and out, they confirmed. Penguin had crashed. The app was completely unresponsive. Damn. Penguin is truly out of commission. Ridiculous. Have they been scared into submission? I guess I'll log into my beloved Gemini then. Thus, all users flocked to the Gemini app. As soon as they clicked it open, a kaleidoscope of musical note icons cascaded down the screen. A splendid little effect signified that Gemini Music had officially launched. Naturally, people couldn't help but open their Gemini stage, eagerly scanning their messages. Each heartfelt reply, each netizen resonating with their own sentiments, instantly brought comfort to all users. Strangely, various melodies softly played on every different phone. A middle-aged man, who had just posted a photo with his deceased wife, was scrolling through the comments, each one filled with warm consolation. A song began to play softly. They say nostalgic people resemble scavengers, tattered and torn, rummaging everywhere. But why are there so many scavengers in the world? Because one day, they might unearth a rusty ring and become lost in thought. At that moment, it becomes their world. Behind every relaxed smile lies a soul that once gritted its teeth. It is a form of resilience that will surely be misunderstood by outsiders. In this era of rampant materialism, there are few who take things seriously. The song played gently, and the middle-aged man held his phone, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. When a melody aligns with one's emotional state, its impact far surpasses mere words. As the song concluded, he clicked on the song details, title, The Serious Ones, artist, bar singer Bayphone. The man finally let the tears he had been holding back slip from his eyes. Why hadn't he discovered this song sooner? It was truly beautiful. Like a bomb, it gradually healed his heart. 1,000 miles away, a student who had just received an acceptance letter from a distant university sat on the bus, feeling somewhat lost as he prepared to leave the hometown that had nurtured him for over a decade. He donned his headphones and opened Gemini, soft music filling his ears. When you try to walk 3 or 4 steps forward on a path, you begin to ponder whether to continue. You glance down at your feet, deciding not to proceed. Returning to the path, it turns out all was overthought because you realize you can no longer go back. You can only bravely move forward. I await your glorious return. As the song finished, the university student felt a sense of melancholy. Gemini Music seemed to possess a soul, answering his unspoken questions. When he came to his senses, he suddenly realized. Oh no, he had missed 4 stops. This was merely a glimpse into the lives of millions of users. Countless individuals were immersed in the ocean of Gemini Music. After their favorite songs concluded, they finally remembered. Wasn't Gemini supposed to charge for services? They hurriedly clicked on Gemini Music's official channel, only to see a heartwarming advertisement. The music that suits you best is priceless. Countless individuals were moved. Gemini has attitude and taste. I stand by you. Without saying another word, where is the payment portal? I must sign up for this membership. In the creator's office, over 400 individuals clenched their fists, their eyes fixed intently on the data screen before them. 1 paying customer, 2, 3, 1,000, 10,000. Many covered their eyes, unable to resist peeking through their fingers, their hearts racing. 150 million, 160 million. The number of paying users erupted like a volcano. Unstoppable. Ajaya's throat felt dry as he kept his gaze glued to the screen. This is definitely profitable. Moreover, the amount is astounding. How incredible. The users didn't go to Penguin. They all came here. Someone shouted excitedly. Everyone, ignore Penguin. A programmer, glancing at his phone in disbelief, exclaimed, I just received internal news. Penguin's headquarters lost power, and the main server is down, currently in a state of paralysis. How could this happen? A chorus of voices cried out. The programmer who received the news looked perplexed, scratching his head. I heard from a senior that someone internally set off a firework, and it blew up? Hee. Lu D, who had been calm and collected, chuckled softly. There are no fireworks. It is their own misdeeds that have led them to their demise. Unbeknownst to others, Liu Di had preemptively identified the corporate spy and had intentionally let him take away Gemini's core algorithm. He had subtly tampered with that algorithm, delivering a little gift back to Penguin at the opportune moment. In the algorithm, there was only a segment of Liu Di's hypnotic suggestion, and at the instant the hypnosis succeeded, the entire Penguin headquarters went dark. As the saying goes, a finger fireworks. Thank you for your attention. An hour later, the employees of the creators' company popped open the champagne they had prepared in advance, toasting in celebration. 4 Gemini Music's paying users had surpassed the 500 million mark. Another astonishing figure in internet history. It was inevitable. The quality of Gemini's music is too exceptional. The algorithm is too powerful. Meanwhile, Penguin has yet to return to normal operations. Penguin Group, a realm of darkness and chaos. What's going on? Why did the power suddenly cut off? Quick, fix it. One of the 4 great music kings of Huaxia, King Li, sat helplessly in a dark corner. This was the most comical performance he had ever experienced. What on earth is wrong with Penguin? They actually lost power. How can I explain this to my fans? Can't we get anything done? This is so unreliable. I'm leaving now. 137.2 to 0 in the creator's company. Liu Di observed the exuberant Jia, who was laughing heartily with the staff, and smiled slightly. Jia, Liu Di gently called out. Boss Di-san, please go ahead. After the overwhelming success of Gemini Music, Jia was brimming with confidence and joy. Practically walking on air, Liu Di scratched his head. When I developed Music Master, I also casually developed a Video Master. Jia suddenly froze, looking on with concern. Video Master, what does that mean? It means it can assess the quality of video content, whether it is exquisite, compliant, interesting, and so on. Moreover, it can rank videos in real time according to their quality and allocate recommendations. This is perfect for an entertainment platform, for instance, for live streaming and such. Liu Di spoke nonchalantly. Jia's mouth dropped wider. You want to do live streaming? Liu Di chuckled and nodded. Slap. Jia slapped his thigh. Absolutely. Let us do it now. No rush. I'll first post a stage update. Liu Di said with a grin. Then you notify the colleagues. We'll hold a celebration meeting shortly. After 2 hours of frantic recovery efforts, Penguin Group finally restored power. But everything had already cooled down. Even worse, although the lighting was back, their system had been infiltrated by a virus, locking them out entirely. They needed to input a password to unlock it. Li Dowd was despondent. The technical director was struck dumb. He couldn't crack this password. They all knew where the virus came from, but they had no words to express their anguish. Should they admit that they had stolen someone else's core code, only to be countered by a virus? The thief was caught red-handed. Ding, the undercover programmer received a text message. Comrade Zhang Yang, congratulations. You are the first employee officially dismissed by Gemini. A friendly reminder, if you encounter a locked computer, please try entering. Li Dowd is not ethical. This is absurd. The undercover programmer stared blankly at his phone, showing it to Li Dowd, who had a face full of black lines. He closed his eyes, sighed skyward, and waved his hand. The technical director, in a daze, typed in a few words, Li Dowd is not ethical. Indeed. The computer successfully booted. Li Dowd covered half of his face with his hand, gritting his teeth as he declared, this matter is strictly confidential. Only the 4 of us are to know. At that moment, he heard the technical director cough awkwardly a few times. Mr. Li, currently, only my computer has been unlocked. There are still thousands of machines outside, and it seems we must input the password one by one. Li Dowd was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of frustration. For heaven's sake, what do you mean by that? Why not set off some fireworks while you're at it? In a fit of rage, Li Dowd kicked the technical director. However, there was no alternative. The computer couldn't remain locked indefinitely. Reluctantly, he dispatched individuals one by one to input the password. For the subsequent hour, the entire Penguin Group echoed with the saying, Li Dowd is indeed immoral. Once everything was restored, a disheartened assembly of Penguin executives, including Li Dowd, gazed at the dismal data, despairing beyond measure. After a 3-hour system crash, the current user activity had dwindled to a mere few million. For a company of Penguin's magnitude, that was tantamount to just a few strands of hair left. Upon returning to his office, Li Dowd yanked off his tie and slumped into his chair, his gaze vacant. Ding! A notification chimed on his phone. Creator D-San had updated his status. Li Dowd hesitated, torn between curiosity and trepidation, as if the device were a landmine that would explode upon contact. Ultimately, he chose to confront reality. He picked up his phone and noticed D-San had posted 2 consecutive updates. The first read, 2-0. Countless comments below fervently celebrated. Damn it was abundantly clear that after social media, in the realm of online music, Penguin had suffered a complete defeat. Trembling, he turned to the second post. The creator company officially announces the launch of live streaming features in 3 days. All major streamers are invited to sign up. What the hell? Li Dowd hurled his phone away in frustration. This was never ending. They were going to encroach upon my Penguin Live. With his head bowed, Li Dowd gasped heavily. This was a descent into desperation. He truly felt utterly powerless. Just then, Tang Hualong, currently overseas, had called in, furious beyond measure. He was en route back to Haishur to deal with the mess. To confront Li Dowd. Li Dowd's eyes were bloodshot, and an insidious thought began to take root. D-San, this time, it's either you perish or I do. Li Dowd's expression was an unprecedented blend of rage and terror. He retrieved a backup phone from his drawer, a device unseen by anyone. He dialed a number. The recipient answered with a deep, raspy voice tinged with faint mockery. Well, Mr. Li, calling in? Have you been enjoying the duel with Gemini lately? Tiger. Shut your mouth. Listen to me. Li Dowd clenched his teeth, his voice icy. You previously mentioned that you could find international assassins, that any person could be eliminated for the right price? The other party fell silent for a moment, then coldly chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, you want D-San dead, right? 40 million, and I'll take care of it for you. 40 million? That's exorbitant. Li Dowd gulped, realizing the steep price. Heh, Mr. Li, we're discussing murder here. It must be executed flawlessly, without a trace. The assassin I can provide you is of international caliber. Have you heard of the Poker Club? It houses the top 54 ranked assassins. Cyborgs. Ever heard of them? The Poker Club is full of cyborgs. They've all taken enhancements, making them exponentially stronger than ordinary humans. Li Dowd's brows furrowed in contemplation. The concept of cyborgs was something he'd only heard whispers of in elite circles. He had always been skeptical. Yet, considering the advancements in technology to the point where even plants could be genetically modified, the notion of human enhancement didn't seem all that far-fetched. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to go all in. Are you certain these individuals are capable? Of course, I can connect you with Spade 9. Although he ranks low, he is a formidable assassin. He has never missed a target. Isn't that D-San merely a programmer? He'll be an easy target. Li Dowd pondered for a long moment, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He was teetering on the brink of madness. 40 million is acceptable, however. I need you to eliminate D-San within 3 days. Haha, Mr. Li is indeed decisive, rest assured. I'll arrange for him to be prepared right away. Spade 9 will arrive from abroad and eliminate D-San within a day, then vanish without a trace. Celebration Conference Online. The creator D-San's announcement of entering the live streaming arena once again stirred up a tempest. User anticipation soared. After all, every product from Gemini had been nothing short of miraculous. Numerous renowned streamers were contemplating switching platforms to broadcast on Gemini. Major streaming guilds were also bustling, preparing for their entrance into such a colossal platform. After all, Gemini now boasted nearly 1 billion users. It was common knowledge that this represented an enormous wave of traffic benefits. However, what delighted netizens even more was the voice from the singing deity, DE, who also expressed support. I back platforms like Gemini that foster originality and hope they triumph in the commercial battle. DE promised that if Gemini achieves overwhelming success, I will collaborate with 99 signed singers from Gemini Music to host a grand online concert in celebration. Upon seeing DE's post, fans went wild. Internet users also erupted with excitement. News reports were ablaze. No one had ever anticipated anything quite like this. The sentiment was unique. They fervently wished for Gemini, a company neither owned nor affiliated with them, to prevail in the business war. For only then could they witness DE's performance. At this very moment, the conference room of the creator company was bustling with exuberance. Laughter and cheer filled the air. Everyone had prepared flowers, ribbons, and balloons, adorning the entire room. Tables were laden with champagne, fruits, and pastries, their aromas enticing. On the big screen, a mesmerizing set of data appeared. Gemini Music had reached 600 million paying users. This was indeed the celebration venue of the creator company. After a burst of applause, the CEO, Zhang Tianjia, took the stage, his face beaming with joy, his chest heaving with excitement. Colleagues, brothers, warriors, now is the time to celebrate. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing with anticipation. Ajia trembled as he declared, "We created a miracle in just 24 hours." Gemini Music boasts a staggering 600 million paying users. In the realm of internet music, we rank first. With 600 million users and a monthly fee of 15 yuan per person, our monthly revenue has soared to 9 billion. This is a miracle, an astonishing figure. Everyone was filled with fervor. This was indeed a miracle, and not only were they witnesses, but participants as well. Furthermore, as our user base expands, our advertising revenue will also see a substantial increase. Roughly estimating, an additional 500 million in a month is not out of the question. As Ajia spoke, his excitement grew. The creator company was now a firm with nearly 10 billion in monthly revenue, a truly remarkable achievement. Now, let us invite the esteemed D. San to the stage. Thunderous applause erupted. Lu Di stepped forward slowly, a smile gracing his face, his eyes filled with appreciation as he regarded the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a miracle. Lu Di pointed to the figures on the screen. But this miracle was not accomplished by any one individual. It is a collective achievement. Each and every one of you is a part of this miracle. Or rather, each of you is a miracle. A number of creator employees felt tears welling up. Indeed, within 12 hours, the Gemini stage was launched. In 24 hours, Gemini Music went from non-existence to reality. 400 individuals worked tirelessly, neglecting even their thirst, to create this miracle. D-san, thank you all for your contributions. Lu Di and Ajia both nodded slightly. As magnates, they remained humble and unassuming. Everyone knew that the miracle of Gemini owed a great debt to both of these prominent figures. The crowd reciprocated with respect. As you all know, our next step is to venture into live streaming. Thus, to avoid unnecessary delays in celebration and work, let's get straight to the point regarding finances. Lu Di clasped his hands behind his back with a smile. Please don't think me crass. Due to the tremendous success of the Gemini stage, everyone will receive a bonus. Each individual will receive a bonus corresponding to their current job title, starting from 300,000. For those with outstanding contributions, starting from 1 million. Moreover, from this day forward, all colleagues who fought in this battle will see their base salaries increase by 50. As Lu Di's words echoed, the cheers were deafening. Incredible. The creator company is phenomenal. Long live the creator company. Long live Ajia. Long live D-san. Ajia was also ecstatic, feigning anger as he shouted, "Do not call me Ajia. Refer to me as Mr. Zhang." Yes, long live Mr. Zhang. Hooray. We're getting rich. Lu Di watched everything with a smile, knowing that money held little significance for him. Yet, bringing satisfaction, happiness, and success to more people was an entirely different form of fulfillment, one that could not be measured by wealth. Lu Di deeply realized that from the moment he acquired the magical pupil, his world had transformed. With a mission bestowed upon him, his personal self was but a trivial part of life. Achieving greatness was the ultimate purpose. Amidst the crowd, Lu Di scanned his surroundings, and through the glass door, he spotted Ruan Liangji seated in the lounge area. Across from him sat a shy young woman in casual attire and a somewhat defiant middle-aged woman. Lu Di smiled gently. This young man is undoubtedly a deserving hero. How could one refrain from lending a hand? In the rest area, 3 cups of steaming tea, exuding an enticing aroma, rest upon the table. A middle-aged woman, with a slight curl of her lips, gazes at the somewhat bewildered Ruan Liangji. "Liangji, what do you call the work you do?" she inquires. 3 days and nights without a soul in sight. With your current state, how can you be dating our Xiaodang? Is this boyfriend of hers not somewhat lacking? At the sight of code, Ruan Liangji would typically be invigorated, yet at this moment, he resembled a wilted eggplant. He scratched his head and, with an apologetic smile, replied, "Auntie, our company is currently at a critical juncture, hence the heavy workload and frequent overtime. Heh." The middle-aged woman cast a haughty glance around the creator's office. To her surprise, the company did indeed have a semblance of stature. For a company of such magnitude, Liangji's salary should be quite considerable. "Liangji, if you wish to marry our Xiaoting, you must ensure basic material conditions are met." She raised an eyebrow. "Auntie would like to ask, how much is the property fee for your garage annually?" "Huh." Ruan Liangji suddenly looked up. After working for a few years, he had saved enough to purchase a 70-square-meter apartment in the outer ring. But there was no garage. This was a perilous question. If he said he had no garage, it would not only imply that his apartment was inadequate, but also suggest that he did not own a car. If he claimed the property fee was low, it would indicate that even if he could afford a garage, the neighborhood was not upscale. If he asserted the fee was high, it might prove his apartment was indeed good. But that would be a lie. He would be unable to back it up later, leading to exposure. Ruan Liangji gazed blankly at his girlfriend, shouting. At that moment, she too looked reproachfully at her mother. Ruan Liangji was at a loss for words. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lu Di strolled over leisurely. "Ah, Boss Di-san." Ruan Liangji was about to rise, but Lu Di smiled slightly and pressed down on his shoulder, urging him to remain seated. "Liangji, such questions must be answered with caution. A poor response could cost you your wife." Ruan Liangji wiped the sweat from his brow. "Understood, boss. Today, I am here to share a standard response." Lu Di turned toward the middle-aged woman. "Our company is holding a celebratory meeting. We have just decided to reward Liangji with 2 properties, one in the heart of the second ring, and the other a villa in the suburbs. Both come with garages." Lu Di paused for effect, then added with a smile, "Madam, regarding the property fees, which one were you inquiring about?" Greetings to all. Today's update is brought to you at the third watch. Many students have returned to school recently. I feel a bit disheartened. Sensing a decline in readership, I wonder how many friends remain. Please give a sign. Provide some motivation. Thank you for your support. Lu Di. Congratulations to you. This boss. The middle-aged woman suddenly appeared uneasy. "You're not joking, are you?" "Of course not," Lu Di replied with a proud smile. 2 mere villas cannot truly reflect Liangji's worth. In the future, our creator will undoubtedly ascend to become a top-tier internet company, not just in China, but globally. And Liangji, as my right-hand man, will certainly achieve worldwide acclaim. His value cannot merely be measured in monetary terms. A top-tier global creator. The middle-aged woman gazed at Lu Di, who was brimming with confidence, murmuring, "You claim Liangji is one of your key personnel?" This woman, lacking in education and disinterested in commerce, had merely heard street gossip. There was a company that had consecutively triumphed over the giant penguin, achieving over 100 billion in revenue within just a month, touted as the most promising company in China in the past 2 decades. The name of this company seemed to be Creator. "Thank you for recognizing my worth." Xiaoting then stood up, linking her arm with Ruan Liangji's, and softly declared, "I also believe Liangji will achieve great things in the future. Mom, to be honest, I've been secretly dating Liangji for 3 years now. I've witnessed his journey from a meager monthly salary of 2,000 to where he stands today. All of this is due to his unwavering spirit, his relentless hard work, and countless sleepless nights. What I value is Liangji's character. As for achievements, wealth, and status, I believe that diligence will be rewarded. Of course, even if he had no property, I would still choose to spend my life by his side." As Xiaoting spoke, she fixed her determined gaze upon her mother. "Mother, I only hope you can set aside those worldly views and sincerely bless us." Ruan Liangji, typically not one for words, felt momentarily stunned, his heart swelling with emotion. To have a confidant, what more could one desire? Sigh. The middle-aged woman let out a soft sigh, suddenly realizing that the strong-willed girl before her was no longer the spoiled little girl she once knew. She had grown up. She had her own thoughts, her own judgments, and her own love. "Mom, the reason I emphasize good material conditions is to hope for a better life for you both in the future." However, the middle-aged woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What does a garage matter compared to our Xiaotong's happiness?" Then, the middle-aged woman abruptly adopted a stern expression, pointing at Ruan Liangji. My daughter is a medical doctor who studied abroad. You, young man, having won her heart, must treat her well. Furthermore, with such an excellent boss, you must not be lazy at work, humph. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman angrily picked up her small bag from the table and turned to leave. This weekend, you must come home for dinner. Ruan Liangji, a poor boy from the mountains, stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him. The beloved girl, her sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted future mother-in-law, and the impressively formidable yet exceedingly caring boss D-san. His eyes grew misty. Thank you, everyone, Ruan Liangji choked out. No need for thanks, Lu Di replied with a mischievous grin. Liangji, I assure you, the matter of rewarding you with 2 properties is no jest. Don't you want to know why it's 2? Ruan Liangji gazed at boss D-san, feeling as though he were looking at the most delightful person in the world, second only to his girlfriend Xiaotang. He then broke into an understanding smile, turning to his girlfriend and apologetically stating, Xiaotang, I must request another 3 days of leave. I've acquired the boss's villa, and now that I've taken something from him, I still can't go home these few days. As Ruan Liangji spoke, he playfully stuck out his tongue. Xiaotang looked at him tenderly, approved, but do take care of your health. Observing the affectionate couple, Lu Di felt a warmth in his heart and quietly retreated to a corner. 4. The demon boy had already set off an explosion of thoughts in his mind. Lu Di, hurry back, bring my longing with you. Demon boy, what is wrong? Comrade Lu Di, congratulations, you are about to be assassinated again. The demon boy quipped. This time it's no simple underworld affair. It's an international hitman, a modified human. The demon boy possessed the ability to traverse the entire internet. Whenever it desired, there was hardly a place it couldn't infiltrate. From the power supply network in Haishur to the Penguin headquarters, as well as personal computers and phones, etc. The demon boy did not monitor everything in real time, but whenever any keywords related to Lu Di emerged, it would promptly capture them. Thus, when Li Dao prepared to embark on his desperate assassination attempt against Lu Di, he was immediately detected by the demon boy. Following the trail, it uncovered the international hitman's dark web connections and the intermediary, Tiger, who had contacted the hitman, Black Spade 9, through the network. Sigh, does this count as fame-bringing trouble? Lu Di sighed softly as a piece of information appeared on the screen. It was a photo of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign man, approximately 30 years old, with a muscular physique and a cold, sharp gaze. Sak, a European, an interior designer. Unmarried, an orphan. 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with bone cancer and underwent treatment for 18 months. Miraculously recovering. The subsequent photos depicted him in casual attire, painting, writing, and fishing. There was no other information available. The demon boy remarked, according to the intermediary, he belongs to a hitman organization called the Poker Club, codenamed Black Spade 9. However, intriguingly, this organization has left no trace on the internet, nor any signs of communication among its members. It seems this organization is quite wary of the internet and refrains from using it. The information I've gathered is merely what I could ascertain by tracking his IP address. The demon boy pondered for a moment. He bears a striking resemblance to Yin Yuan. Lu Di fell into contemplation as well. The demon boy continued, however, by investigating his income sources and the various tools concealed in his suitcase. It can be determined without a doubt that he is indeed a hitman. He is set to come for your life in 3 days. After a moment of reflection, Lu Di's gaze flickered. Demon boy, it seems we must prepare. We must properly welcome this international guest. At the same time, he is also a clue to unraveling the mystery of Yin Yuan. Lu Di mused for a moment before asking, what is the strength of Black Spade 9? The demon boy scoffed. Pfft. Utterly weak. 10 minutes later, Ruan Liangji and Xiaotang reluctantly parted ways. Xiaotang then approached Lu Di, visibly anxious. Boss D-san, I would like to speak to you privately for a moment. Lu Di was taken aback, glancing at Ruan Liangji. Ruan Liangji chuckled sheepishly, casting a pleading look at Lu Di, likely hoping Xiaotang wanted to ask her superior to take good care of him at work, in a secluded area. Lu Di regarded Xiaotang with keen interest. Standing at 1.60 meters, she had a well-proportioned figure. Her appearance may not be strikingly beautiful, yet it exudes a certain fragility that inexplicably evokes pity from men. It was then that Xiaotang rummaged through her handbag and produced a business card. Mr. D-san, here is my phone number, she stated calmly. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by this? But before he could ponder further, Xiao Tang's earlier delicate demeanor vanished in an instant. In light of your care for Liang Ji, I have a suggestion for you. For the next 3 days, enhance all security measures around you. Xiao Tang paused, her voice turning icy. It would be best if you refrain from going outside. What? This revelation truly caught Lu Di off guard. The girlfriend of Ruan Liang Ji, this seemingly fragile girl, whom he had thought would be a fleeting acquaintance. Lu Di had not paid much attention before, but her words, the next 3 days, wasn't that precisely the time when an assassin would attempt to take his life? Lu Di's mind raced. Images of Xiao Tang flashed through his mind. Su Xiao Tang, female, 26 years old, local resident of High City, from an ordinary family, with parents holding regular jobs, graduated from the European country of Binnyberg Medical College 3 years ago and returned to the country. Currently a doctor in the neurology department of High City Hospital. Lu Di narrowed his eyes slightly. Binnyberg Medical College. This name had appeared thrice. It was the institution where the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Yin Yiwen, studied abroad. It was also the place where the assassin, Black Nine, received treatment for bone cancer, and now it was where Su Xiaotang graduated. Binnyberg was likely a base for human modification abroad. It was highly probable that it was linked to the mysterious poker society. Furthermore, Su Xiaotang must certainly be connected to the poker society. Lu Di once again pulled up the information on Binnyberg Medical College. Unremarkable. Everything seemed normal. A century-old medical institution committed to education, well disguised. Lu Di nodded slightly. It appeared that a visit there would be necessary in the near future. Hee. Lu Di smiled faintly, returning Su Xiaotang's business card. Liang Ji is a good person. Do not harm him. Liang Ji? Su Xiaotang furrowed her brows slightly. Shouldn't you be more concerned about your own safety? Safety? Merely a Black Nine. Even if your entire deck of cards came, they would not return intact. After saying this, Lu Di fixed a sharp gaze upon Su Xiaotang. This was his deliberate test. Upon hearing those words, Su Xiaotang's eyelids twitched violently. This minute expression was immediately caught by the demon child, Black Nine, Poker Society. When she spoke these two terms, her eyelids twitched in response. According to subconscious psychology analysis, she is familiar with these two terms and is extremely shocked. You guessed right, she is related to the Poker Society. Su Xiaotang was stunned for a full minute. Who exactly was this D-San? To casually mention Black Nine and the Poker Society? Could it be that he knows about the assassination? It was somewhat terrifying. Looking into Lu Di's gaze, which seemed capable of devouring everything, Su Xiaotang understood. The person before her was certainly not just an ordinary internet company boss. With a hint of trepidation, Su Xiaotang remarked, I am not the person you imagine. She then abruptly thrust the business card into Lu Di's hand. With your status, you will soon comprehend what I do. With a sense of reverence, Su Xiaotang stepped back a few paces. She added, Moreover, you have misunderstood my relationship with Liang Ji. I truly love him. Lu Di chuckled softly, clasping his hands behind his back. I am well aware. Fortunately, you are merely a doctor. Otherwise, I would have you vanish from this world by tomorrow. Su Xiaotang shivered at once. She cast a fearful glance at Lu Di before turning to leave. Watching Su Xiaotang's retreating figure, Lu Di crumpled the business card in his hand. He had deduced that Su Xiaotang must be affiliated with some form of human modification organization. She was a modification doctor. Moreover, her background was related to the Poker Society. It seemed that the matter of human modification had indeed seeped into reality. Strangely, Lu Di felt little fondness for individuals like Su Xiaotang who were involved in human modification, particularly those outside of official channels. Demon child, follow her closely. I must uncover her shadowy organization. Understood. After bidding farewell to the Su mother and daughter, Lu Di and Ruan Liang Ji walked side by side as if nothing were amiss. Lu Di sighed softly. Liang Ji, your girlfriend is quite extraordinary. Of course, she is my goddess. Ruan Liang Ji beamed with happiness. By the way, Boss D-san, are you expecting me to handle the development of the live streaming feature? Lu Di smirked. Of course. The villa is quite expensive. Boss. Rest assured, I will complete the task.as for the villa. Just give it to me when you are satisfied. Ruan Liang Ji patted his chest confidently. Lu Di smiled faintly. That won't do. I fear your Xiao Tang may send friends to seek retribution. Haha. Boss, you jest. Xiao Tang is very gentle. Ruanliang Ji stated earnestly. Speaking of which, boss, since you are delegating everything to me, what will you be doing? Lu Di pondered for a moment, tilting his head. Me? I'll be responsible for the promotional work for the live streaming. Ruanliang Ji was puzzled. Promotion? How to promote? Subsequently, the creator company announced the live streaming platform plan directly to the employees during a celebration conference. Twin Stars Live, with two major distinctions from ordinary live streaming. First, the super algorithm recommendation support. Different individuals would be recommended different live streaming content, and through the analysis of the video master, the better the content, the more recommendations. The second initiative would be the key to the creator's triumph. Subsidies. As long as the live streaming content reached a superior level, the Twin Stars official would provide subsidies based on the duration of the live stream. Calculated by the minute, the maximum could reach 100 yuan per minute. In other words, even without any tips, the streamer could still profit. There was no choice. The Twin Stars were financially robust. It seemed like they were burning money, but that was merely surface level. As long as there existed a video master system of such divine caliber, every penny spent would be worthwhile. It would only attract more streamers. It would motivate streamers to refine their content and provide better experiences for the audience. This initiative would epitomize the saying to its fullest, content is king. Although the employees of the creator were quite exhausted, upon hearing Lu Di's plan, their spirits soared once more. Undoubtedly, this would be another revolutionary, epic-making product. It would undoubtedly sweep through the live streaming market once again. Their competitors lay in ruins. What surprised Jia was that after Lu Di had arranged the work, he informed everyone that he would disappear for 3 days to entertain guests at home. In the following 2 days, all major news outlets focused on the creator, repeatedly creating miracles, crushing Penguin. Twin Stars Stage and Twin Stars Music, hailed as a technological revolution for humanity. A super internet platform with 1 billion users is born. With limitless future potential, Twin Stars Music signs over 200,000 singers, with massive dividends amounting to 5 billion. A boon for original artists. Penguin's market share plummets. Stock prices dive dramatically, provoking the wrong people. Who exactly is creator D-San? A technological genius? A commercial prodigy? Bold speculation. D-San may be from the future. The mysterious D-San. No one knows who he is, the creator keeps mum, and competitors at Penguin have no time to spill the beans. Is 3 o'clock the end of the Creator-Penguin battle? Hundreds of millions await the creator's victory, stating they are ready to enter Twin Stars Live at any moment, eager to see DE's concert. The news content was bizarre and varied. Each angle and perspective provided comprehensive analysis. However, what resonated between the lines was an air of mystery. The enigmatic D-San, the mysterious creator. The enigmatic nature of this move, captivating countless hearts. Amidst such attention, even if Twin Stars Live lacked any stunning features, it was unlikely that users would dwindle. At Penguin Group, the big shot Tang Hualong had returned. Due to the overwhelming strength of the creator, Tang Hualong, who had not participated in company operations for 3 years, was back in action. However, in the past 2 days, Tang Hualong had no time to contemplate countermeasures. He was faced with nearly 100 shareholders of Penguin. Overwhelmed, stock prices had plummeted, and many individuals had seen their fortunes evaporate in an instant. Angry investors raged, and shareholders protested. He had to appease them one by one. At this moment, Tang Hualong sat in his office, gazing out at a dejected group of employees, feeling incredibly stifled, irritated, and frustrated. Had I made a mistake? Should I have accepted the challenge from Twin Stars? Yet, I, as Penguin, Tang Hualong. Is it wrong not to regard a small company like Creator? Knock, knock, knock. The secretary entered, gently placing a stack of documents down. President Tang. 60 people from the Penguin live streaming department have resigned, saying the pressure is too much. Get out. Tang Hualong closed his eyes, his brow furrowed. I was wrong. I certainly should not have declared war on Twin Stars. That kid D-San, claiming to be my younger brother, he is the one in charge. He is far more formidable than I had imagined. If this continues, my Penguin's business will be defeated, crushed to pieces. 2-0. Lu Di, how many more points do you intend to add? Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked again. A dejected Li Dao sauntered into the room, casually plopping down on the sofa and lighting a cigar. Teng Hualong's brow furrowed once more. Since his return 2 days ago, Li Dao had been in this state. Indifferent to the situation, Li Dao, puffing on the cigar, casually remarked, "President Teng, feel free to punish me as you see fit. I don't care about anything now." Dowd, this isn't entirely your fault. The creator is just too strong. Teng Hualong narrowed his eyes. "You need to do something for me?" "Depends on my mood." Li Dao leisurely exhaled smoke rings, then coughed violently. He had no idea how to smoke. He had just learned yesterday. Teng Hualong was furious, shouting, "What kind of attitude is that?" Li Dao shrugged. Instantly, Teng Hualong suppressed the fury within him and murmured, "I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. You will represent our penguin group and concede to the creator." Such words, uttered by the formidable Teng Hualong, were indeed fraught with difficulty. Yet, surrendering was not an option. If the creator continued down this path, the penguin group would face utter collapse. Despite this, Teng Hualong still wished to preserve his dignity. Opting to send Vice President Li Dao to humbly concede, "You shall convey to him that as long as he ceases to encroach upon our business, I am willing to collaborate." Teng Hualong gritted his teeth. "Tisich, I refuse to go. Collaborate? After he has brought me to this state, he has no chance. To be honest, that bastard Emperor San won't last much longer." "Ha ha." Li Dao's laughter grew increasingly deranged. "Li Dao, refrain from such nonsense. I believe you are the one with a mental problem. Someone, escort him back to rest." With a grand sweep of his sleeve, Teng Hualong summoned aides to drag Li Dao away. Alone in his office, Teng Hualong pondered Li Dao's words with a flickering expression. Could he be contemplating some extraordinary measures? Strangely, the typically upright Teng Hualong chose to remain silent in the experimental graveyard. Lu Di, who had not stepped out for 2 days, was now bare-chested, glistening with sweat. His muscles were chiseled as if sculpted, extraordinarily handsome. He grasped a wrench in one hand while the other hoisted a massive metal component. Should anyone witness this, they would surely be left awestruck. The part in Lu Di's hands resembled limbs of some kind of robot, weighing at least 500 pounds, yet he lifted it as if it were a mere feather. Moving with effortless grace, the experimental graveyard had undergone a transformation over the past 3 days. Not only was security and surveillance tightly woven around the premises, but the interior had also been dramatically altered. Countless shelves were rearranged to encircle Lu Di's living area. The latter half of the graveyard was now home to 3 mechanical production lines, each several dozen meters long, operating autonomously with a constant hum of machinery. Electric welding sparks flickered in succession, while a 3D projector displayed exquisite mechanical blueprints. Countless drones flitted about overhead, and various small machines scurried across the floor, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a futuristic technological city. Lu Di was the sole worker, completely immersed in his fervent creation. In just 2 short days, he had managed to repair a substantial portion of the technology and techniques within the experimental graveyard. It now stood as a veritable epicenter of cutting-edge technology. Greetings, everyone. As the clock strikes midnight, I am pleased to announce that yesterday, this book ascended the fan rankings, with 100 devoted fans making the list. Thank you for your support. Additionally, for those of you still in school, while I encourage you to pursue the latest updates, I recommend prioritizing your studies. After all, it was my habit of reading novels during school that shaped me into the charming figure I am today. Ding-a-ling, Lu Di's phone rang, revealing a video call request from Gemini. The sender, Hadina.as, one of the most popular messaging applications of the moment, Gemini naturally boasted comprehensive video and voice call features. With a resounding thud, Lu Di set down the enormous part, wiped the sweat from his brow, and answered the call on the screen. Hadina appeared clad in a tight-fitting black half-sleeve shirt, her curves prominently accentuated. She struck a sultry pose, gazing into the camera. Gasp! Hadina was momentarily stunned. What she beheld was a perfect physique. Lu Di, engrossed in his work, was without a shirt. His long hair slightly obscured his eyes, while his chiseled features exuded striking handsomeness. His neck was straight, his chest muscular and defined, and even his shoulder blades showcased interlacing muscles. OMG! So perfect. Had an angel descended upon the earthly realm? Could you angle the camera down a bit? Hadina gasped, seemingly drooling. Lu Di furrowed his brow in confusion. Is there something you need? Oh, ahem. Haitina withdrew her greedy gaze and composed herself, stating, the tasks you assign me are complete. The Black Box Virtual KTV app. The Magical Expression app. All discussions with the 3 companies have been finalized. I secured an average 51 share, with a total investment of less than 300 million. The funding package from the banks has also been agreed upon. 4 banks are willing to extend a total credit of 100 billion to you. They require an annual return rate of no less than 9, which I successfully negotiated. Haitina declared with a proud demeanor. Now, we are merely awaiting the appearance of your witness company to sign the contract. Lu Di nodded slightly, recognizing the efficiency of this woman. Having just established his witness company, she had managed to procure such a substantial line of credit. Impressive. The term line of credit refers to the amount of funding banks grant to investment companies, essentially a loan, where the investment company must provide the agreed-upon return rate during the borrowing period. Typically, companies without scale or background find it challenging to secure such agreements. This meant that if Lu Di's witness company sought to invest in any promising enterprises, the banks would allocate funds accordingly, and the creator would merely need a discerning eye. Haitina narrowed her beautiful eyes. Mr. Lu, I personally guarantee this matter, so please do not place me in an unjust position. Lu Di smiled slightly. A9 annual return? Rest assured, within a month, I shall ensure your returns exceed 1,000. Hehe, Mr. Lu, I cannot expect a tenfold return. However, I do believe in your vision. Earning 3 or 4 times should be quite feasible. In an instant, Haitina donned a captivating expression, biting her lip and asking, Mr. Lu, having done so much, how do you plan to show your gratitude? Lu Di contemplated for a moment. Given your trust and witness, I cannot treat you poorly. Oh, Haitina inquired with curiosity. The witness company will allocate you a 15 share. Lu Di proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Shortly, General Zhang Tianjia will visit you to finalize the specifics regarding the witness company. Additionally, I have purchased 3 floors of office space across from the Rongting building. That will become the witness company's new headquarters. And your position shall be the CEO of Witness. Lu Di then picked up the wrench, stating, I have matters to attend to, goodbye. Ding, the video call ended. Hey, wait a moment. The abrupt termination of the call left Haitina frowning in frustration. How irritating. Did this guy not understand my hints? No, why should I be hinting? What am I hinting at? Haitina abruptly shook her head. Nevertheless, this man truly possesses an undeniable charm. I never anticipated he would have such an impressive physique. Speaking of which, how did I unknowingly become his partner? When did this happen? Have I fallen into the trap of a handsome man? Alas, such charm in a man is indeed daunting. Throughout the entire exchange, Haitina paid little attention to the 15-share Lu Di had offered. She remained blissfully unaware of how, with Lu Di's presence, the witness company would evolve into a remarkably promising enterprise. Little did she know, years down the line, that merely through this 15 stake, she would ascend to the ranks of the world's top billionaires. Meanwhile, at the airport in Haishur, at the immigration desk, Mr. Weir, what brings you to Huaxia? Tourism. With a thud, the passport was stamped. Thank you, beautiful miss. A European gentleman with golden hair and blue eyes politely accepted his passport. Wishing you a pleasant journey in Huaxia. Thank you. The European gentleman exited the airport lobby with a cheerful demeanor, only for his expression to turn cold the moment he stepped outside. He glanced up at the sun and inhaled the air, wrinkling his brow. In this wretched place, the air is filled with foul odors. It's a locale for the lower class. He checked his watch, cursing under his breath. Damn Huaxia drivers, they are already 2 minutes and 56 seconds late. This man, known by his real name as Saku and codenamed Spade 9, was an international assassin, just as Spade 9 impatiently awaited his ride by the roadside. A brash young man approached with a grin. Hey there, foreign friend? Spade 9's expression darkened, acutely aware that the ruffian was casting furtive glances at his suitcase. A bunch of monkeys, plotting to thieve my suitcase? Get lost. Spade 9 snapped. His fist clenched, bones cracking ominously. The young thug, momentarily taken aback, retreated, exclaiming, Damn, such an unfriendly foreigner. I won't bother with you. Watching the laughing thugs scamper away, Spade 9 scoffed, "Lower class." Suddenly, Spade 9 felt a rush of cool air against his thigh. Looking down, he saw a long slit in his pants, exposing his fair thigh, as if it were smiling at him. He hastily reached for his pocket, only to find it empty. My wallet? Fuck. That little monkey was merely distracting me while his accomplice stole my wallet. Spade 9 looked up in search of the thugs, but they had vanished without a trace. Fuck. In this wretched place, I truly do not wish to remain for even a minute longer. After eliminating my target, I must leave at once. Spade 9 could not fathom how, as a mere assassin, he had underestimated the talent pool of Huaxia, especially when it came to pickpockets, regardless of what enhancements one possessed. They could be apprehended in an instant. Swoosh! The sound of brakes echoed as his designated vehicle finally arrived. With a sullen countenance, Spade 9 climbed into the car, the incident with the wallet gnawing at him. Yet it would not derail his plans. As an international assassin, he had stashed supplies across the globe. Fake identity, counterfeit passport, cash, weapons, and so forth. Mr. Spade demanded, "Where are we headed?" The driver glanced back, inquiring, "Take me to find women, high-quality women from your Huaxia. Women who can be casually ravaged for money," he growled menacingly. It was his habit to violate local women before each kill, a perverse release of pent-up aggression. The driver frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of disgust, yet he silently started the engine. 2 hours later. During the livestream warm-up, Spade, bare-chested and reclining on the bed, wore a puzzled expression. He cast a disdainful glance at the woman beside him, snoring loudly, her age around 40, furrowing his brow. He pondered, what transpired? How could the quality of Huaxia's beauties have deteriorated so drastically in my absence? Slowly, it dawned on him. Could it be that the chauffeur had deceived him? "Hey, handsome, you're awake?" A coarse yet alluring voice broke the silence. "Get out." Spade's face darkened with fury. Downstairs, the chauffeur leisurely extinguished his cigarette. Glancing back at the hotel, Full Bloom rose in. With a smirk, he mused, "Blind foreigner, daring to underestimate my Huaxia? Tonight, you shall truly experience the flower of our urban village." He chuckled heartily before driving away. Meanwhile, Spade remained frustrated for some time, yet he resolved to maintain his composure. His mission was paramount. He would indulge upon returning to Europe. Ensuring no one was around, he retrieved a classic European tome, The War of Faust, which he had procured from the airport storage. He extended a finger, gently caressing the book's pages, slowly closing his eyes. The barely perceptible textures of the pages transmitted information to his mind, which he translated into coherent thoughts. This was a unique method of communication, akin to Braille. Lou D., 25 years old, average background, no military history, no combat training, behind-the-scenes mastermind. Upon assimilating the information, Spade opened his eyes. This target was exceedingly ordinary. A mere local tycoon. It was a complete waste of his time. He truly could not comprehend why he was summoned to eliminate such a trivial individual. Shaking his head in resignation, he donned a pair of glasses and resumed his perusal of the book. What should have been an illustration was unexpectedly replaced by a photograph of Lou D. Spade smirked at the defiant grin of the young man, who, despite being quite handsome, was soon to become a fleeting specter beneath his hand. 30 seconds later, the image of Lou D began to fade. The pigment would naturally dissipate. Once exposed, it would exist for only 60 seconds before vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, the illustrations in the book returned to normal. Spade continued to turn the pages. The following few pages depicted a hemispherical building, complete with detailed structural diagrams. All exits, ventilation ducts, and sewers were meticulously labeled. The Spade organization, as an international assassination agency, not only boasted top-tier assassins but also possessed numerous informants known as agents. Even before Spade set foot in Huaxia, arrangements had been made for him regarding Lou D's every detail. A peculiar smile crept across Spade's face. Living in such a bizarre locale? Truly an eccentric. No wonder someone wanted him dead. A target so feeble. In such a remote area, this task was, without a doubt, alarmingly effortless. Of course, as an elite international assassin, Spade was far from an ordinary man. Within 3 minutes, he had memorized all the diagrams in the book. An assassination plan began to take shape in his mind. Lou D. Midnight shall mark your demise. Spade chuckled darkly. The live streaming industry had been flourishing in Huaxia over the past 2 years. Not only had companies like Penguin risen to prominence, but numerous others, such as Magic Hand and Squid Live, had also established themselves, boasting valuations in the tens or hundreds of billions. Just 3 days prior, they had been basking in the aftermath of a corporate rivalry. But upon learning that the twin stars were entering the live streaming arena, panic ensued. They were well aware of the twin stars' prowess. Should they set their sights on the lucrative streaming market? Other companies might be left with nothing. However, they were utterly ignorant of the true strength of the twin stars, for they had never faced them head-on like Penguin had. Their headquarters had not been subjected to fireworks either. Thus, they united in preparation to counter the twin stars. At this moment, with only 4 hours remaining until midnight, various live streaming companies braced themselves for battle. They first reinforced the transfer penalties for their streamers. Moreover, hundreds of Huaxia's top influencers were contracted with different streaming platforms, each company mandating that all influencers log on at midnight and showcase their utmost talents, vowing to compete fiercely with the twin stars for viewership. Magic Hand Live, Huaxia's first-generation influencer Lion King, will broadcast at midnight, revealing secrets of top stars. Magic Hand Live, super popular streamer Donkey Brother, with a 3 million yuan red envelope, calls for interaction with 30 million fans tonight. Magic Hand Live, tonight at midnight. 100 beautiful influencers will perform a sizzling dance in the 0365 live room, waiting for you to watch. Squid Live, influencer Big Eater Mama will live stream a challenge to devour an entire pig. Squid Live, renowned gaming streamer Big Monkey will attempt a weapon enhancement of 88 tonight. Unknown platform, just come to watch. All female streamers today will be unfiltered. Streamer Little Peach Blossom, just come to watch. Today's performance includes what cannot be broadcasted. Streamer Chong Meili, live draw, marry a male fan on the spot if selected. Gasp. The viewers, confronted with an array of promotions, couldn't help but inhale sharply. Female streamers broadcasting without filters. Could this even be watched? And even more outrageous, marrying a male fan on the spot? Had all the platforms gone mad? Had the streamers lost their senses? Were they truly terrified of the twin stars? Yet, one could not deny that thanks to the twin stars, the day's streams promised to be a spectacle, rife with chaos and excitement. Viewers were genuinely anticipating the grand live streaming gala unfolding. As the promotional wave surged, streamers continuously pushed the boundaries. It seemed poised to create an unprecedented explosion of viewership. Viewers kept a close eye on their favorite streamers, ready to tune in at the stroke of midnight. Speaking of which, what had happened to the twin stars? Netizens were puzzled. This was unlike their usual behavior. Although there were whispers of several streamers recently signing with the twin stars, none were particularly renowned. Most were newcomers. The netizens silently prayed, "O twin stars, do not falter this time. We await the Emperor concert." However, a sense of uncertainty lingered, for at present, the twin stars' live streaming presence seemed lackluster. In unison, the viewers scrolled through the twin stars stage, searching for the account of the creator, Emperor San. All of the twin stars' recent actions had originated from this account, which now boasted an astonishing 400 million followers. Suddenly, Emperor San updated his status. "Hello everyone, tonight at midnight, I, Emperor San, will be live streaming on Twin Stars." The netizens were momentarily stunned. What? Emperor San is live streaming. Is he going to reveal his identity? How intriguing. Yet, Emperor San remained merely a commercial genius in the eyes of the public. Akin to figures like Tang Hualong or Ma Baba, super-rich individuals. While everyone was curious about his true appearance, it lacked the allure compared to the other platforms' captivating streamers. The crowd felt a pang of disappointment. The twin stars seemed underwhelming this time. At that moment, Emperor San posted a second update, leaving everyone speechless. "Unfortunately, I have numerous enemies and have been targeted for assassination. Thus, tonight's live stream will feature live murder." As soon as this declaration was made, the internet erupted. What? Did I read that right? Emperor San is live streaming murder? Is this even allowed? A multitude of netizens rubbed their eyes in disbelief. 3 minutes later, they confirmed that Emperor San had not altered his post and even gave himself a thumbs up. Isn't this a bit too intense? My goodness. Ba. Such a bloody affair is not suitable for youth. Yet, I can't help but want to watch. Are you all fools? How could they possibly livestream murder? Regardless of your opinions, this title has successfully captured my interest. Forget the dancing girls. I'm tuning in for this. No one can stop me. Tonight, I'll watch Twin Stars and witness live murder. Wicked 1. Wicked 2. Indeed, in just 10 minutes, the internet exploded. News spread like wildfire, capturing countless eyes and dropping jaws. Creator Emperor San's single post overshadowed the promotional efforts of numerous streaming companies, achieving an effect that surpassed the value of billions in advertisement spending. Who would have thought that a live stream could encompass murder? The universe truly was a canvas for one's imagination. In the creator company, Wan Liangji, clutching his phone, ghosted over to a Jia. A Jia. Look at this. Emperor San is going to the extreme. Busy with his work, a Jia casually glanced at the screen, resulting in a snap. He broke his pencil in disbelief. I can't believe it. He's really going to the extreme. I'll give him a call. 10 minutes later, a Jia, with a furrowed brow, walked into the office, following Lu Di's instructions. He notified all employees. Once the clock strikes 12, the Twin Stars will launch a full-screen promotional live stream of the murder event. Afterwards, a Jia retreated to a corner, letting out a resigned sigh. Upon learning of the plot to assassinate Lu Di, he was taken aback. Yet, Lu Di, undeterred, intended to broadcast the event live. With a smile, he reassured a Jia, "Don't worry." At that moment, the bewildered Wan Liangji finally comprehended the meaning behind the words of the notorious D-San. I shall take responsibility for the publicity. At the headquarters of the Penguin Group, Li Dowd appeared despondent, indulging in his cigar with fervor. Suddenly, he noticed an update from D-San. With a manic grin, Li Dowd exclaimed, "Let the chaos commence. Whatever tricks you employ, I am unfazed. Because your demise is imminent." Ha ha ha. Gulp, cough cough cough. What the hell? Just moments ago, Li Dowd had inadvertently clicked on the specifics of D-San's message. Live murder? Li Dowd sprang to his feet, hastily dispersing the smoke that surrounded him. Let me confirm this? Hiss! His pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced violently, nearly causing him to faint. Hiring a hitman. Is it referring to me? He knows my plan. He knows about the Spade 9. What on earth is happening? Damn it! Panic-stricken, Li Dowd scrambled to find his phone, calling the intermediary, Lao Hu. As soon as the line connected, Li Dowd erupted, Lao who? What kind of mess have you created? Where is that imbecilic assassin? What murder is even on the table? You've exposed yourself. You've doomed me. Cancel the plan immediately. Heh. A voice of despair echoed from the other end. I am equally distressed. I just dialed the assassin's number dozens of times, all of which went unanswered. Now, no one knows his whereabouts. I can't reach the poker club either. All lines are dead. Then, the sound of frantic packing came through the phone. Li Dowd. I suggest you gather your things and flee. Beep beep beep. The call ended, leaving Li Dowd utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this even humanly possible? What sins did I commit in my past life? He remained frozen for 3 minutes before realizing the time. There was still an hour and a half until the live broadcast began. Run. He must run quickly. In the outskirts of the city, amidst a tangle of shrubs, Spade 9 donned a black mask and skin-tight attire. Carrying a compact backpack, like a specter, he navigated through the shadows, occasionally glancing upward to ensure no cameras were in sight. The path beneath his feet had been meticulously chosen. The first lesson upon joining the poker club was how to avoid leaving any trace. Ahead, the outline of a hemispherical white structure began to emerge. Spade 9 took out his phone for a quick check. Everything appeared normal. He powered off his phone. Before commencing his operation, all means of communication must be severed. He then crouched low, squinting to observe the terrain. He matched the provided data perfectly. He chuckled softly. Target Lu Di, there is no escape for you. This wilderness is desolate. After your demise, it is likely no one will discover your body for quite some time. As for my actions, no one shall be the wiser. 2 kilometers away, a tall street lamp bore witness to a one-armed youth nonchalantly dangling his legs, a cup of cola in hand. The gentle breeze brushed against his face. Parting his bangs to reveal a youthful visage, both handsome and composed, he lifted a pair of binoculars to survey the distant thicket. There, Crouched like a wild dog, lay the international assassin, Spade 9. The youth took a sip of his cola and adjusted the earpiece at his ear. Bro, that fool has arrived. No rush. Bro, shall I just go take care of him for you? He's an eyesore. Xia, you need to temper your disposition. Don't jump to murder so readily. I brought you here for a different purpose today. Just take a moment to rest. All right. Bro. The youth replied with a hint of boredom, taking another sip of cola in the experimental graveyard. Lu Di reclined comfortably in his chair, hands clasped behind his head. Before him loomed a massive virtual projection, displaying hundreds of surveillance angles. Every corner within a 3-kilometer radius of the graveyard was under watchful eyes. Among them was the unsuspecting international assassin, Spade 9. The surveillance of Mo Tong could hardly be evaded by a mere assassin. Little did Spade 9 know, thousands of meters above, countless drones with long-range cameras had captured his every move. Lu Di smiled gently. In 10 minutes, at the stroke of midnight, these angles will be streamed live on Gemini. Spade 9 remains blissfully unaware of his fortune. Such an unprecedented filming method is something even an international film star would envy. 1:45. The broadcast begins. At midnight sharp, the Gemini app updated quietly, launching Gemini Live. Meanwhile, renowned influencers from various streaming platforms also commenced their broadcasts. The grand ceremony of the online streaming world was finally underway. Data revealed that nearly 400 million internet users were awake, eagerly awaiting this event. As the clock struck 12:90 of netizens flocked to various streaming platforms, with 10 entering Gemini. At a glance, the initial performance of Gemini Live seemed lackluster. However, 10 of 400 million is still a staggering 40 million. Upon entering the Gemini Live interface, viewers were greeted by a full-screen poster. Against a dim backdrop stood a man clad in a white shirt, his face obscured as he stood with arms crossed. Behind him loomed a cadre of sinister assassins, each wielding glinting daggers poised to pierce his throat. The title read, D. San's Live Room. Live Murder Broadcast. Netizens had come precisely for this spectacle. And upon seeing the poster, excitement surged. They flocked into D. San's live room. Yet, the live feed presented an unexpected scene. The atmosphere was remarkably serene. It appeared to be a cozy bedroom, with a bed in the background and shelves surrounding the area. The camera angle seemed to originate from a device placed on the table. A figure clad in a white shirt was visible, only from the shoulders down. A pair of long, pale hands rested gently on the table, tapping out an unknown rhythm. Is this D. San? Is he not going to show his face? Users were left bewildered, glancing at the astonishing 35 million viewers online. Almost all who entered Gemini had converged here. In terms of viewership, it seemed D. San had set yet another record. Greetings, everyone. A voice rich with charisma resonated through the video. I am the creator, D. San. Greetings, D. San. Hello, D. San. Your Gemini product is fantastic. In an instant, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. The commercial genius D. San's popularity was undeniably immense. D. San, he chuckled. Regarding the matter of my imminent assassination, some may still doubt it. Allow me to play a recording for you. This statement struck at the heart of netizen skepticism. They perked up, eager to listen. The recording began. Lao Hu, you previously mentioned that you could locate international assassins. For the right price, anyone could be eliminated? If I am correct, you wish for D. San's life. Yes, 40 million, and I shall arrange it. The assassin I can secure is the international hitman Spade 9. He must be dealt with within 3 days. This recording captured the conversation between Li Dowd and the intermediary. Lao Hu, however, Lu Di had deliberately omitted any mention of the modified individuals to avoid inciting panic. Subsequently, the live interface displayed information. International assassin Spade 9, real name Sak, alias Weil, entered Huaxia 1 day ago. Evidence shows that the CEO of the Fusan Biopharmaceutical Group, Yokoyama, was killed by him 2 years prior. European political figure Ryan was assassinated by him 1 year ago. Leader of the Bagu Armed Forces, He Yi, fell victim to him 2 months ago. A photo of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Spade 9 accompanied the details. The myriad assassination cases had been reconstructed through facial recognition by Mo Tong, utilizing comprehensive surveillance records over the past 3 days. His methods of concealment were indeed masterful, his killing techniques undeniably flawless. Were it not for the existence of such artificial intelligence as Emotong, capturing him would be an arduous task. Upon reaching this point, netizens felt a chill run down their spines. This was no mere fabrication. The reality was almost unbelievable. In an instant, the barrage of comments slowed. As everyone was left in shock, D-San's calm voice pierced through the tension. This assassin is currently lurking outside my door, poised to commence the assassination. What the D-San remains remarkably composed. Shouldn't a normal person be calling the police or fleeing at this moment? D-San, you are too composed. 666666. D-San, hurry and escape. Your life is paramount. D-San, I wish to send you a gift. Is this not slightly unethical? The comments quickly reignited, forming a continuous stream across the upper screen. The number of viewers in the live room surged rapidly. D-San smiled, but rest assured, everyone, today's Spade 9 will be unable to harm anyone. He shall merely become a source of amusement, a highlight of my Gemini live. Without further ado, please enjoy. In the next moment, the screen shifted. Hundreds of surveillance angles were simultaneously revealed. Watching the screens, which resembled a meticulous grid, all the viewers were once again rendered speechless. My goodness. What is this? A divine perspective? No. Even a divine perspective couldn't capture such detail. This was akin to a magnifying glass on the world. A diamond-shaped structure, along with all the surrounding wilderness within a 2-kilometer radius, was displayed in astonishing clarity. One could even see each individual wildflower with utmost precision. How many cameras must have been set up for this? I suddenly feel that D-San had long been prepared. That assassin is doomed. Wait, is this the home of the esteemed D-San Dada? It resembles an exhibition hall. How peculiar. Indeed, the extravagant taste of the wealthy is quite distinct. The attention of netizens was instantly captivated by this architectural marvel. Lu Di smiled faintly. The building displayed on the screen had already been transformed by Emotong, now appearing as an entirely new structure, bearing no resemblance to a testing ground. This was precisely to avert any complications following the live broadcast. Suddenly, one of the viewpoints magnified. It revealed a patch of grass where Spade 9 lay concealed, a sinister grin upon his face. Oh, my goodness, a hitman. An international assassin. He is truly here. An impressive foreign hitman? Just like in the movies, my heart can't take this. This is the most thrilling live stream I have ever witnessed. Absolutely incredible. So tense. The barrage of comments erupted once more. The evidence of the assassin's intent to kill was irrefutable. The viewership surged dramatically again. Spade 9 crawled forward, reaching a few meters away to another patch of grass, where a manhole cover lay hidden. Suddenly, words floated above him. Humph, as an international assassin, I naturally must choose the most discreet route, thinking emoji. It's the manhole beneath my feet. There will be no surveillance equipment, allowing me to enter the building silently. D-San, your time is up, cleaver emoji. Just as the audience pondered these words, D-San's voice unexpectedly resonated. Dear friends, to enhance your viewing experience, I will speculate on the hitman's psychological state for your amusement. Heh. Such a tactic is hilarious and intriguing. Haha, I truly wonder what the hitman would think if he knew millions were watching him right now. The comments flowed incessantly. People were so drawn in by the amusing subtitles that they nearly forgot this was a real murder. Spade 9 glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist and set a countdown for 13 minutes and 28 seconds. He then grinned maliciously. The subtitles reappeared. My fastest kill record is 13 minutes and 28 seconds. Today, encountering a wealthy target like D-San, I shall break my record. This audacious youth was something else. Assassinating someone in 13 minutes? D-San had reason to be anxious. The audience's hearts raced once more, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. Spade 9 took a deep breath and pressed the timer to begin the assassination. His expression turned cold as he reached for the manhole cover beneath him. He exerted force, yet it would not budge. Huh? A flicker of surprise crossed Spade 9's face. What was going on? How could I not open such a thing? He tried again, exerting more strength. Huh? Is this welded shut? Fuck. Apologies. This route is blocked. D-San's voice, laced with amusement, carried through the live stream. The audience murmured in astonishment. Indeed, this is the handiwork of D-San. He intends to toy with the hitman. Haha. This is going to be entertaining. On screen, Spade 9 paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure. He raised his gaze to the horizon. The subtitle read, "It seems this manhole cover has an issue. No matter. In my memory, there are at least 6 manhole covers nearby that can lead indoors." Spade 9 lowered his body and sprinted through the grass. Approaching the next manhole cover, he exerted effort. Huh? Still no luck? He pushed with all his might. This one too. What kind of construction is this in Huaxia? So sturdy. He ran again, arriving at the third. Fuck? The fourth. Fuck? The fifth. Spade 9 pushed off the ground, exerting every ounce of strength. The manhole cover remained immovable. Fuck. The sixth. This was already a full kilometer away from the burial ground. Spade 9, panting, glanced at his watch. Time. 16 minutes and 56 seconds. He had already surpassed the countdown. The subtitle read, "He hasn't even entered the building." Fuck. Spade 9's expression soured. He clasped his hands in prayer at his chest, seemingly beseeching, "Heaven, please let this manhole cover open." At this point, the audience erupted in laughter. What happened to the manhole cover? Did Dee-san seal it shut in advance? Haha. This is too funny. I've never seen such a powerless assassin. What a convoluted assassination attempt. Haha. Finally, with a metallic clink, the manhole cover before him was opened. Gazing into the dark abyss, Spade 9 sighed in relief and reset his watch for a countdown of 13 minutes and 28 seconds. Damn. So shameless. And he's resetting the timer? The audience erupted in scorn, vehemently condemning Spade 9's shameless actions. Of course, Spade 9 remained oblivious to it all. Thump. He jumped confidently into the manhole, calmly surveying his surroundings. Naturally, this place was still riddled with undetectable cameras. The subtitle read, "Humph. I have memorized the entire sewer layout. Dee-san, prepare to meet your end." The viewers in the live stream grew tense once again. Would he really make his way through without any hindrances? Suddenly, Ludi's calm voice echoed from behind the scenes. "Release the water." Huh? Rumble. Spade 9 felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Deep within the tunnel, it seemed a great dragon was surging forth. What was happening? Suddenly, Spade 9 caught a whiff of dampness. In the next moment, a colossal wave of water surged through the sewer. Fuck, boom. The torrent engulfed everything, including Spade 9. Hey haha. Did Dee-san just flush the toilet? I suddenly feel a bit sorry for this hitman. Haha. Feeling sorry for the hitman one, to express sympathy, silently sending a rocket for Dee-san's clever move. Rocket X3. Ferris Wheel X5, Beer X99, Hearts X99. In the live stream, a single person led the charge, and soon a multitude of viewers eagerly followed suit, showering gifts. By this time, the viewership had surpassed 200 million. Countless media outlets were reporting live. Numerous netizens spread the word. Many who were asleep were awakened by friends calling, "Quick, come watch the murder live, it's exhilarating." Employees of the creator company were left dumbfounded. Many colleagues held coffee cups, forgetting to bring them to their lips. Dee-san's maneuver truly overshadowed everything. 10 minutes later, a dazed Spade 9 finally scrambled up from a corner, coughing up a mouthful of clear water, likely having swallowed a considerable amount. His expression was vacant and defeated. Meanwhile, the comments had formed a wall of laughter. "I can't take it, haha. This hitman is in such dire straits, haha." Finally, Spade 9 muttered a curse under his breath. The sewers in Huaxia are insane. He then cautiously crept along the wall, wary of another sudden rush of water. The subtitle read, "Fortunately, I have memorized the entire sewer system's design. Dee-san, once I find you, you shall pay dearly." Huh. Where am I? 10 minutes later, while navigating the path stored in his memory, Spade 9 suddenly froze. He stared at the dead end before him, questioning his very existence. Wasn't this supposed to be a passage? When did it get sealed off? Fuck, Dee-san. Apologies, the design blueprint he obtained has long been tampered with by me. The viewers erupted in laughter once more. Feeling sorry for the hitman 10,000, 20 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of 300 million netizens, Spade 9, who had reset the countdown twice, finally found the correct path. His expression was one of utter humiliation. An absolute disgrace in the annals of assassination history. Thankfully, no one knew. Spade 9's fury reached its zenith. He muttered darkly, "D-San, I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths." Upon hearing this, the viewers shuddered slightly, a sense of fear creeping in. I suddenly feel like this hitman is quite formidable. I'm a bit scared now. D-San, you must be cautious. Spade 9 gingerly pushed open the manhole cover, finally emerging above ground. To be precise, he stood at the surface of the burial ground's basement. His gaze sharpened once more. He pressed himself against the wall, cautiously advancing with each step. The audience in the live stream suddenly grew worried for D-San. "Big Boss, you won't run out of tricks, will you? Big Boss, please stay safe. You mustn't let him succeed." Lu D smiled faintly. "Fear not, this is a mansion, and it houses guard dogs." Huh. The audience was half confused. On screen, the highly tense Spade 9 suddenly reacted. There was a sound. From deep within the basement came faint rustling noises. Woof, woof, two barks echoed. Oh my, there really are guard dogs. But why does this guard dog sound a bit cute? The viewers in the live stream were perplexed by the barking. This dog's bark seemed a bit off, right? However, Spade 9, on high alert, drew a handgun from his waist. The subtitle read, "It is common for wealthy households to keep guard dogs. Eliminate them." He pulled out a sleek black flashlight. Cautiously illuminating the distance, there, at the wall's base, stood a mechanical puppy the size of a shoe, staring with bulbous eyes, barking earnestly. Woof. Indeed a fierce dog. It's actually rather adorable. I'm starting to feel a bit fond. This mechanical puppy is so cute. I quite like it. Please provide the purchase link. The audience, upon seeing the mechanical dog, found their thoughts swayed once more. By the time Spade 9 comprehended the scene, beneath the pangs of deep-seated hatred, a sense of irritation stirred. A toy? Is the aim this time to drive one to madness? Is there a toy dog lurking in the basement? It was instinctive. Black Spade 9, momentarily lowering his guard, approached the mechanical pup with an air of impatience. "Get out!" he barked, kicking the mechanical dog across the room, sending it crashing into the corner, legs flailing in the air. By heavens, truly a killer. How heartless. Abusing small animals. I curse you with a circle. The online community was incensed. Just as Black Spade 9 prepared to advance once more, a sudden, crisp mechanical voice rang out. His hairs stood on end, an ominous premonition coursing through him. Danger was imminent. Whoosh! On one side of the basement, two glaring red lights flared to life. As large as a football, they were blindingly intense. What on earth? Instinctively, Black Spade 9 shielded his eyes with his arm. Roar! A deep, beastly growl resonated. Following that, intricate mechanical sounds echoed. Boom! A colossal mechanical paw emerged from the brilliance. It howled to the heavens, leaping forth. Boom! It landed squarely before Black Spade 9. He was utterly horrified. What stood before him was an enormous mechanical hound, towering over 3 meters high. Its eyes glowed a sinister crimson. Its gaping maw was filled with metallic fangs. The entire body shimmered with a metallic sheen. Unstoppable. Bang, 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 bang. Nearly losing his wits, Black Spade 9 frantically fired at the mechanical dog. Yet, after a spark flew, the mechanical beast remained unscathed. The mechanical dog regarded him with disdain. With a swift paw swipe, faster than lightning, bang! Black Spade 9 was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing violently against the wall, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Thereafter, the giant mechanical dog stood with an imposing presence. The smaller mechanical dog finally righted itself, standing beneath its feet, barking earnestly, woof woof, still adorably innocent. The voice of Emperor San resonated softly within the live stream. Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce my vicious canine, Wong Wong Dog 2. Hiss, goodness. The viewers of the live stream were left speechless. Black Spade 9 knelt before the grandeur of the mechanical dog. Countless online observers rubbed their eyes. Looking again at the screen, the imposing mechanical dog stood there, undeniably real. The cold metallic gleam radiated brilliantly, its proud stance, sharp claws, and frenzied aura. The enormous red eyes glimmered ominously. I can't believe it. Am I losing my mind? Is this a transformer? Such a divine artifact exists. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Rumor has it that Emperor San hails from the future. I think that is quite possible. I am utterly astounded. Does Emperor San accept underlings? I'll offer 100 million. Can I buy one? Just a timid inquiry. This thing can't be linked for sale, right? The comments in the live stream exploded once more. The emergence of the mechanical dog left everyone utterly stunned. A surreal dream. Super Rocket X99, sent to Emperor San. Super Rocket X99, sent to Wong Wong Dog. Super Rocket X99, to mourn the killer. Consequently, the number of viewers in the livestream soared to 800 million. An unprecedented height in the history of real-time broadcasts. Emperor San's voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is not over yet. Our dear Black Spade 9 has already made his escape. Oh my. What about the killer? The viewers finally snapped back to reality. Just moments ago, the seemingly lifeless Black Spade 9 suddenly rolled over, like a wisp of smoke, and fled in a frenzy. After all, he was a cyborg. Such an attack was insufficient to injure him. Yet at that moment, Black Spade 9's mind raced wildly. FUCK. What sort of absurd mission is this? Perverse. Even mechanical dogs have been unleashed. I refuse to participate any longer. Withdrawing from this absurdity, as he ran. Black Spade 9 cast a terrified glance back. Fortunately, the mechanical dog did not pursue. At last, he spotted a glimmer of hope. A door leading to the surface. He had made up his mind. He would dash across the lawn. Regardless of any surveillance cameras, survival was paramount. The instant he opened the door, his heart stopped. Outside, he was already surrounded by countless police officers. They wielded flashlights, scouring the bushes. The caption above read, "What is going on? Do the police know my plan?" FUCK. In that moment, the sound of the door opening attracted the attention of the nearest officer. Just as that officer was about to shine his light over, Black Spade 9's expression sharpened. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, using the momentum to dart away. His form was like that of a nimble black cat, instantly disappearing into the underbrush. Truly, he was a cyborg. His speed was astonishing. Within half a second, the caption above read, "With my agility, I merely need to evade gradually. These foolish Chinese police will never catch me." Another beam of flashlight swept by. Black Spade 9 seized the moment, leaping onto a large tree, hiding amidst the dense foliage. It was midnight, and clad in black, he was indeed hard to detect. The viewers in the live stream were in a frenzy. They desperately wished to inform the police through the screen. The killer is in the tree. At that moment, the officers searching the vicinity of the experimental graveyard were from the Haisher SWAT team. Moreover, the team leader, Duan Hua, was present in person. Duan Hua leaned against a police vehicle, cradling a cup of hot tea, squinting as he scanned the surroundings. An hour prior, Lu Di had sent him a dossier, mentioning a gift he had for him. It was none other than the internationally wanted serial killer, Black Spade 9. Naturally, Lu Di had requested that director Duan refrain from interfering with the live-streamed killing for the time being. Duan Hua took no chances. 30 minutes prior, he had directly surrounded the entire experimental graveyard. However, Lu Di had not disclosed the killer's location, merely stating that he would appear on his own. Duan Hua felt a twinge of anxiety. An international killer is no ordinary foe, especially one who is a cyborg, of course. Having witnessed Lu Di effortlessly dispatch Ouyang Fengyu, Duan Hua was not overly concerned for Lu Di's safety. He merely feared that Black Spade 9 would be exceedingly difficult to catch. If he wished to escape, he could likely do so without anyone being the wiser. Suddenly, Duan Hua's expression shifted. A look of indescribable amusement crossed his face. He wanted to laugh yet feared it would be unseemly. He tried to suppress it, but ultimately could not hold back a chuckle. Shaking his head with a sigh, he muttered, "Lu Di, you certainly have your ways." The head of the Haisher police, Duan Hua, gradually approached a dense tree. "Mr. Sack, you are under arrest." Duan Hua struggled to stifle his laughter. Black Spade 9, perched upon the tree, was still somewhat dazed. What is this old man up to? Has he discovered me? Impossible! With that thought, Black Spade 9 shifted his form once more, leaping swiftly and silently to another tree. Yet Duan Hua merely turned his head and addressed the tree again. "Mr. Sack, you are under arrest." Black Spade 9's caption read, The tense black Spade 9 remained utterly unaware. A luminous green glow was beginning to emanate from his body, and it was growing increasingly vivid. The audience had already deduced that Emperor San had added phosphorescent powder to the water washing over black Spade 9 in the sewer. Now that his clothes were gradually drying, the glow was becoming apparent. Duanhua, along with 800 million viewers, watched as black Spade 9, resembling a glowing monkey, leaped about in the trees. He would dart into the bushes one moment and scale a tree the next. The viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha! This foolish killer, so adorably clumsy. I'm a fan. Oh no, my stomach hurts. I just want to ask Emperor San, what benefit do you derive from making me laugh so hard? I simply can't take it anymore. I am laughing so hard I might just wet myself. Ha ha ha. In utter exasperation, Duanhua waved his hand. Countless SWAT officers immediately surrounded Black Spade 9, who was crouching in the bushes. A multitude of flashlights illuminated the area. Black Spade 9 was left bewildered. What is happening, FUCK? In a state of extreme frustration, Black Spade 9 finally noticed the glow on his clothes. His resolve crumbled. FUCK? FUCK. He finally comprehended that this assassination had been completely orchestrated by Liu Di. A total defeat. With his eyes blazing red, Black Spade 9 glared fiercely at Duanhua. Damn the Chinese. I may perish, but I will take one of your officers with me. Black Spade 9 was no longer inclined to flee. He prepared for a desperate counterattack, intent on eliminating Duanhua. In that instant, Black Spade 9 leaped into action. A dagger materialized in his hand, aimed straight for Duanhua's neck. The ferocity of the cyborg's strike was astonishing. The surrounding SWAT officers were caught completely off guard. At that critical moment, another figure joined the fray. This one-armed youth moved at a speed twofold that of Black Spade 9. He descended like a deity. A gentle breeze at his back. With a single kick, boom. Black Spade 9 was sent hurtling 10 meters away, crashing into a tree trunk and losing consciousness. The one-armed youth landed gracefully on the ground, brushing off his foot with one hand, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, finally feels good. Yet Duanhua paid no mind to the unconscious Black Spade 9, his eyes gleaming as he said, Xiao Xia. How about joining my special operations team? No. My brother said I can't kill you, or else. Secondly, Xiao Xia is merely 18 years old, which implies that the existence of modified individuals emerged 3 years prior. Duanhua found himself momentarily lost in thought. Xiao Xia and his companions. Could it be that the elder brother had mastered the technology of modification 3 years ago? A grave expression settled upon Duanhua's brow. After years in power, he was experiencing for the first time an unsettling inability to foresee the future. Fortunately, his elder brother was a figure of trust. Otherwise, even if he were to quietly instigate a rebellion, no one would be the wiser. Duanhua sighed deeply, preparing to step into the experimental graveyard when Xiao Xia suddenly stood in his path, speaking in a low tone. Brother said no visitors today. The officer should take his leave. Or else, stop right there. Duanhua waved his hand in resignation. Xiao Xia, this is not an international border, and you are no longer a mercenary. If chaos ensues, I cannot protect you. Moreover, could you possibly amend that catchphrase of yours? Xiao Xia replied somberly, that is not merely a catchphrase, that is my conviction. Duanhua found himself at a loss for words. Finally conceding, then you must heed the arrangements of your brother and grandpa too. Xiao Xia's expression remained calm. Of course. Duanhua nodded reluctantly, gesturing for the team to withdraw in the footage. The moment when the unconscious Spade 9 was escorted onto the prison transport was captured. Click. A screenshot was permanently saved. Title: International Assassin, Justice Served. In the live stream, comments flooded in once again. 6666. Exciting, thrilling, satisfying. The most abysmal assassin in history, bar none. No matter the obstacles, none surpass the righteous path of Huaxia. I fear that upon hearing the term Huaxia in the future, he might soil himself. Ha ha ha. This is the most astounding live stream I have ever witnessed. Gemini, Emperor San, I am utterly convinced without a doubt. The scene shifted back to Emperor San, still that figure clad in a white shirt. An hour and a half had elapsed since the live stream began. The concurrent viewership had reached an unprecedented peak of 1 billion. It was not only Spade9 who found himself utterly defeated. Other platforms streaming concurrently were also left in the dust. Regardless of how captivating their content was, it paled in comparison to this live showcase of homicide. Emperor Sand spoke in a calm tone. Everyone has stayed up for so long to watch. It is time to distribute some benefits. He chuckled. And the nearly 300 million in donations from the live stream instantly transformed into a rain of red envelopes. Cascading down were millions upon millions, each envelope ranging from tens to hundreds of yuan. The grand deluge of red envelopes fell for a full 10 minutes. The audience went wild, scrambling to seize them. In that late hour, at that moment, countless viewers lounging in their beds or hunched over their computers. After an hour of silly laughter, frantically jabbed at their phones, exhilarated to the point of nearly shattering their screens. This torrent of red envelopes was undoubtedly a historic first, having enjoyed such a thrilling program. With the added bonus of red envelopes, absolutely delightful, Gemini was indeed generous, conscientious, and formidable. After nearly 20 minutes of fervor surrounding the red envelopes, Emperor Sand gently clicked his fingers and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this live stream must come to a close, but our Gemini platform has only just begun, and I hope for your continued support. Here, I would also like to recommend some of Gemini's live programs." At this point, Emperor Sand paused, and the comments surged once more. Emperor Sand, you speak. I trust your taste. The creativity of Gemini is simply astounding. I will keep watching, no need for you to say. To be honest, as soon as Gemini updates, I delete all other live streaming apps, ha ha ha. Do not disrupt, great one. What will you recommend? I will watch it right now. I won't sleep tonight. Not sleeping tonight one. Emperor Sand chuckled and continued. What I recommend is all the programs on Gemini Live. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Ha ha ha. Emperor Sand, this move is truly impressive. This audacious confidence has made me bow down once more. I feel as though my entire future has been claimed by Gemini. But I like it. Lu D typed thank you for your support in the chat and ended the live stream. He comfortably leaned back in his chair, browsing through the entire data of the live streaming industry for a moment before breaking into a subtle smile. Gemini Live was firmly established at this time. Xiaoxia slowly entered the graveyard, silently standing beside Lu D. Brother, the police have all left. Lu D lit a cigarette, gazing at his brother, who had been by his side for a short time, yet held an immense trust in him. His background was pitiful. Abandoned by his parents due to his disability, he had struggled to survive in the city, enduring disdain and abuse. At the age of 7, he, along with Xiaochun, Xiaoqiu, and Xiaodong, were taken in by Grandpa Tuo. Over the years, Grandpa Tuo led the children through battles across the south and north, meticulously caring for and educating them. Under his guidance, the children acquired formidable skills. However, this still did not alter their underlying animosity towards the world. Their subsequent lives as mercenaries only deepened their experiences of killing as if it were a mundane affair. Grandpa Tuo had once expressed regret for allowing the children to venture out, fearing it would extinguish the ordinary emotions they had just begun to develop. Lu Di sighed, fully aware that this was not Grandpa Tuo's fault. Venturing out could offer many choices, yet the children had chosen a life drenched in blood. This was not unexpected. It was an expression of their inner selves, yet they regarded Grandpa Tuo and Lu Di as family. The debt of gratitude owed to Grandpa Tuo was self-evident. As for Lu Di, it was due to an incident 3 years prior that he had recklessly entered the world of these children. Xiaoxia observed Lu Di's gaze and understood that he was the only one who, before knowing they were harbingers of death, had regarded them with genuine respect. What moved them the most was that upon his arrival, Lu Di, with blood streaming from his right eye and suffering from excruciating headaches, had nonchalantly declared that he would be their brother, and if any of the children were bullied, they could count on him to step in. Xiaoxia had merely smiled lightly at that time, not realizing that 2 years later, upon returning, he would suddenly discover that his once fragile and pain-ridden brother could easily overpower his 4 siblings, leaving them incapable of rising. 3-0. Xiaoxia, brother, I am here. Lu Di took a drag from his cigarette. Sighing, Grandpa Tu has a rather jaded disposition. Even towards me, he has uttered some words about youthful arrogance. However, Lu Di continued, his gaze shifting. Arrogance must be founded upon strength. The vast world beneath our feet is filled with wonders. There are always greater forces beyond our perception. What we can see is merely a glimmer. Do not confine your vision. And do not provoke those formidable beings that could leave you in tatters. With no way out, Xiaoxia listened quietly, his gaze gradually sharpening. He nodded. Brother, I understand. You wish for me to remain low-key to avoid attracting trouble. Rest assured, Xiaoxia will exercise caution. Ha ha ha. Lu Di laughed heartily, rising to approach a finely crafted iron chest behind him. That is not what I meant. What I wish to convey is that arrogance is permissible, but it must be backed by capital. With strength, one can safeguard oneself and protect family. One can rescue the weak and uphold justice. There is nothing wrong with being proud. Today, brother will gift you a token of arrogance. As Lu Di spoke, the iron chest rumbled open, revealing a magnificent mechanical arm. Its smooth curves gleamed silver, and the intricate components within were faintly visible. Although it lay dormant, the explosive power hidden within was unmistakably evident. Lu Di beamed, gesturing toward the youth and then the mechanical arm. Xiaoxia, a gift. The youth Xiaoxia's gaze was instantly captivated by the arm. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable affinity with it. He bit his lip, as a boy born disabled. Having the ability to restore his body to wholeness was nothing short of a cherished dream. Lu Di gently caressed the mechanical arm. This is my first creation. In terms of technology, it is at least 60 years ahead of the world. As for its limits, Xiaoxia, I await you to reveal them to me. The boy, with a heart of steel, felt an inexplicable warmth at the tip of his nose. His eyes glistening as he said, Thank you, brother. Lu Di nodded slightly. Let me impart one more piece of wisdom. While pride is commendable, a kind heart is indispensable. As we navigate this perilous world, we will inevitably encounter those deserving of death. You must remember, if you can outline 3 irrefutable reasons for the death of someone before you, then do not hesitate to act. The following day, the data from the live streaming battle was released. Gemini secured the top position with a 90-user share. The world was once again awed. The confidence of competing companies was utterly shattered. Extinguishing any thoughts of rivalry, the Gemini app had undeniably become an unassailable internet giant, boasting 1 billion users. Simultaneously, major news outlets in Huaxia focused entirely on the events of the previous night's live stream. The bizarre assassin incident, the absurdity of the international assassin, the creator, Emperor San, with his remarkable thought process, had propelled Gemini Live to the pinnacle of public attention overnight. While people marveled at the assassination event, they were also captivated by Emperor San. Divine logic, brilliant creativity, audacity to match, unparalleled. Another major news highlight was the brief appearance of the Woof Woof Dog 2 in Emperor San's livestream, lasting less than a minute. This has stirred a tremendous uproar within the realms of science and mechanical engineering. The mechanical canine may not exhibit a plethora of movements, yet it is sufficient to discern its remarkable agility and fluidity of motion. A cadre of mechanical engineering experts stands in awe. This transcends the current manufacturing capabilities. The technical prowess of its creators is unfathomable. One day in the future, it may very well ignite a mechanical revolution. With the meteoric rise of the Gemini stage and Gemini live streaming, alongside the unveiling of mechanical manufacturing technology, the valuation of its creators has surged once more, reaching a staggering $1 trillion estimate. Of course, the creators have yet to go public. The figures concerning their valuation are merely a testament to the reverence held by industry insiders for this technology company, which has been in existence for less than 2 months. A top economist, in an interview assessing the creators, eschewed his usual lengthy discourse and simply uttered 3 words, tremblingly: creators, future, infinite possibilities. Although this has caused a significant stir in the tech community, for the common folk, the most exhilarating moments are just beginning. At precisely 9 o'clock, the creators updated their status, 3-0, at 9:01. A second update followed. Tonight at 8 p.m., DE joins forces with 99 singers for a celebratory concert. A wave of astonishment ensued. The penguin has been utterly defeated. The deeply rooted internet giant has succumbed. 3-0. a crushing victory for the creators. The atmosphere is electric. The moment to savor victory has finally arrived. The concert of the singing deity De is just around the corner. At this moment, the creators' company is abuzz with activity, an unyielding sense of urgency permeating the air. This battle with the penguin is not an end, but rather a beginning. Setting aside the capabilities of the Gemini, the most significant aspect is the explosive growth in users. Terrifying numbers of downloads, staggering registration figures, and astonishing real-time activity levels. The workload in maintenance and service has surged dramatically. Ajia is also busy liaising with the building management. At this rate, the creators will need to quadruple their workforce just to keep up. With a command from Lu Di, a decision was made to purchase 5 floors of office space at a price 30 above market value. This godlike company, Gemini, is on the verge of achieving a monthly revenue surpassing 20 billion. With wealth comes undeniable confidence. However, the technical lead, Ruan Liangji, is not seated at his desk. Under Lu Di's direction, he is leading a team of employees who have been bustling on the rooftop since morning, seemingly installing some equipment. Even other employees of the creators are unclear about the situation, only knowing that it is preparation for the celebratory concert. Lu Di observes all of this with satisfaction. In the eyes of the creator's staff, his identity as D-San has risen to new heights. If the former D-San was a super internet deity, a commercial genius, both intimidating and definable, the current D-San is like an unfathomable ocean. A meticulously conceived live video has turned the tides for the entire Gemini live streaming. And that is not all. The 1-minute appearance of the mechanical dog during the live stream has opened a new realm for the creators, instantly creating an unprecedented height. Everyone understands that the Wong Wong dog's minute-long appearance was no coincidence. It was certainly a deliberate arrangement by the god D-San. The employees of the creators reflect deeply on their company's name, creators. It dawns on them that creation is not merely about manufacturing, but rather a grand, magnificent, unparalleled endeavor that pioneers new frontiers. The employees cannot help but feel a profound sense of shock. The seemingly nonchalant D-San leader aims to create something that surpasses the imagination. A monumental enterprise that breaks all limitations. Furthermore, the creators are not merely confined to being a company. Given time, they may well establish an empire. The employees are moved and resolute, united in their belief that the creators and Gemini are their lifelong pursuits. D-San leader, I shall follow you to the ends of the earth. Celebration concert at 7:30 p.m. The weather is clear. The night sky, akin to a piece of black silk, is dotted with diamond-like stars. Countless fans are filled with fervor as the online concert of the singing deity De is about to commence. They wait eagerly by their phones. The Gemini official announced 2 hours prior. The concert will be streamed live on Gemini. Accessible nationwide, however, the Gemini official has left a tantalizing mystery. Friends in High City will receive a special surprise. While those from afar can only sigh in longing, the local residents of High City are filled with anticipation. For Gemini has never let them down. D has never disappointed them either. Meanwhile, Lu Di stands on another building's rooftop, feeling the gentle breeze, gazing across the street at the towering Gemini building. He stands with hands clasped behind his back, waiting in silence. 10 minutes prior, he received a call from Tang Hualong of the Penguin Group. This former internet titan is now utterly dejected, merely uttering, Lu Di? I need to talk to you. Lu Di responds with a smile, fully aware of the situation, and informs Tang Hualong of his location. 10 minutes later, Tang Hualong quietly ascends the rooftop, having forsaken his imposing private helicopter. His expression one of despondency. Just last night, the Penguin Group faced an unprecedented public relations crisis. Not only did they suffer a business defeat against Gemini, but their reputation also crumbled in an instant. The news has reported in detail that Vice President Li Dowd and Division Vice President Situ Zhou of the Penguin Group are implicated in unfair competition and contract killing, having been captured while fleeing. Although these were personal actions, they have undoubtedly inflicted severe damage on the Penguin's reputation. Lu Zong, Tang Hualong calls out in a low voice. Lu Di smiles slightly, turning his gaze toward the distance. Tang Zong, relax. The performance is about to begin. Tang Hualong appears taken aback, looking around the barren rooftop. What performance? Suddenly, the sound of bells chimes from an unknown source. 8 p.m. sharp. The traffic for Gemini live streaming explodes once more. Hundreds of millions of viewers flood into a dedicated live stream room. Inside is a massive formation, each video window shrouded in a translucent visual effect, allowing only a vague glimpse of the scenes. As if viewed through a veil, the 99 most popular sign singers are already seated before the cameras, poised to sing. At the pinnacle, a black window appears, labeled with his name. DE. Countless netizens are filled with longing. Indeed, it is Gemini, a paragon of creativity. This is undoubtedly a mysterious and grand performance. Without any superfluous exposition, the spectacle unfolds instantly. A soft sound of a guitar resonates, ethereal and elegant. In the lower left corner of the video, a window suddenly lights up, revealing a handsome young boy cradling a guitar, pouring his heart into his playing. His emergence captivates billions of viewers. The boy's expression is filled with an indescribable happiness, as if long-suppressed energy has found its release. This reflects his inner self, 10 years of silent singing, unnoticed, until a chance encounter with Gemini finally led him to countless kindred spirits. His guitar rhythm gradually accelerates. At a pivotal moment, another video window lights up. This reveals a long-haired girl, her nimble fingers producing a crisp piano accompaniment, perfectly blending with the guitar. The audience, rapt with attention, leans in closer. The music grows increasingly captivating. Richer in texture, soon, more windows illuminate one after another. Each perspective showcases individuals singing passionately for their dreams. Men, women, children, and even visually impaired individuals. A tapestry of diverse voices emerges, each expressing their unique sentiments. As the melody rises, all 99 instruments join the performance, creating an unprecedented grandeur in music. Amidst the collective anticipation, the top window bearing DE's name finally begins to glow. The heartbeats of the audience quicken, a sense of unprecedented expectation overwhelming them. At this moment, the netizens surrounding High City, clutching their phones, are suddenly drawn to a dazzling light outside their windows. They gaze in astonishment. There, atop the tallest building in High City, the headquarters of the creators. The Rongting building shines brilliantly, as if a dazzling new star is about to ascend. In the next instant, a blue laser forms a fan shape in the sky, flickering before becoming clear. It is an immense virtual screen, originating from the Rongting rooftop, deeply rooted in the night sky. This screen is boundless and frameless, suspended in the starry sky, as if a divine presence had descended, grand and unprecedented. All the captivated residents of High City gasp in awe. Marveling at the spectacle, the images on the luminous screen gradually come into focus, revealing the ongoing live concert featuring 100 performers. At this moment, the window designated for DE begins to illuminate. It is still that ethereal figure clad in white, then, that familiar, enchanting voice, transcending the mundane, gently resonates. Keep your eyes open to discover who makes you fade, who colors you anew. Leave the wicked you to those who love to steal shortcuts. This isn't a punishment, but a spark igniting the black flower within your heart. Embrace it, honor the fallen leaves, revere the fleeting beauty, crush it, and write an epitaph for your heart. I firmly believe that stars can speak. Stones can bloom. Crossing the summer's wooden fences and winter's plum blossoms, I too shall eventually arrive. The grand orchestral accompaniment, akin to celestial melodies, merges seamlessly, crafting a soul-stirring composition. All present are swept away, as if a gentle spring breeze has caressed their hearts. Silently immersed in the experience, in a residential building within High City, a young girl cradled her phone, utterly captivated by the melody that resonated around her. Suddenly, a gentle tap on her shoulder drew her attention. Her sister, wide-eyed, pointed towards a radiant glimmer outside the window, rendered momentarily speechless by the sight. The girl maneuvered her wheelchair, perplexed, and approached the window. In that instant, the vast expanse of the sky reflected a breathtaking panorama in her pupils. The phone resting on her lap slipped away unnoticed, for the celestial display beyond mirrored the very image on her screen, yet shimmered 100-fold brighter. The two sisters stood entranced before the window, an inexplicable warmth welling in their eyes. It was a happiness that enveloped them, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Naturally, the millions of residents in Haishur were equally drawn to this brilliance, flinging open their windows and peering out. Expressions of confusion gradually morphed into sheer enchantment. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, the Rongting building, the tallest edifice in Haishur, showcased a sky canvas stretching an impressive 3 kilometers. Nearly everyone, simply by lifting their gaze, could witness it clearly, an awe-inspiring spectacle. This was an unprecedented, grand performance, worthy of divine admiration. In an adjacent skyscraper, 2 figures gazed up at the magnificent sky canvas. Point 1, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of dominion over the world. The other, with arms dangling and a vacant expression, was Tang Hualong. The former, Lu Di, had sparked various speculations regarding the connections between Di San and Di. Fortunately, after recording a new song, Lu Di had managed to present Di on screen. While he himself met with Tang Hualong, as the news spread, people naturally began to distinguish between Di and Di San. The dazed figure, Tang Hualong, appeared lost as the flickering light from the screen danced across his face. He stood there, transfixed, resembling a young boy on New Year's Eve, gazing at fireworks in the courtyard. In his heart, a feeling of unattainable longing consumed him. Despite the vast knowledge swirling in his mind, he struggled to comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before him. At that moment, the performance led by Di and 99 other singers concluded. Di's voice echoed softly through the skies, ethereal as a celestial being. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a rival. Thank you for supporting Di, and thank you for supporting Gemini. Additionally, at the behest of Mr. Di San, I am here to announce some exciting news. The Gemini app has introduced a new feature collection section for your convenience. We invite you to explore it. As he spoke, the screen shifted to reveal the main interface of Gemini. Unlike before, a new section had quietly emerged at the bottom, labeled with a cube icon, Magical Gemini. Everyone instinctively clicked on this segment, only to discover it housed 6 distinct functionalities. The Gemini Stage, Gemini Live, and Gemini Music had been relocated here, alongside 3 independent icons resembling apps: the Black Box Virtual KTV app, the Magic Face Expression app, and the Ticket Wizard app. A line of text at the bottom read, "More enriching features are on their way." Curiosity piqued, some users eagerly tapped into the functionalities, astonished to find each icon possessed its own dedicated feature. They resembled individual software, now consolidated within Magical Gemini. Each function's description included a note: members of the Creator industry chain. Meanwhile, the concert's live broadcast continued. Many users who had experienced Magical Gemini returned to the live stream, flooding the comments with excitement. This virtual KTV feature is incredible. I can actually sing karaoke online with others. We can sing along to Di's songs together. The Magic Face is delightful too. I can transform my expressions into various adorable animals. Indeed, a plethora of expressive stickers awaits. The Ticket Wizard is amazing too. I can purchase all sorts of tickets, movie tickets, concert tickets, amusement park passes. So convenient. Magical Gemini is impressive. It can gather various functionalities. Once it's fully developed, I'll only need this one app on my phone. Amazing. I strongly urge Magical Gemini to update with online movies and serialized novels, and I would be thoroughly satisfied. Haha. In the video, Di chuckled, "The future is boundless and exhilarating." Now, please enjoy the individual performances of our 99 singers. Tonight, the melodies shall never cease. Wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. Let us party all night. Within a sea of harmonious voices, Di's figure gradually faded. The audience, unable to feel disheartened, was swept away by the melodious tunes of the Gemini-signed artists, entrancing billions more. On the rooftop, Tang Hualong swiftly retrieved his phone, meticulously examining the Magical Gemini section, his expression growing increasingly grim. Heh. Finally, Tang Hualong chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am in complete awe of Lu Di's intellect. Initially utilizing Gemini Stage, Gemini Music, and Gemini Live to establish a vast customer base. Then developing this magical section, amalgamating various excellent apps from the market, continuously enhancing and optimizing Gemini's functionalities, gradually embracing all. With such a plethora of user support, your Gemini platform could effortlessly turn any app into gold. As these users have noted, should this trend continue, once your functionalities are fully assembled, everything a netizen could desire in software could be found within your Gemini. One-click login. One-click operation, with Gemini providing credibility. It seems everyone will inevitably use it. Tang Hualong raised his head, a complex expression adorning his face. It is only now that I comprehend your true ambition. D-San, you do not merely seek to defeat my penguin. You aspire to conquer every company on the internet. Tang Hualong slowly extended his thumb toward Lu Di. Forgive my earlier short-sightedness. Lu Di shrugged slightly. You flatter me. Tang, this is merely a perspective rooted in user experience. You are too modest, Lu. In that moment, Tang Hualong seemed to relinquish his previous obsessions, momentarily accepting this new reality. He glanced at Lu Di, standing with hands clasped behind his back, then followed Lu Di's gaze towards the grand live broadcast canvas in the distance. He sighed once more. I have dabbled in the technology manufacturing sector for many years. Yet regarding the technology behind this canvas, I too find it inscrutable. Tang Hualong stated, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of defeat. There was no longer any doubt D-San, or Lu Di, along with the creator, possessed technology that left Penguin in the dust. However, Tang Hualong pondered aloud, regardless of how one views it, you creators are still a fledgling company, lacking in many areas of strength. For instance, to genuinely monopolize the entire mobile software market with your magical Gemini section, you will undoubtedly require the collaboration of numerous startup companies to provide functional products. This necessitates a robust acquisition department that can consistently negotiate and invest in various emerging companies. After all, one cannot expect those companies with no vested interest to join your Gemini platform, can they? Lu Di nodded slightly. You are absolutely correct, Tang. Tang Hualong finally revealed a hint of a smile. Based on the technological products you've disclosed, it seems you too wish to venture into technology manufacturing. I have considerable experience in that area. First and foremost, you need a sufficient number of tech talents to continuously invent and create new products. Secondly, you must have ample time and finances to support their research, improvement, testing, and ultimately market launch for profit. Lu Di continued to nod. You are right, Tang. Tang Hualong regained a semblance of confidence, his smile deepening. He added, take this canvas before us, for instance. It is the most splendid and spectacular technological product I have ever encountered in my life. However, I presume its projection machinery is equally intricate and massive. Thus, despite its dazzling effects, it cannot be turned into a product for mass distribution to households. It still requires refinement and development. Lu Di continued to nod. Mr. Lu, to be candid, everything you require, we at Penguin possess. Talent, capital, channels, and influence within startup companies. We have it all. Upon reaching this point, Tang Hualong paused, then solemnly stated, Mr. Lu, I wish to collaborate with you. Lu Di shifted his gaze from the canvas and turned to him. Tang Hualong quickly smiled, waving his hands. Rest assured, this is not an acquisition, nor is it an investment. Lu Di inquired. Tang Hualong gritted his teeth and declared, I am willing to exchange 10 of the Penguin shares held by myself and several major shareholders for an equal stake in your creator. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. You offer 10 of Penguin Group shares in exchange for 10 of my creator's shares? Tang Hualong nodded emphatically. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. Parting with 10 of Penguin's shares stung. Even he, as the founder, held merely 8 of the shares. Yet, it was this 8 that had catapulted Tang Hualong into the top 10 of the Huaxia rich list. For a time, he even claimed the title of the wealthiest. After all, how vast was Penguin? A super empire sprawling across all of Huaxia. Tens of thousands of employees, hundreds of subsidiaries. Their business spanned dozens of fields. When measured by hard power, Penguin was a towering skyscraper, while the creator was but a modest farmhouse. However, it can only be a matter of equivalent exchange. One can easily imagine how deeply Tang Hualong felt discontent at this moment. Naturally, he had no choice but to harbor such feelings, for he was simply incapable of competing with Gemini. It is even conceivable that one day, Penguin might find itself utterly crushed by Gemini. Left with nothing. Yet, if Penguin could acquire a portion of Gemini shares, the entire scenario would be transformed. Not only would the benefits be shared, but more importantly, as they stem from the same root, there would be no need for mutual slaughter. As for that 10 stake in Penguin, it is valued at a staggering 100 billion. In terms of sacrifice, such an amount is unprecedentedly colossal. When it comes to the price, it is likely that no one could withstand such temptation. This is indeed a leap towards success. With such assets, who would still be inclined to toil away at starting a business from scratch? step by step, to gain strength? After pondering for a moment, Tang Hualong added, Mr. Liu, just imagine if your Gemini magic box could receive assistance from my subsidiary. How much richer and more comprehensive it would become. If your technological creations were to garner support from the scientists within my organization, how many innovative ideas could emerge, and how many times faster would the research and development process accelerate? To be candid, I hold great admiration for the creator, but opportunities are rare. If your development is too slow, you will inevitably be abandoned by the masses. You do not have the luxury of time for preparations. If you cooperate with my penguin, everything will be different. With our assistance, the future of the creator will be boundlessly expansive. As Tang Hualong spoke, his tone grew increasingly fervent. The grand and magnificent prospects presented an irresistible bargaining chip. Can you, Emperor San, still remain unmoved? A faint chuckle escaped Ludi's lips. Mr. Tang, you assert that acquiring a subsidiary is of utmost importance. Correct? I possess one, and not merely a department, but an entire investment company. Tang Hualong was taken aback. You have one. When did you acquire it? Where is it? Lu Di chuckled lightly, pointing beneath their feet. It is called Witness. And the 3-story office building we stand upon is indeed their operational address. Indeed, the towering structure where Lu Di and Tang Hualong had been standing was the second tallest in Haisher. Facing the Ronting building across the street, it was the very property Lu Di had purchased to serve as the office for Witness. Tang Hualong smiled wryly. But what use is merely having an office address? Do you have any talent? Do you have a team? Lu Di extended his arm toward Tang Hualong's back. Of course, let me introduce you to our Witness CEO, Ms. Haitina. Tang Hualong turned around in astonishment, suddenly noticing a charming figure standing behind him. She was a stunning mixed-race beauty with long, flowing black waves. This Haitina? Tang Hualong was momentarily stunned. As a business magnate, he was undoubtedly familiar with the entire financial landscape of Huaxia. And Haitina was a name of great renown. He not only knew of her, but had previously collaborated on business ventures with her. You, Haitina, the investment director of Fubo Capital? Aren't you usually supremely arrogant? To the point that even your boss, my good friend Mr. Hai, has no way to deal with you? Did you not proclaim that no one could influence you? You are acclaimed as the investment queen of Huaxia. How come? Observing Tang Hualong's astonishment, Haitina smiled gently. Thank you for your high regard. Mr. Tang, I do consider myself a queen, and indeed, I am not fond of being ordered about. However, there is no choice in the matter. Haitina shrugged, her striking blue eyes glancing at Lu Di, for I have encountered a true emperor. Ah, this? Tang Hualong was taken aback, suddenly realizing. I heard that the venture capital circle has been shaken recently, with countless experts resigning to join a company with great prospects. Could it be? Haitina continued with a smile. Indeed, those over 100 elites are currently downstairs, and they are liaising with more than 100 emerging internet application companies. Hiss! What a revelation! This was half the investment elite of the financial circle. They had all sworn allegiance to the creator. Mr. Liu, when did you establish this? Tang Hualong asked in astonishment. Just the day after I declared war on you. Lu Di smiled slightly. Tang Hualong was even more shocked. It turned out his plans had already begun. His strategies had seized the initiative. Finally, 3 minutes later, Tang Hualong steadied his mind. Mr. Liu, what about the research team? Surely, they must be gone by now. Lu Di shrugged. Actually, they are still here. As expected. Tang Hualong sighed with relief. No matter how strong Gemini was, they could not cover every aspect. There must be some weaknesses. I have a chance, Lu Di added. No, it is because it is unnecessary? Tang Hualong exclaimed. Huh. Lu Di pointed to the enormous sky screen. The original core of this device comes from a junior student. I made slight improvements to present all of this, and I compensated her accordingly. She is very grateful and has already signed a contract with my Witness. Having said that, Lu Di looked at Tang Hualong with great interest, smiling. To be honest, I have a warehouse full of inventions like this. There are at least 1,000 inventions, each capable of shocking the world with just a few adjustments. Tang Hualong felt as though a feather had lodged in his throat. Unable to voice his thoughts, Tang Hualong's heart was tumultuous, shocked, a warehouse filled with inventions akin to the sky screen, each capable of startling the world. If what Lu Di claimed were true, the value of that single warehouse would be incalculable. In an instant, Tang Hualong felt a pang of regret. Why 10 shares? Was that perhaps a bit too little? 15? Would that be better? Tang Hualong murmured. Then Mr. Lu, however. Lu Di raised his hand to halt his words, chuckling lightly. As for what you mentioned regarding the future, it is not far off. Whenever I wish, it can arrive at any moment. Lu Di said, gently revealing the black wristwatch on his wrist. He pressed a button, and a dazzling light flickered. A laser emitted from the watch face, rapidly sweeping across, forming a small void screen above the watch in an instant. Tang Hualong was left dumbfounded, trembling. He pointed at the screen and then at the enormous sky screen. This? The void imaging, just like the sky screen. You actually managed to create it on a watch. Haha, a watch. You underestimate it. Lu Di gently manipulated the void screen. The image gradually became clearer, revealing a mobile phone interface. Lu Di casually opened Gemini, effortlessly initiating a live broadcast. He lightly tapped to give a thumbs up to a concert that was currently being streamed live. Tang Hualong blinked in disbelief. This was a mobile phone? A wrist-worn phone with a void imaging interface. They at Penguin had also researched similar devices, attempting to simplify the phone, experimenting with void screens. But in the end, they wasted hundreds of millions in research funds. And the result was utterly unviewable. It was mockingly referred to within the company as the phone plus mirror. Not only was it unusable, but it was as bulky as a brick. Yet at this moment, what Lu Di held in his hands, he had actually succeeded. What kind of black technology was this? Unbelievable. Once this item hits the market, what other smartphone manufacturers would stand a chance? Lu Di tilted his head towards the now dazed Tang Hualong. Smiling. Are you pondering what would happen if this device were to be released? Tang Hualong numbly nodded. Lu Di shook his head with a smile. Let me tell you, it will be snatched up by everyone. Even the latest smartphone models will instantly become relics of the past. It will become a fashion statement. No one would refrain from wearing it. Of course, even if it is splendid, people will still require its networking capabilities. Thus, I can wait until the Gemini's features are enriched and encompass everything. Then I will make Gemini the standard configuration. And then, Lu Di's expression sparkled as he gazed at Tang Hualong. Tang Hualong, in a daze, asked, then what will happen? Lu Di smiled arrogantly. Then I will disable all other companies' apps. What? Boom! A thunderous clap rang in Tang Hualong's mind. Suddenly, the world seemed to dim around him. Damn it, this was entirely aimed at annihilating all internet companies. Regardless of how popular other apps might be, or how many users they possess, it would all be futile. There would be no room for resistance. What Penguin, what Ali? The vast empire would collapse overnight. Without any doubt, Tang Hualong was at a loss for words. This catastrophic revelation rendered him unable to think. Indeed, if Gemini could integrate all functions, and this watch possessed an irresistible allure, then people would genuinely have no reason to use other software. How could there exist a prodigy like Lu Di? Was he bent on reshaping the world's dynamics? Penguin had previously battled with him. What a joke, what nonsense. This was not even on the same plane. Not in the same dimension. 15 of Penguin's shares? Even if it were 100, what difference would it make? To Lu Di, it would be utterly worthless. Only at this moment did Tang Hualong realize that despite his self-assured strategies and meticulous calculations, he had barely scratched the surface of Lu Di's intricate plans. His Penguin Group was not even a stumbling block in Lu Di's eyes. Heh. Tang Hualong suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. So should Penguin start preparing for bankruptcy? After all resistance would be in vain. Lu Di put away the watch, hands clasped behind his back, smiling. Mr. Tang need not be so hasty. Tang Hualong, in utter despair, remarked, What? Does this watch still require time for production? What difference does it make? Certainly not. Lu Di looked into the distance, speaking calmly. It is that people are not yet ready to accept all of this. This technological revolution, in my mind, is 100 times more colossal than you can fathom. If we were to act recklessly, it would plunge society into complete disorder, possibly descending into chaos. Lu Di cast a knowing glance at Tang Hualong. For instance, what fate awaits the tens of thousands of employees under your Penguin banner? And what of the millions who depend on your industrial chain for their livelihoods? Moreover, what about other tech companies and manufacturing enterprises? Are we to consign them to ruin in an instant? If millions of companies worldwide were to go bankrupt, billions would be left unemployed. This would be nothing short of a catastrophe. In a world where the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Even if my Gemini were to be extraordinarily powerful, what significance would that hold? Clearly, this is not a prudent choice. At this, Tang Hualong was suddenly enlightened by Lu Di's words. His eyes widened. Indeed, the matter at hand is far from the simplistic facade it presents. It is intricately tied to the global economic framework. Once unleashed, the entire ecosystem of internet practitioners, digital product manufacturers, and even watchmakers, executives, white-collar workers, laborers, and so on, their very existence would be shattered. This is no trivial matter. Without jobs, without income, what will they eat? What will they drink? Resort to thievery? If this persists, society will undoubtedly descend into turmoil. Initially believing he comprehended Lu Di's plan, Tang Hualong felt a wave of self-mockery wash over him. Strategy is strategy. Those who can think ahead will always surpass one's own capabilities. Lu Di's gaze flickered as he stated, "Thus, I shall not act impulsively." Furthermore, he continued, every enterprise possesses its inherent value. It serves a multitude, sustains livelihoods, propels advancement, and bears certain missions. For instance, my Gemini users have surpassed 1 billion. In truth, any sector can be explored. However, I have refrained from encroaching upon your financial operations, for they are vital to countless lives. Moreover, your payment services have proven immensely successful, benefiting a vast array of users. I do not wish to incite upheaval among them. Additionally, your gaming division has brought joy to innumerable individuals. It stands as a remarkable creation and deserves eternal remembrance. Penguin and you, Tang Hualong, have undeniably enriched the lives of countless citizens, creating numerous miracles. You should not be relegated to oblivion. Upon concluding, Lu Di gazed into the distance, overlooking the bustling city below, vehicles in constant motion, and streams of people weaving through the streets. In that moment, he seemed akin to a creator, capable of surveying and mastering all. Tang Hualong felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He never anticipated that Lu Di harbored a measure of acknowledgement for Penguin. Even that unspoken sense of mission within him had been perceived with such clarity by Lu Di. Most astonishingly, however, was the grand vision Lu Di possessed. It was a genuine capacity to embrace all and perceive the essence of existence, a regal demeanor. His methods were assertive, yet devoid of tyranny. Every action he undertook was founded upon a lofty principle, one that commanded admiration. Reflecting on the various strategies Lu Di had devised, Tang Hualong felt a chill run down his spine. Overwhelmed with emotion, he trembled as he inquired, "So, Mr. Lu, you do not intend to launch the watch now and disrupt the internet landscape?" "Of course not. I would prefer to witness a flourishing scene once technology has reached a certain level." Tang Hualong stood in stunned silence. "So, you mean to say that Mr. Lu has no intention of exterminating Penguin?" "Indeed." Tang Hualong felt an overwhelming sense of relief, exclaiming, "Thank you. No need for gratitude." Lu Di replied with a sly smile, "After all, you are the weaker party, and true strength has always been defined by the freedom of the weaker." "What? I am the weaker party?" Tang Hualong pressed his lips together, hesitating to respond. "Very well, there is truth in that. Compared to you, I am indeed lesser." "Well then, Tang," Lu Di said with a smile, "the time has come for you to perform." Tang Hualong was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lu Di waved his hand. "Log into your Gemini account and announce to the world that your Penguin bows to my Gemini." "Can we not do this?" Tang Hualong's expression was tinged with bitterness. The founder of Penguin was about to post on Gemini. The implications were staggering. To forego one's own product in favor of a rival's, and to publicly concede. How unbearable, though this was part of the wager agreed upon with Lu Di. Tang Hualong, as a seasoned internet magnate, still harbored a stubborn pride. He wished to preserve his dignity and could not reconcile himself to the act. Breaking promises does not reflect well. Lu Di smirked. "Do you wish for me to demonstrate with facts that I can indeed defeat your Penguin?" "Alas, Tang Hualong furrowed his brow, retrieving a cigar from his pocket along with a copper lighter engraved with dragons and phoenixes. I still refuse to concede. He lit the cigar with the lighter, slowly igniting it. I tacitly approved of Li Dao's attempt on your life. Lu Di nodded calmly. I am aware. Huh. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Hualong's face. You do not wish to know why? Not particularly. Then I shall tell you. Tang Hualong sighed in frustration as he inhaled from the cigar. Because I at least need to find one aspect in which I surpass you. With that, he exerted pressure with his palm. Bang. A muffled sound emanated from his hand. The copper lighter he held exploded internally, its outer casing twisting and contorting until it was crumpled into a ball. Lu Di raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the situation. This penguin magnate was no ordinary individual. Tang Hualong intoned darkly. You were once a poor boy, but now your career is soaring, and you are on the verge of entering the upper echelons. However, you do not comprehend that the upper echelons are far more complex than outsiders perceive. Have you heard of enhancements? Human physiology can now undergo pharmaceutical optimization. The wealthy in the upper echelons are investing heavily in search of enhancement opportunities. They desire to be stronger, healthier, and longer-lived. Like ancient emperors, once they have grasped everything, they begin to seek ways to transcend the limits of human capability. Tang Hualong gripped the lighter tightly. Upon entering the upper echelons, you will understand that, in the eyes of the current bigwigs, assets are merely a fraction of the equation. Your personal strength matters as well. You are still far from their level. Regarding that assassination attempt, I feel both regret and disappointment. Undeniably, you possess a sharp mind and have successfully navigated peril. However, you lack any semblance of combat prowess. During my 3 years abroad, I did not rest on my laurels. Instead, I seized an unexpected opportunity to enhance myself. Tang Hualong's eyes burned with anger and frustration. In business, I cannot best you, but in terms of physical strength, I surpass you. Regardless of how bizarre this may seem, I believe I can still outmatch you. Slowly, Tang Hualong opened his palm. The once copper lighter was now utterly deformed, resembling a twisted iron rod. Huh. Tang Hualong let out a bitter laugh. If it were not for the fact that you are a junior, a rising star, I would truly relish the chance to engage you in a physical contest, to bring you down and relieve my pent-up frustration. Alas, Lu Di sighed softly, reaching for the ruined lighter. Holding it casually, he manipulated it with an air of indifference. Lu Di remarked, Indeed, humanity has ascended to the apex of the species due to its ability to evolve. Technology follows suit. No one can impede its innovation. Yet, the most unjust aspect is that all resources and benefits are either snatched by the wealthy or seized by the unscrupulous. Lu Di spoke slowly. With a gentle squeeze, he crushed the already compressed and seamless copper lighter into his sphere. Tang Hualong gaped in astonishment. How much strength must one possess to achieve this? This power, it surely exceeds my own by a significant margin. Lu Di, you? Tang Hualong gazed at Lu Di's hands, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Di shrugged lightly. I can envision that soon we will witness a plethora of rising stars, whose true identities are enhanced individuals. Lu Di continued to manipulate the lighter in his hand, tilting his head with a smile. What do you think will happen when countless ordinary citizens discover that the entrepreneurs they once admired are all enhanced beings? How will they react? Shock? Disbelief? A collapse of their worldview? Or perhaps despair? Alas, I only hope that people can accept this reality with equanimity, for the times have indeed changed. Then, Lu Di gently shook his head. However, everything has its rules, and every situation is governed by corresponding regulations. There is nothing wrong with nurturing oneself, but if one were to exploit such opportunities to bully the weak, one shall inevitably face punishment. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly ignited in Lu Di's eyes. He pivoted swiftly, his arm moving with the speed of lightning. Whoosh! The copper ball in his hand soared through the air, traversing 100 meters, and smashed directly onto the rooftop of another towering building. Bang! With a muffled groan, a shadowy figure plummeted from the elevator shaft atop the building to the rooftop below. After a few convulsions, It lay still. Tang Hualong stared in bewilderment, gazing in the direction of the incident. Straining his eyesight, he finally discerned that it was a figure clad in dark attire, accompanied by a toppled sniper rifle. "This is..." Tang Hualong exclaimed in horror. Lu Di smiled faintly. "Rest assured, they came to kill me. They must be another card in the deck, right?" Having said that, Lu Di turned to the panic-stricken Haidina. "Tina, could you please call the police?" Only then did Haidina snap back to reality. Her face filled with alarm as she rushed towards the office. 155. Countdown. Lu Di. "You are also a modified human. And not just any ordinary modified human." Tang Hualong gazed in disbelief at everything unfolding. Lu Di had crumpled a copper lighter into a spherical shape. Then, he threw it barehanded over 100 meters, striking down an assassin like a bullet. If this isn't a modified human, what is? Just as a civilian cannot comprehend what a modified human truly is, you modified humans, likewise, cannot fathom what kind of being I truly am. Lu Di replied nonchalantly. He extended his hand towards Tang Hualong. "At this moment, you are inferior to me in every aspect. Can you post a dynamic now?" Tang Hualong's half-spoken words were caught in his throat. He pondered for a full 10 minutes. Finally, the sound of police sirens from below snapped him back to reality. He truly could not comprehend this. He had encountered a few modified humans, yet none possessed Lu Di's formidable strength. Setting aside how he managed to defeat that assassin, merely his extraordinary perceptiveness had far surpassed his own. That assassin had concealed himself so adeptly. How could an ordinary human possibly detect him? Tang Hualong, having navigated the business world for years, understood a fundamental truth. When faced with an enemy one cannot even see, it is wisest to retreat early. Silent and contemplative, Tang Hualong retrieved a glossy black ring from his pocket. Sighing, he said, "This is the certification of the so-called elite circle, something only a true dragon among men possesses. Even I have only one recommendation. I offer this to you. When you're free, it could elevate my standing." Before Lu Di could refuse, Tang Hualong unilaterally placed the ring in Lu Di's hand. There was no alternative. He knew Lu Di would not regard conventional trinkets with any significance. The only item he could present that might pique Lu Di's interest was this ring. It could be seen as a gesture of goodwill. Subsequently, with a bitter expression, Tang Hualong pulled out his phone and began to operate it in silence. 2 minutes later, just before hitting send, Tang Hualong asked hesitantly, "You will keep your word, right? You won't leave us enterprises in a dire situation?" Following that, the two on the rooftop fell silent, gazing at the magnificent performance unfolding in the grand sky. One revered the progress of humanity, while the other marveled at the enigmatic young man, perpetually clad in a white shirt, youthful yet unfathomable. Meanwhile, on the streets of Haishur, countless citizens emerged from their homes. Walking while gazing upwards, captivated, on the roads, vehicles were nearly at a standstill. Drivers leaned out of their windows, their faces filled with wonder as they gazed at the spectacle above. One cursed the traffic. Everyone was entranced by the grandeur displayed in the sky. That night, the performance lasted a full 4 hours, with a significant portion of the populace of Huaxia entranced, moved, and exhilarated. A sleepless night. The following morning, all news revolved around 3 words: performance, penguin, creator. The creator's live performance would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. The singing of the god of song, with a viewership of 1 billion, and the dazzling spectacle of the Haishur sky. Never before had any moment captured the hearts of so many. The creator had, in a single night, gained worldwide renown. Regarding the penguin, the viral sensation was merely a dynamic screenshot. Tang Hualong, conversing with Mr. D. San on the rooftop, deeply impressed, "I humbly bow down. The creator's technological prowess far surpassed that of the penguin. My penguin group will henceforth align itself and follow in the creator's footsteps." Subsequently, the phrases humble submission and following in the creator's footsteps became internet buzzwords, often used in jest during conversations. Humble submission was a given. The 3 o'clock record had proven everything as for the following in footsteps. It carried a certain depth. Did the entire penguin company surrender? Were they to become subordinates to the creator? Or had the penguin reached some form of agreement with the creator, whereby the creator would support the penguin in the future? Speculations online ran rampant. Yet only one party knew the truth. It was D. San's magnanimity, a grace of mercy not to kill. It was also mercy towards the entire internet industry, of course. All these intricate threads of information ultimately converged upon a single individual, D-San. For it was not only the creator who shone brightly last night. There was also a debuting name that shocked the entire business world, Witness. It was evident that this was also D-San's handiwork. The company Witness, within a week of its establishment, had with its unique vision and generous approach, invested in 3 emerging internet companies. Subsequently, it incorporated them all into the magical twin sector. Through the foundational user base of the twins, combined with the first-hand exposure from the live performance by DE, the user numbers of these 3 functionalities surged to hundreds of millions overnight. This shattered the conventional understanding within the investment community. Normally, even if a software's functionality is exceptional and receives financial backing, it would take at least a year and a half to grow from 0 to 100 million users. Yet Witness achieved this in a single night. Moreover, the user count far exceeded 100 million. Each software would possess infinite value. People finally discerned the connection. Creator, twins, Witness, investment. This was a complete and impeccable chain. Describing it as a listed company's assembly line or a money-making machine would not be an exaggeration. It resembled a colossal entity slowly emerging from the depths, stunning the world. Its very presence was awe-inspiring. Behind it lay a figure incessantly reshaping perceptions, an immensely mysterious D-San. Even more terrifying was the fact that following the exposure of Witness's strength, countless startup companies flocked, beseeching for favor. The entire internet industry trembled. If this continued, soon there would be no place for them. Fortunately, in the early morning hours, a post from creator D-San momentarily eased everyone's anxiety. D-San. The demands of all users cannot be fulfilled by the creator alone. It requires the collective effort of the entire industry. In the coming days, the creator will work diligently to solidify the foundation. Once everything is ready, we will introduce new changes. I urge all internet companies to strive for technological advancement and prepare for the market's survival of the fittest. Countdown 1 year. 1 year. The creator opted not to press the advantage but instead chose to consolidate. Countless media outlets lauded this decision. Billions of citizens expressed their anticipation. Numerous internet companies breathed a sigh of relief. Preparing to lay low and innovate, of course, the truth behind all of this remained clear only to Teng Hualong. This was what Lu Di referred to as the so-called boundary of the week. Inside a luxury car speeding down the highway, Yin Hongxin of Ingji Group was scrolling through his phone, perusing news about the creator. He could not help but admire the emergence of talent. The capabilities of D-San far surpassed those of their older generation of entrepreneurs, D-San. As he repeatedly encountered this name, Old Master Yan's expression gradually became complex. It reminded him of another name, Lu Di. That young man was equally remarkable as D-San. It was a pity that the Yin family had been blind. Upon reaching this thought, Old Master Yin made a decision. He must explain himself to Lu Di and resolve the misunderstanding. He opened his messaging app, contemplated for a long time, and finally sent Lu Di a text. Lu Di, I wish to meet you, to talk. Please do agree to this. After 5 agonizing minutes, Lu Di finally replied, sure. Old Master Yin was filled with elation, his face glowing with uncontainable joy. He was just about to inform the driver to cancel the trip when suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes erupted. Bang! A massive collision ensued as a cement truck crashed into Yin Hongxin's luxury car. The force of the impact was immense. The luxury car rolled over multiple times, soaring off the road and crashing violently into the roadside. Through the shattered windows, Old Master Yan's body was pinned beneath the mangled wreckage. Bloodied and unconscious, teetering between life and death. 156. Revelation in an interrogation room. Duan Hua sat side by side with Lu Di. Opposite them was a foreigner with his chest and right arm bandaged. At this moment, the foreigner appeared dazed, mumbling to himself. Nearby, a recording staff member was drenched in sweat, having filled 3 pages with notes. Duan Hua scratched his head, astonished. You continue to amaze me. This guy is a trained international assassin. My people questioned him for 6 hours. And he said nothing. Yet as soon as you arrived, he divulged everything. Lu Di stroked his chin, contemplating. It's nothing more than hypnosis. Before me stands a figure known as Spade 7, the very assassin who plotted to eliminate Lu Di last night. After being incapacitated by Lu Di, the special operations team brought him back to the police station. This morning, Lu Di arrived personally to uncover the mysteries of the poker society. However, he was met with unwavering resistance. As Spade 7 refused to cooperate in divulging any information, left with no alternative, Lu Di resorted to force. Although the information he extracted was incomplete, it encompassed everything Spade 7 knew. Spade 7 received orders from the Poker Society to attempt another assassination of Lu Di. The Poker Society operates with an air of enigma so profound that it leaves no room for error. They communicate solely through objects resembling books, avoiding face-to-face interactions. Each assassin undergoes one-on-one training. And once completed, there is no further contact. They convey messages using a technique involving tactile points on the surface of books, referred to as the revelation. This is a coded language devised by them. Furthermore, the assassins within the Poker Society are entirely disconnected from one another, lacking even the slightest awareness of each other. This organization is more intricate than I had imagined, and it seems that uncovering clues from Spade 9 and Spade 7 will prove to be exceedingly challenging, Lu Di remarked, turning his gaze towards Duan Hua. Once their identities are exposed, they instantly become discarded pawns of the Poker Society. At that moment, Duan Hua instinctively recoiled. Don't look at me. You were the one who hypnotized this fellow. Lu Di chuckled softly before approaching a collection of evidence. He picked up a metallic playing card, the only identical item possessed by both assassins, one being Spade 9 and the other Spade 7. Lu Di scrutinized the card closely. While the material of the card appeared unremarkable, its surface shimmered with a peculiar gray luminescence, reminiscent of rippling water. Indeed, the metallic playing card serves as a form of identification for members of the Poker Society. However, the substance on its surface is likely its true essence, a technology beyond the reach of outsiders. Suddenly, Imo Tong's voice interrupted. The black substance on this card is quite extraordinary. It appears to be a rare metal that does not conform to any known human metallic characteristics. From my observations, it can undergo free transformation under specific energy conditions and even unleash energy bursts. Moreover, a similar substance is present on the gloves of the Phantom. It is the source of their destructive power. Lu Di furrowed his brow. It seems that the technological prowess of the Poker Society is formidable, Imo Tong added. It would be prudent to take these items back for thorough research. Lu Di nodded discreetly. Director Duan, I require these 2 pieces of evidence. That is not permissible. You are aware that these are pieces of evidence. Yet you still wish to take them? Duan Hua stood up, approaching Lu Di with a serious expression. Lu Di smiled gently. I promise you, I owe you a favor. Very well. To Lu Di's surprise, Duan Hua answered without hesitation, as if he had been waiting for Lu Di to make this request. However, as an additional condition, you must tell me how you subdued this assassin. Why did he claim that he was suddenly sniped while lying in ambush? Duan Hua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Di had piqued his interest. Lu Di sighed helplessly, pointing to an iron ball on the table. I merely threw an iron ball at him. An iron ball? Yet he claimed to have been struck by a sniper. Hiss! Duan Hua was startled and felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially considered sending some special operations team members to protect Lu Di, but now he felt it unnecessary. At that moment, Lu Di, who had been smiling as he prepared to bid farewell to Duan Hua, suddenly changed his expression. He stared into the void, his demeanor turning grave. Imo Tong projected an image into his line of sight. The scene of Old Master Yan's car accident. The driver was dead, and Old Master Yan was being lifted onto an ambulance, teetering on the brink of death. Lu Di gritted his teeth, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. Director Duan, something has happened. At the Yingji Group's hospital, Lu Di and Duan Hua ascended to the top floor with heavy steps. Duan Hua's eyes brimmed with tears, while Lu Di remained silent. Upon exiting the elevator, Lu Di immediately spotted the graceful figure of Yin Yuan seated outside the intensive care unit. She was the Phantom Assassin. At that moment, she sat despondently on a bench, cradling a children's drawing book and gently stroking it, tears streaming down her face. Lu Di's brow instantly furrowed. He said in a low voice, Director Duan, you go see Old Master Yin first. I need to speak with her. Duan Hua, overwhelmed with grief, did not ponder further and proceeded to the patient room. Yin Yuan sensed the arrival of another, set her drawing book aside, and looked up in a daze. Upon recognizing Lu Di, her expression became complex. Lu Di felt an indescribable emotion swelling within him. A flicker of anger. This beautiful woman, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, appeared to be merely a fragile daughter facing sudden tragedy. Who could have guessed that she was secretly a cold-blooded international assassin? Perhaps Old Master Yan's unfortunate incident was somehow tied to her. Without uttering a word, Lu Di sat down on the bench and picked up Yin Yiwen's drawing book. Instantly, Yin Yiwen's body went rigid, and a glimmer of fierce light flashed in her tear-filled eyes. Lu Di casually opened the drawing book and began to stroke its pages. Sure enough, the inner pages of the book bore uneven spots, the very language code of the poker society known as Revelation. 157. Yin Yuan Instruction. On May 8th, assassinate Chinese scientist Li Weiguo. Response: refuse to execute. Instruction. On June 9th, assassinate Zhao Hai, chairman of the DEC Gene Group. Response: refuse to execute. Instruction. Lu Di gently caressed the coded language in the drawing book, his mind racing to translate it. During his interrogation of Spade 7, he had combined oral testimony and evidence, and under Mo Tong's mental guidance, he had grasped the method of translating revelation. Suddenly, Lu Di sensed a wave of intense hostility approaching him. It was Yin Yiwen, startled by his actions. She had discovered my code. Could it be that he knows about the poker society and can comprehend revelation? Yin Yiwen felt a surge of murderous intent. Her right hand subtly curled into a claw-like shape. At that critical moment, Lu Di abruptly turned around. His right pupil widened, and a terrifying aura burst forth. Yin Yiwen's arm suddenly stiffened in her eyes. Lu Di's presence had become overwhelmingly colossal. It seemed to overshadow everything and suppress all. She felt as though this was an authority that could not be defied. If she were to entertain any ulterior motives, Lu Di's fierce punch would obliterate her. Strangely enough, this international assassin, Yin Yiwen, sat there motionless, paralyzed by fear. Humph! Lu Di scoffed, regarding Yin Yiwen with indifference as he continued deciphering the code. Instruction. On July 1st, assassinate the creator, Di San. Response: refuse to execute. Instruction. On July 2 ND, assassinate Yin Hongxin of the Ingji Group. Response: refuse to execute. This was the most recent instruction. Lu Di slowly set the drawing book down, his expression as cold as frost. Miss Yin, I truly underestimated you. Recalling the information from their first encounter, Lu Di sighed. So, you frequently volunteer at the Children's Welfare Institute, all for the purpose of relaying assassination instructions. Moreover, you dared to reject the Poker Society's orders outright. You must hold a significant position within. What astonishes me the most is, Lu Di narrowed his eyes at Yin Yiwen. When did you have a child? As far as I know, you have not borne any children with Ouyang Fengyu, have you? And this child is being controlled by the Poker Society? Lu Di lightly tapped his fingers. Considering the numerous assassination orders you have declined, grant me an explanation, and I may consider sparing your life. Though Lu Di's tone was calm, it rang in Yin Yiwen's heart like a series of thunderclaps, striking her with unprecedented terror. Initially, she had only recognized Lu Di's extraordinary combat prowess, having thwarted her attempt to assassinate He Shan. However, why did I expose myself? How did he know about the Poker Society? How could he understand revelation? Moreover, it was clear that he was not a member of the Poker Society. He knows too much, yet, at this moment, Yin Yiwen found herself unable to muster the intent to kill. He was simply too powerful. The feeling of invincibility was overwhelming. Suddenly, the alarm within the intensive care unit blared. A doctor shouted in panic, "The patient is showing signs of brain death. Prepare for emergency rescue." Lu Di and Yin Yiwen's expressions changed in unison, and they sprang to their feet. At this point, 2 hours had already passed since the car accident. Lu Di had learned beforehand that Old Master Yin had sustained severe injuries to the cerebral cortex due to external trauma and had slipped into a deep coma. Even if he physically recovered, he would lose all brain activity, becoming what is commonly referred to as a vegetative state. Moreover, this type of injury is irreversible by contemporary medicine. As they pushed open the door, they saw Yin Kaikai, Yin Xinxin, Yin Xingwen, and Duan Hua rushing out from the observation room to the bedside. The 3 daughters of the Yin family cried out for their father, while Duan Hua stood in the corner, grief-stricken. Old Master Yin lay on the bed, his head wrapped in bandages, his lips pale, and he was unconscious. "Doctor, please save my father." Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin cried hoarsely, desperately pleading. After examining the situation, a doctor shook his head in despair and said sorrowfully, "If we proceed with the craniotomy, Chairman Yin may not survive. Now we must find a way to keep the chairman alive, even if he remains in a coma. We will have time to discover a treatment." The doctor glanced at a nearby machine. However, the chairman's brain activity is plummeting. If it reaches zero, Lu Di watched the scene unfold, his heart heavy with sorrow. Old Master Yin was a benevolent man. How could he have met such a fate? "Imotong, do you have any solutions?" "None, unless I can upgrade to a strong artificial intelligence and control nanobots to repair his brain. But that would take years," Imotong lamented. Lu Di furrowed his brow. "Have you found the information I asked you to look into?" "Yes. There are 7 individuals who meet the criteria. We can only give it a try." Lu Di gritted his teeth and stepped forward. The 3 Yin sisters, upon seeing Lu Di's arrival, momentarily stiffened. Yet, their hearts were so laden with grief and despair that they scarcely paid any mind to the identity of the newcomer. Lu Di approached Old Master Yan's bedside and inquired of the doctor. In theory, even a vegetative state patient possesses some level of consciousness. They simply cannot express it outwardly, correct? The doctor was taken aback. "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" Lu Di waved his hand dismissively and called out to the 3 Yin sisters, "Please be quiet." His commanding voice momentarily stunned the sisters, halting their cries. "Lu Di, what do you intend to do?" "I want to give Old Master Yin a chance at survival. You all must remain silent." After speaking, Lu Di gently leaned closer to Old Master Yan's ear and whispered, "Hu Wan." Subsequently, he glanced at the brainwave monitor connected to the old man's head. The brain activity continued to decline. Lu Di frowned and continued softly, "Ding Yaowen." The curve still descended. Lu Di clenched his jaw, "Lu Manwan." Suddenly, upon hearing this name, Old Master Yan's eyelids quivered slightly. The downward trajectory on the brainwave monitor abruptly halted and then began to rise slowly. Eventually, it stabilized into a steady state, gently oscillating. The doctor widened his eyes. Astonished, this is nothing short of a miracle. The chairman's thoughts have stirred, and brain activity has revived. Yin Kaikai, with tear-streaked eyes, murmured, "Is father saved?" The doctor remained silent, repeatedly checking Old Master Yan's condition. Regrettably, while the chairman's brain activity has returned, he remains in a deep coma. However, there is hope that he may awaken one day. After a moment, the doctor expressed with regret. Upon hearing this, the 3 Yin sisters exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes, a glimmer hidden within their despair. Lu Di's expression darkened as he said, "In the Hangzhou City Vegetative Patient Care Center, room 305, there is a woman named Lu Manwan. Bring her here and let the old man stay with her. It may be beneficial for his condition. He has searched for her for 30 years. This is his wish." Pausing for a moment, Lu Di said mournfully, "She is also in a vegetative state.